something I hadn't done is taking a look at the radar to see when that rain is expected to come through this way.
Absolutely. As of right now, we've got 57 degrees. It's cloudy. There's going to be a high temperature of 67 with a low temperature of 54 on the day. There are chances of rain throughout the day. I'm not going to read these percentages because I do not want to jinx anything with that.
No announcers jinx today.
No, sir, not at all. I will not speak it into existence. Not at all. Look, and as we mentioned, throughout the year, it's been a wonderful year for the SIAC. They have crowned several champions throughout the year. Most recently, the basketball champions were crowned on the campus of Savannah State University not long ago. The men from Miles College were able to capture the championship, while the women from Tuskegee were able to capture the championship on that side. So congratulations to them. And like I said, today we will begin the run for champions to see who's going to be able to hoist up a trophy at the Edwin T. Moses track facility. So as we mentioned, we're getting ready for the hurdles for the women in the heptathlon. We started off with the men in the decathlon results. John Denal from Morehouse knows this track quite well. He picked up 795 points with his 11.3 run on the 100. Solomon Mitchell from Savannah State picking up 780 points with 11.3 on the run.
But we're going to do this. So we just got notice that the next race is going to start at 9:33. So what we're going to do is we're going to step away, take care of a few things, let you guys enjoy some of the content that we have here on the Black College Sports Network, some clips from several of our shows. Be able to check them out. Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab, the Carlos Brown Show, the BCSN Sports Wrap, the ONG Strike Zone, She Has Now with Sandra Stamps. Just stay tuned. We'll be back with more. Probably about 5 minutes prior to the race starting.
I think I came with something out of the field remark behind it, because basically I said, hey, $1,000 versus 100. I'm gonna take the 1,000, but yes, I'm still taking one for the team. I believe it is that. But
Right.
cost of attendance comparable to NIL. It can't. To me, NIL is quick and short term. Cost of attendance is something that could be long term. Wheeler, can you compare and contrast NIL versus cost of attendance, or is cost of attendance something that should be looked at more of doing it? Because Coach Banks, the director of Southern, he came on the show and talked about that's what Southern's trying to do for their student athletes.
I think cost of attendance has the ability to affect everyone, whereas NIL is
Mhm.
going to affect only those
Some.
players that are popular, that are
Right.
marketable themselves,
Mhm.
like starting
Correct.
quarterback, starting running back, your star receiver, or something like that. But,
Yeah.
cost of attendance has an opportunity to affect everyone. And so,
Mhm.
that's why the cost of attendance to me outweighs anything that NIL can bring to the table. Plus the
Right.
fact that NIL is not, how can I put it, the longevity factor in terms of
Mhm.
NIL is not there, as opposed to the longevity factor in terms of the potential of cost of attendance. So, you're able, in my opinion, you're able to cover more ground if you're able to do cost of attendance than you are NIL, which only concerns itself with a certain number, a limited number of players, that sort of thing.
Yeah, because that's interesting, because you mentioned quarterbacks, and they're getting those deals, their name recognition, but without those big guys up front.
Yeah, I mean
I mean, what about
that
O
goes,
linemen, D linemen?
and these guys are
Uh,
only human. These guys are only human. And at what
mhm.
point in time does that doubt or whatever, jealousy or whatever it is you want to
Yep.
call it, kind of creep in? You know, here my jersey's getting dirty, and I'm keeping folk up off this guy, and he ain't even buy me a burger last week. So maybe I need to slip and fall on one to kind of.
And we are back really quickly here as as we had some things that got started on us that we weren't expecting there.
Absolutely. Juliana Kern from Albany State will cross the finish line in first, followed by Shanique McGee from Clark, Atlanta. And this is the 100-meter hurdles for the women's heptathlon. Welcome back to the 2023 Cricket Track and Field Championships on the campus of Morehouse College at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. I'm Mo Carter. That's Roy Evans. And if you've ever heard any one of my broadcasts, I always talk about how communication is the key.
Yes, we're going to have to make sure that we get them we need you guys to make sure you let us know if there's going to be changes in times in the starts.
Absolutely. We were told that it was going to start about another 15 minutes, and then 15 seconds later, boom, it's going. But we got you right here on the Black College Sports Network. A big shout out to all of the individuals who are playing a major part in making this broadcast one of the best on the Division II landscape in the NCAA. So, as we mentioned, Juliana Kern was the winner of that heat. We will get her times shortly. Coming up next, it'll be Section 2 of heat number 4.
Okay.
Or heat 2 of 4. Let me say it like that before I confuse a whole lot of people at home. So, Section 2 of 4, we should have 3 participants. Coming up in lane 2, it's Matelia Harper from Tuskegee. We've got Tylani Bailey in lane 4 from Albany State. Tania Hall from Fort Valley State. And right now it is a close race. These young ladies trying to clear these hurdles, and it looks like it's going to be Matelia Harper from Tuskegee crossing the finish line, barely edging out Tylani Bailey from Albany State.
We'll see who comes across the finish line and get that in there. And as again, trying to get a few things in place here.
And also, boys and girls listening at home, I will tell you this. The way that the Black College Sports Network has these cameras set up, we will have it from start all the way to finish, especially with these track events. And we got a great camera shot as you take a look at the replay right here of the young ladies crossing the finish line. Oh, definitely closer than what we definitely expected from our early angle.
Make sure that they.
But it was Matelia Harper from Tuskegee crossing the finish line first, edging out Tylani Bailey from Albany State. Coming up next, heat 3 of 4. In lane 2, Jalen Rivers, Fort Valley State. Medaled last year in the 2022 SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships. Lane 4 will be Janae Johnson from Benedict. In lane 6 will be Malia White from Clark, Atlanta. And in lane 8, we've got Sanaya Joseph from Edward Waters. And the gun is up, and here we go with these young ladies. Looks like Sanaya Joseph is out in front. Joseph extending her lead, clearing the hurdles. She's right in front of Malia White, and it'll be Joseph crossing the finish line for Edward Waters. Malia White will cross the line second. You know, one thing about these hurdles, either you learn it the hard way or you learn it from observing, is that it's all about rhythm, it's all about flow, and it's all about the amount of steps you take before you hit that jump and take off.
Yeah, hurdles was actually one of my races. While I was in middle school, I was not able to stay in hurdles once I got into high school because I was shorter than I needed to be, and the hurdles were hitting me in the chest.
Oh man!
And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not clearing my legs up over that. So as we are getting things together, just saw Miss Tyler Williams there, former SIAC volleyball player from Clark Atlanta University, now working in the conference office, doing the things that she does to help make sure all of these things go on.
Absolutely. Tyler Williams, when we talk about people on the communication side, she is the go-to person, especially for media relations.
We're going to see if we can get a replay on that from a couple of different angles while we're waiting for this next one to go. But, yeah. So, let's see. How are we at let's get ready. We're getting ready to start this next race, so let's hold off on that and get this race going.
Absolutely. So here we go in Heat 4 of 4. We've got Janiyah Jenkins from Tuskegee in lane 2. We have Kalia Cleckley from Albany State. Very familiar with this track facility. Did quite well at the Morehouse Relays. Adriana Daniels from Benedict. And in lane 8, we got Ternaya Gibson from Fort Valley State. And right now out in front is Kalia Cleckley clearing the hurdles. Right there in front is Cleckley, followed by Daniels. Cleckley trying to clear the last hurdle, and she will outrun Daniels across the finish line for the first place finish in that heat.
All right. So let's do this. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to run the replay of those while I check on a couple of things for us right quick.
Absolutely. Look, here's the thing. Roy talks about that he ran track all these years ago, but right now he's running just about every other event on the media side, like some of these track and field standouts on the other end of things. So we should have the results coming up momentarily. Final results in the outdoor heptathlon for the women's 100-meter hurdles.
He was just like this. He said.
All right, so as we wait on the results, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break right here, and actually, it's not even going to be a quick break. It's actually going to be a lengthy break. And when I say lengthy, I mean like they need to kind of change some things around on the track and field facility. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a nice lengthy break. In the meantime, we want you to enjoy some of the sights and sounds that we have on the Black College Sports Network. We've got all sorts of shows. I don't want to run them all down. Just go ahead and just check it out, and then we will return with more live coverage of the Cricket 2023 SIAC Track and Field Championships here in the city of Atlanta.
Who's in charge? Who's actually in charge up there? And maybe he'll start to share the wealth, or what is there in the Godfather, wet my beak. Maybe a little bit, So it's something that kids, kids nowadays, they think about those things.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's something to be thought about. That's for sure.
And we talked about it before, guys, and I will say this: I think it's a tough job, the director of athletics. I mean, they're the CEO of the athletic department. They got to have a good staff put together, and now, guys, with the mindset that we're in now, as far as the sports world, it's instant gratification. There's no honeymoon period. And even whether you're in the SIAC or CIAA, the SWAC, it's kind of different now. It's win and win quickly. How do you combat that?
We are going to be playing Who's Most Likely To? Here with the insanely talented cast of 80 for Brady.
Most likely in any case, it would be Rita. to do most anything.
Taking this one. He's cute.
Who is most likely to sneak into a football game?
Well, you can start by letting us through.
Sally.
Sally.
Hey, what?
No, right, Mom.
Come on now.
No.
Who's most likely to break character during filming?
Rita.
Rita.
How do I do that?
Oh, come on.
I didn't know it was going to come out.
Who's most likely to dance like no one is watching?
Sally.
Lily runs a close second.
You were so funny in that dance sequence.
Oh my God.
You really had me wetting my knickers.
Rita, don't bring up your knickers again in this conversation.
Curious, when people work in sports, I always want to know, how did your love for sports begin?
That is a fantastic question.
Thank you.
I'm not sure how I can pinpoint when the bug bit me, but I always talk about in our house growing up, there was always a black and white picture of my mom's basketball team. And so I grew up knowing that she started as a freshman. She was also part of integrating a predominantly white school. And so she would tell me about some of the struggles that were involved with that. And so I think that always I kind of wanted to make her proud, and I always felt like the bar, she never said that, but I always felt like the bar was going to be starting as a freshman and doing those other things. Although I played softball in high school as well, basketball was my first love. And ironically, one of those things when you've looked at that something for so long, I did start as a freshman. And one of my most favorite years of all in sports was that freshman year when I was allowed to play on the junior high team and the high school team. I grew up in a small Class B school, and so absolutely loved that year where I was playing basketball 5 to 6 days a week.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, and like you said, you just wanted to make her proud, even though she never said it, but you was trying to follow her footsteps, and that's pretty cool. So as I mentioned earlier, you're a Hall of Famer from your alma mater, with such honors as Player of the Week, OIC Scholar Athlete, OIC and District 9 All-Conference teams, and Northwestern Ranger Queen. What amazing accomplishments. How, with basketball classes, possibly campaigning for Ranger Queen, how were you able to juggle all this and keep your GPA up?
Well, it's one of those things that I absolutely loved college, and some of my friends from the Baptist Student Union, they were my sponsoring group for Ranger Queen. Okay. They talked me into it, and ironically, it's the first time that I learned that other people other people can see some things in yourself that you may not see at the time. Right. I never ever considered myself Queen material at all, and I wouldn't have had the nerve to do it had some of my friends were like, "Hey, we'll help you with the posters. We'll help you. We'll back you. You can do this." Everybody knows you, but they didn't know me in that realm. And so I don't know. That was a very eye-opening and life-changing time for me as well. So to be voted in by my peers at a PWI meant a whole lot to me. Yeah. So yeah, but I always saw myself just as a jock, an athlete, a scholar. I did see those things as me, but a queen, I never saw that.
Well, you're a queen, sister. That's for sure. You are amazing. Just, researching and reading your bio, I was like, wow, she is amazing. And that's why I'm so excited that you're our very first guest. A.D. Rogers, you were inducted in the Hall of Fame in Langston in 1998. I believe 9 years after you graduated, or 8 or 9 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How was that moment for you to be honored in that way?
No one really prepares you. It's like when you're excited about it, and I was honored. My family was there to see me inducted, but I was not prepared for the rush of memories as you're getting ready to thank those that have played a part in your induction. I just saw the hours and hours outside playing on a grass court, the excitement when my dad built my first goal. And it was big because he actually had a welder. I had the metal pole, the everything, still had a grass court. But I mean, I looked at all the hours that were spent in the backyard and that had brought me to that point. The sacrifices that my mom and dad had made. We weren't rich by any means. My mom was a school teacher. And, you know, all of that was full circle. And I just felt grateful to God that he allowed me to experience that moment.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, A.D. Rogers, you served 4 years as an athletic director for women's sports and was selected as AD of the Year for Region 6 in 2003. Now, I never knew there could be separate ADs for women and men's sports. Could you elaborate on that for me? I mean, why was it just for women's sport?
So at that point in time, we were at NEI Division I school. And so we split the responsibilities. Part of my time, there were 2 years that the other men's AD.
Let's move on to number 2, Howard Bison. Yeah, those Howard Bison are back to playing basketball. They're one of the hottest teams out there also with 5 wins. Sitting at straight wins, if you would, 12-10, 4-1. Had a major upset at Norfolk State last week, and they continue to roll. 3 first place votes, 98. They move up 4 spots from number 5 in terms of what's going on this past weekend. So I wanted to make sure you understood that in terms of what took place there. In terms of some of these key matchups. When you look at Morgan State, they lost to Howard. That is sitting at number 2. I wanted to make sure people realize that 88-56. Now Morgan State did bounce back and defeat Norfolk State in one way. They pretty much dropped Norfolk State outside of the polls, just to give you some indication there. But guess who's number 1? Maryland Eastern Shore Hawks. We had this program so long, and they probably rolling quietly getting it done. They're sitting at 10-8. 4-1, and they got 4 first place votes, not ranked, and jump in the polls all the way to number 1 with 111 points. They take down Central on the road 59-58, and that is after they bounce back and they take down South Carolina State on the road 76-60. Their previous loss in terms in conference play was their first game in conference when they lost to Norfolk State 57-46, but they've run it off since there. They defeated Howard 82-73. Delaware State 68-66. Maryland, South Carolina State 76-70, and just defeated North Carolina Central 59-58, as I said. 4-1 in conference play. That's your new number 1. Take it and leave it. I'm going with you, AD Drew. Woo! I told you I had something fire. I want to see what you say about this one. Get your calculator out. Where's your computer?
I'm almost speechless on this one, Dr. Kabir. Almost speechless. First of all,
you did pause, so you were speechless for a minute. I got you. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, that was a very pregnant pause. That was a 9-month pregnant pause right there.
There was no creamies on that.
Yeah. First of all, damn you, Alcorn State. And great run that you have had in this swag. But were it not for Alcorn State, Dr. Cavill, do you realize this would have been the first time all season that you would have had every team in your poll not upside down? Alcorn State was the only team in this poll that was upside down. So damn you for Alcorn State for your non-conference record. All you had to do was get one more, and then would have been the first time. Hopefully next week. Now I say this, now next week everybody will be upside down. So you know how that goes. But looking at this, Maryland Eastern Shore. I'm still trying to scratch my head on that one, Dr. Cavill.
Four straight. And let me get it straight. Alcorn actually has won 6 straight.
I understand your justification for having Maryland Eastern Shore up there, but I'm supposed to get into you like you got into me. despite the head-to-head with Maryland Eastern Shore over Howard in the conference opener, I still can't see. I guess this. Howard has more sexy victories than Maryland Eastern Shore.
They do.
So, as a human voter, we all love our sex. So that's the that's why I would have had to go with Howard over Maryland Eastern Shore. Despite Morgan defeated your previous number one. Correct me if I'm wrong. The number one from 2 weeks ago. Norfolk was like number 3 last week, and they now sit. That only got them to number 5, Dr. Cavill. I've got to question that. I think Morgan should have been up ahead of Southern and possibly Alcorn if you consider Morgan's non-conference. Now, conference.
All this East Coast bias.
I'm not doing East Coast bias. I'm really not trying to get an East Coast bias. I'm you asked my opinion. I'm giving my opinion. I'm just throwing out things. If I would have put pen to paper or finger to keyboard, Dr.
This really has thrown him off.
The road to the 2023 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championship in Pueblo, Colorado in May continues right here with the Cricket 2023 SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships on the campus of Morehouse College. We're at the Edwin C. Moses track. It's Mo Carter and it is Roy Evans representing the Black College Sports Network here in Atlanta, Georgia, for what has been a somewhat eventful day so far, Roy. We've had a lot of running back and forth, and clearly because of the impending inclement weather, last-minute changes are being made so we can make sure that everything is taken care of from not only the broadcast standpoint, but also for the benefit of the student athletes. So far, we have had the 100-meter dash for the men's decathlon, and we also have had the 110-meter hurdles, well, 100-meter hurdles, for the women's heptathlon. So it looks like we're going to be moving over now to the long jump for the men.
Men, yep.
And let's see, before we jump into that, let me see if I can get these final results for the 100-meter hurdles for the women. They were still tallying a few things up, and yes,
here they are. Yep, they're up.
We do have it. So you see it right there on the screen. So finishing in first was Juliana Kern from Albany State. She picked up 647 points with her 16.56 second run. She was followed by Kalia Cleckley, her teammate from Albany State. She picks up 542 points with her 17.49. Adrian Daniels from Benedict picking up 530 points with her 17.6. Sonia Joseph from Edward Waters picking up 498 points with her 17.91. Shanique McGee from Clark Atlanta, 18.1, picking up 474 points. And rounding out the top 6, it'll be Matilia Harper with 18.71, picking up 418 points. Now remember, these young ladies will be running a lot of events. These are the true student athletes. They're all student athletes, but you have to really put the emphasis on athletes when it comes to the heptathlon and the decathlon. And actually, let's go back and show you those decathlon results early on. John Denal from Morehouse, he was the first place finisher in the 100-meter dash with 11.3. Solomon Mitchell was the second place finisher in the 100-meter with 11.37. Dominic Bailey, 11.5. He was in third place. Amika Forsyth, 11.6, and Larry Turner, 11.7, and Nasham Williams from Fort Valley State. Turner was also from Fort Valley State. They go 5 and 6. So right now, that's your totals just after one event. So we get ready to go into the long jump competition as we speak. And I mean, hey, you got to be in good shape to be competing and doing these things.
You do, man. The decathlon. Actually, while I was running track, one of my coaches tried to get me to do the decathlon, and I was like, yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I tried it, and I was just like, yeah, no, this is definitely not for me, not for the faint of heart, because of course you have those 2 long races that follow at the end. So yeah,
it just was not going to be you on those days and nights. But as we mentioned, you got to be a real top-notch athlete to take that in stride. That's a pretty good jump right there.
Yeah. An athlete and see where we are in this particular one.
Kind of looking out the window right now. We do have a little rain.
It's a mist. It is a slight mist out right now that's coming down. Hopefully, like I said, actually that's what I was gonna do. I wanted to take a look at the radar, see what it
Oh yeah, you were doing that before.
See, before things happen, as you said, Bo. Changes will be made. And let's see what it's looking like at this point. Whoa, Nelly. Well, the good thing about this is it looks as if the rain is moving northeast.
Okay.
And the best part about it is that it is actually already on the top side. So we should actually, hopefully by the time we get these morning things finished, we won't even have any, because it looks that's the good part about this. It does look like it. Maybe that's where it is, because it did start off over in this area this morning, but it is definitely moving away from where we are. We are definitely in the outer bands and the final remnants of it in this particular area.
That's really good news to know, and just to let everyone know as well, there is a contingency plan for if, for some reason, that weather pattern would shift or impact today's track and field events. There is a contingency plan in place. I do not want to say what it is, because clearly the announcer's jinx, that thing could be real many times. As a matter of fact, last time I did a track and field event back in February. Yes, that was the SIAC Indoor Track and Field Championships over in Birmingham, and I didn't bring this upon me, but for the second year in a row, they had to do just one day full of events because of a very strong storm pattern that actually did create severe weather in west central Alabama. So we were in that situation back in the SIAC back in the February, man, where instead of like having prelims, everything was final. Everything you're running against time. And I'll admit, for some of those student athletes, it was definitely a challenge, just because, you're running against the clock. You're really not running against everybody else in those situations.
Yeah, that, ironically for me, that was one of the ways that our coach always trained us. He says you are not running against the people who are in the heats with you. You are running against the clock. And, of course, as young people, you're not hearing that, because a lot of times that competition next to you helps you, unless we're in these types of situations. And so, that's what you've got to do. You've got to be able to be focused in on that part of it. And so it's definitely a situation. But yeah, that the bodies next to you help you, because it pushes and motivates you. But running against the clock can be a mature and focused process if you're able to get it done.
Absolutely. That's one thing I can say that made a big difference from me running indoor track and outdoor track in the 400 meters, because when you go to some of these big meets and big relays like they have, they've decided to actually do the situation where you're running against the clock indoors compared to running against folks outdoors.
So we did just get the word that for the running events, they will be starting at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And not 2 o'clock as we were thinking, and they probably just looked at the radar just as we did to see that pattern, the weather pattern, should be gone and out of the way. It didn't even look as if it was going to be cloudy, so not sure how that's going to impact the rest of what's happening today.
I mean, it's going to be a long day, but at the same time, we will have you covered from beginning all the way until the end as we wrap up day 1 sometime on this Thursday evening. But in between all that, we'll be able to show the wonderful people who are tuning in not only what these great student athletes are doing on the track and field, but also some of the great things that the Black College Sports Network is doing in the digital realm, especially with all the different shows that air live right here on the Black College Sports Network.
And we'll also be looking to have some interviews come through.
Interviews are always great, too, because we can only tell you so much. But when we can talk to the people who are actually in charge of everything, it makes it even better.
Most definitely. Getting those opportunities to come through and say who they are, how they impact this. And, like, one of those folks are definitely going to look at having the commissioner, Dr. Anthony Holloman, come up. We'll talk to Tyler Williams, talk to her about her work in the conference and all of that good stuff. Look to see who's
also be interesting to ask her what kind of growth she has seen from the conference, from her being a student athlete on one side and now being an administrator on the other side.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, you know, you see a lot on one aspect, but then you see more on the other side of things. And also, just being in those shoes and having those footsteps creates a different realm as well. So yeah, definitely can't wait to talk to her about some stuff. Talk to the commissioner. I'm very interested to see what have been the talks for the conference when it comes to future locations of championships. I do recall prior to the men's and women's basketball championships at Savannah State, our very good friend A.D. Drew was able to talk to Mr. Solomon about some of that stuff. And one of the main things he mentioned is that he was looking for homes for many of the championships, and not just a year-by-year thing. He wanted it to be 2-3 year deals where they can invest a whole lot more, not only into the programs to get ready for those championships, but also invest into those communities, work with community leaders to see what they can go ahead and do when they have a championship for 2 and 3 years in the process.
That was one of the conversations that actually he and I had during the volleyball championships, the men's volleyball last week. He was saying that is one of the major goals, is to find somewhere that they can take the championships. And one of the biggest things is, like, say we're talking about the spring championships, doing all of those things in one area, with the spring championships. And that would be great because they have been all over the map this year, and you're talking about 5 or 6 cities in a matter of 2.5 months that you're doing things at, and that would be, I'm sure, a load off of everyone's plate to know that, hey, we're going to go to this one area and we're going to be in this area for the next 3 months with our spring championships as they roll through. And like you said, the biggest thing that does is it affords you the opportunity to build relationships with local school systems and the local community, which is not going to do anything but help the recruiting process for your schools that are involved. I mean, when you have, I think track and field is probably the only of the sports where you have all 15 schools that participate, instead of, I think with most of the other ones, it's the top 8, I believe, they get in. But yeah, track and field gives you all 15, so now you've got opportunities to do things like host college fairs and host these situations where people can come in and kids can get information about the programs and all of those things.
Absolutely. As we continue with that conversation, I do not want to take away from what's going on. You just saw Larry Turner from Fort Valley State putting together a pretty good jump. Right before him was Chase Cohey from Benedict. Up next on the ramp will be Dominic Bailey from Savannah State on the long jump. Of course, these guys are literally just competing at the highest level in the second of many events that they have going on. But yeah, going back to what you were saying about all the events, I love when I can go to a championship and I see the college career fair for fans and also for potential upcoming student athletes. As we see Dominique Bailey right there coming through with that last jump. But yeah, I love seeing that. And also too, no matter what conference it is, because I, of course, working in sports media, I've covered, various conferences, but clearly there are a lot of people who are just attending these events not only to cheer on schools, but also to learn about different schools. And now that I'm a little older in age or whatever, I kind of start to see some of these same people like, hey, I saw you over here. I saw you. How was the engagement? How was the information share? Did you have a lot of feedback? Like, it's good to talk to those folks and, get that information out there as well. And then, the last championship event I went to was for the Southwestern Athletic Conference for men's basketball in Birmingham. The first 2 days out of Birmingham on the campus of UAB were Marshall Arena, where they were actually hosting the event, as we see Andy Ferguson taking off for Benedict on that long jump. But what they did was they brought a bunch of high schools in. So Parker High School was one of them. Ramsey High School in the Birmingham area was another one. And they brought them in for like the first or second game, depending on the timing. I think one was like at 10 o'clock, the other one was at 1 or 2 o'clock. Well, guess what? You had every single representative from the Southwestern Athletic Conference school-wise, all 12 schools now, with their recruiters out there to let these high schools know, like, hey, we may not be able to come to your school, but we're here. Ask us any type of information. And now you don't have to even give away the packets. You can scan it on your phone. You can go to this website. I miss being in school when, you get the big old folder and you be sitting in class.
Right, flipping through all of the information.
Exactly. But now that it shows you how technology has worked out for the betterment, and people can sit down and have more one-on-one conversations and more talks, as we just saw Nasham Williams from Fort Valley State complete his jump. Those are always,
Sorry about that, as we are getting the information so that we will be able to stay in the know for time changes and all of those things that are happening.
Yes, sir. Communication is key, everyone. Communication is key.
Definitely. So we're getting ready. Yeah, I think looks like what they are going to do is when they finish the men's long jump, they're going to go to the women's high jump, is what it looks like.
Yep, and if you're watching live, which you should be doing.
That's right.
Yeah, you see all the different split screens we do have, so we will just make sure that we just have more than one event going on those split screens.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to make sure. So right now we're just running a couple of different angles for you, letting you kind of look at it and see, and then get the scoring as well on the screen. And being able to see these athletes get a little close up there.
And also a big shout out goes to Miss Alice Jackson, who is the meet director today. She gave us the 411 before the meet, and then during one of the breaks she gave us an updated 411 on what's going on. And even gave us some real talk about, like, hey, we may have to change this because there's no way this runner can do this and then turn around and run this event as well. All we can do is just say, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
That's right. And she's the head lady in charge. She was actually the track director for the Morehouse Relays, or the meet director for the Morehouse Relays as well. Very nice, very helpful.
Agreed. And those are the unsung heroes, man. those are the real unsung heroes. So you have to give them their props as well. So shout out to Miss Alice Jackson.
As we see in one of our screens over there, checking out Tuskegee, their tents. Of course, they have athletes participating this morning.
Yeah, that's one thing I used to like about track meets back in the day too, especially like high school. After you pitched that tent, especially if you didn't have a field event to participate in, you was like all track like me, man, I go lay under those tents for like the longest time ever. Get like the best naps.
There you go.
Get the best naps, and then after I get a nice little nap, I'll wake up, kind of, get the blood flowing a little bit. Maybe walk over to like the long jump pit or the high jump, cheer on some of my teammates, because I know they'll be doing the same once I would be in the process for my track events. So yeah, always enjoyed that.
So we have
looks like we got Andy Ferguson from Benedict coming up next on the straightaway.
Well, no, this is Tuskegee athlete that's on there now.
Yes, I'm looking at the wrong monitor. Looking at more of the replay monitor than the actual live action monitor. So the Tuskegee standout is Jaira Jones.
As you can see in the background of the two left shots, the student athletes are warming up for the high jump.
So it looks like we just finished another flight of jumps for the men's decathlon. So we should be back to the top because Jaira Jones was the final contestant for the long jump. As you're looking on the full screen right here on the broadcast, as we mentioned, these student athletes, they have already participated for the men in the 100-meter dash and for the women in the 100-meter hurdle. So that's what you're seeing right now as far as results in the bottom right-hand corner of your television screen or your iPad, your phone, wherever you're checking out the action for the 2023 Cricket SIAC Track and Field Championships here on the campus of Morehouse College in the ATL.
Yes, sir.
So Roy, Black College Sports Network was here not long ago for the Morehouse relays. When you kind of look at the overall assessment for them hosting that, how did that really prepare, really the crew and the staff for what they had to expect when coming to host the SIAC championships?
Oh man, it was a great experience for us to have. That event had loads of folks in it, a lot of colleges. Also, I believe there were at least 7 to 9 colleges, and then there were probably about 12 middle schools that came to compete as well, I believe. And just seeing how the meet flowed, knowing what was going on, because it had been a long time since I had been engaged in a track meet. So it was, seeing how that was done, it gave us the ability to know and kind of see where we're going to be set up. Of course, getting the finish line cam in place and having that available, and all those kind of good things. So it was a good situation for us to be out here. Of course, like I said, the unfortunate piece for us right now is the weather is a little different. While it was a tad bit windy for the Morehouse relays, it was bright and sunny. We didn't have any of the inclement weather coming in, except actually the overnight. But this is such a beautiful facility and an immaculate track. There was no water on the track the next morning, and it was just nice.
Good deal. Good deal. As you mentioned, right now we are still in the long jump portion of the men's decathlon. So we have athletes from Morehouse, Benedict, Albany State, Fort Valley State, Savannah State, Lane, and Tuskegee participating in this showcase. And you just saw an Albany State jumper complete his next task. That was Micah Forsythe. Coming up next, it will be Chase Cohee taking off. Sticks the landing. Chase Cohee representing Benedict College. Following Cohee would be Dominic Bailey from Savannah State. And this session of the long jump is actually the final session. It'll be the final jumps. And just like any long jump competition, even though this is the decathlon, they do take the best jumps. And then you will have the point system coming in after that. So here's Larry Turner, Fort Valley State, taking off and sticks the landing right there, and it's good.
And Mo, one of the things too that we can get folks to be ready for is that we will actually also be hosting or broadcasting the SIAC baseball, softball, and baseball championships, which will start next Tuesday down at Albany State. So we're definitely looking forward to that as well.
Yes, sir. We'll be doing a lot of traveling.
Yep.
A lot of traveling, but it's definitely all worth it. We want to bring you the best in-depth action within this great HBCU conference of the SIAC. You did a site survey not long ago down there.
Yep, sure did.
How's it looking as far as preparation?
Oh, it looks great, man. It's a great facilities. It's going to be a lot of good stuff. I think we're going to have a really enjoyable time. Looking forward to it. Coach Skinner's got some things they're helping us out with, so that works out well. So yeah, we're definitely looking forward to get to do something I didn't think I'd be doing anytime soon. Spending a week down in Albany, Georgia.
It'll be all worthwhile. Those student athletes will definitely appreciate it, and then their fans and parents will also appreciate the work that is being done to broadcast and showcase them doing great things on the playing field if they cannot make it out over there.
Who doubt?
Make sure you keep it locked to the SIAC.com along with my BCSN on Twitter for all the updates.
Number one. My BCSN number one. Yep, that's it. Because I think they were saying that we're probably down. This may have been the last athlete. I think we were down to the last three at that point a couple of minutes ago. So
yeah, since I'm looking at my sheet, unless they made some kind of different change, that would have been Andy Ferguson from Benedict, who just took that final jump and he just cleared. Now, before that, Jalen Johnson from Lane, his previous jump was a fault. That's why you saw the red flag come out.
There's another athlete on the track.
Looks like it's LaShawn Williams from Fort Valley State. Here's Williams taking off. It's a good height and distance. Official says the jump is good.
Yeah, it looks like they are getting ready to close it out, but it looks
like Jaira Jones from Tuskegee will wrap things up shortly. And as we mentioned, this is literally the last flights of the long jump, which is the second event in the men's decathlon. And even though these young men are doing a lot of events, they do have break times between all of their events. Great jump right there.
Yeah, it really was.
Looks like we'll be wrapping up things with the men's long jump. We'll get those final stats to you guys momentarily.
Another really nice jump just then.
That'll wrap things up for the long jump in the decathlon. So, how about we go ahead and just take a break, and then we'll return as they prep for the high jump at the 2023 SIAC Cricket Outdoor Track and Field Championships on the campus of Morehouse College. We'll be right back.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just the touch of a button. Because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app. As we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. with me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like one of our favorite customers, Michelle.
I started my own app company, and with Cricket, I'm able to answer calls from my engineers and investors and know my signal's going to be great. If I had to describe Cricket in 2 words, they would be reliable and affordable.
5G Boss Mode activate. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show. From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
With Academy Sports and Outdoors, you can take outdoor fun to a whole new level with just a touch of a button, because there's so much to discover on the Academy app. Create your dream outdoor living space that gets the whole family out there spending time together. Master new recipes with just the right amount of heat and the perfect spice or seasoning. And give the kids even more ways to play. Great times are waiting. Download the Academy Sports and Outdoors app today.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
I did want to talk a little bit about bowls, and people have asked questions about the Celebration Bowl in terms of the payout. What does that look like? Just to give you updates there, you're talking about $1.2 million payout in terms of the bowls that go to the conference. A percentage of that goes to the institution, depending on the split, 75-25 for the SWAC, 70-30 in terms of the MEAC, or that was the last percentage breakdown in terms of what that looks like. But I want to do a little comparison so you get a chance of what does that look like. Obviously, you have the major bowls, and you've seen what they do as they off the chart in terms of the New Year's Six, $14 million, significant type of money. But you see how long they've been in the business for the Rose Bowl, going back 100 years in terms of what they do there and how they're tied into the CFP and how they have really engulfed all the money. But if you look at some of the other bowls out there, there was an article that talked about the Quick Lane Bowl, really focusing on New Mexico State, which it was encouraging fans to purchase tickets. And it wasn't so much about purchasing a ticket. Obviously, you want to support your team. But a lot of it would maybe be at the distance that a lot of fans wouldn't necessarily travel for a 6-6 Aggies team that was playing a 6-6 Bowling Green Falcons team, if you would, coming out of the MAC all the way in Detroit. So they were asking fans to support the team that did make a bowl and purchase tickets so they could donate them to Detroit area youth. That's a great thing for the youth to get a chance to get out and see some college football. But I wanted to get into some of the money. When you talk about this particular matchup, when you see what was going on here, three things to know about the Bowling Green as they entering into at that time the Quick Lane Bowl, which was this past week, if you would, a week ago, I should say. The university closed travel, cost them $400,000 travel to Detroit. When you talk about the Celebration Bowl, one thing is unique. You heard last year they got the deal with Delta, actually flew the teams in there to Atlanta, and that was at no cost to the teams. So you didn't have to worry about that type of cost where you see it doing $400K for Detroit. And so some interesting things there when you think about it. But this is really it was interesting when I seen this, when you talk about these payouts. Because a lot of folks talk about $1 million, $2, $3 million payouts for these bowls. One thing people don't realize, a lot of times these bowls, a bigger number in there, but they'll charge you, as you see, for your travel, your hotel stay, food and things of that nature while you in there. They'll also charge you for the band in terms of the band and who you bring in there. They'll charge you a ticket price for the band members in the stand. And so the payout for the Quick Lane Bowl was $150K. Yeah, let me say that again. The payout for that bowl game was $150K, and which is why you see the fact that they were encouraging their fans to buy tickets, because this is where it can get a little benefit to the team. New Mexico State athletic director was quoted saying that the university will retain 100% of the revenue from the first 2,000 tickets it sells, 50% of the next 2,000 tickets, which by New Mexico wants its fan base to purchase all of these tickets, because if they did, they could recoup $420K in terms of what that means. So just to give you some indications of what's out there and why you really need to look at the contracts, or at least get some more information of some generalities of these various bowl games to get an understanding of what that looks like. So just on the surface, I'll go to you, Charles. What are your thoughts in terms of what that looks like when you see, especially some of these small bowls, in terms of what they bring to the table when you compare? Because a lot of folks will instantly go to the larger bowl games and say, hey, they're paying out this. And just so one of the things we always like to talk about only is the business side. So you see some of the numbers that go out there and get an understanding what that looks like. What are your thoughts?
Tremendously enlightening to really find out some of the ancillary costs. I think that those are things that you almost oftentimes take for granted, Dr. Gill, that you know, those the charging for the band, the things of that nature. So you never sort of calculate those into what goes into the bigger picture. But it's fascinating to see the numbers finally, you know, out there for all of us to really grasp and understand, you know, what a jewel that you have within the Celebration Bowl, I think.
Yeah, and you see the numbers continue to move up, which always helps both in terms of attendance and the ratings, which is more powerful. So when you sit back in the table, it gives you a chance to continue to push for bigger payouts. Mike, what are your thoughts in terms of just getting a different framework of the bowl landscape, how varied it can be at times?
Yeah, you often wonder, you look at all of the activities that take place, and then you look at, who's transporting the group here, who's transporting the group here, who's paying for this dinner, who's providing gift baskets for the team. Those are all costs that are buried underneath the umbrella of the bowl cost. So, and you take that into consideration, and then you wonder, does the bowl game have the sustainability of growth and volume over the course of 3 to 5 years to kind of, eat a lot of those ancillary costs down, such as transportation costs, hotel costs, dining costs, their awards costs, or whatever. I think in some bowls, some of the bigger bowls, I think some of the players get gifts or whatever. You wonder where that's covered, what pot that's covered in. So you get all those little, I guess, trinkets into that big basket of bowl costs. And then it gives you a different insight on, is this a viable bowl game? And like CB said, all that in consideration, it gives you more of an appreciation for not only the performance of the Celebration Bowl, but the growth that you've seen over the last 5-6 years.
Doc, you mentioned Lincoln and the streak they've been on. They're the winners of 8 consecutive games. So they have not lost in this calendar year. There's only one team that has a consecutive
was a streak and it was 8, but I didn't realize they hadn't lost this calendar year. That's a nice touch.
Yeah, but there's one team out there who has a streak slightly longer than theirs.
I know. Oh, longer?
Yes, right now on the D2 level. On the D2 level. HBCU D2. Let me specify. HBCU D2 women. There's one team that has a longer streak.
Oh, well, that's easy to. Yeah, I mean.
Nope, Tuskegee's only at 6 in a row. Tuskegee's only at 6 in a row. It's our forgotten HBCU on the D2 level. West Virginia State. They're the winners of 9 consecutive women.
Nice. Good
okay.
Yeah. I see you, Drew.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
keep that computer churning. I like what you're spitting.
Great observation there, Drew, about the records in Division II. I want to do a breakdown of looking at people's non-conference later, because that's fascinating when you juxtapose it against Division I, which we know that's a different story, but still, I think it is interesting to look at.
Brian, 11 of the 29 women HBCU programs on January 22nd have double-digit wins.
Nice.
It's over 1/3 have double-digit wins. No one is winless.
Nice. And I still say 20 wins is a mark. I think 20 wins is still an actionable mark that you look at and say, that's
I love that 20. I love that 20-win mark. It's still significant, particularly at the Division II level, NIA level. You get to 20. Sometimes at them, they get a chance to get to 25. Really looking good. Right. But at the Division I level, if you can get to 20 wins, you're really doing something. Sometimes that demarcation may need to be closer to 17, 18. But it's something beautiful about that round number when you can put that 20-win mark on that. So I love that you brought that up. Yeah, I love that you brought that up.
And take it one step further, everybody. 15 of the 29 are at 9 wins or better. So over half of our women's programs are at 9 wins or better with 5 weeks remaining in the basketball season.
What happened? And welcome back to the city of Atlanta. We're on the campus of Morehouse College at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility for the 2023 Cricket SIAC Track and Field Championships. I'm Mo Carter. Roy Evans from Black College Sports Network will join me momentarily. So we've seen a pair of men's events taking place in the decathlon. We've seen the 100-meter dash and the long jump. Now we're going to see the second event of the women's heptathlon. That's going to be the high jump. And prior to the high jump officially starting off, we will be able to get you the updated scores. We'll be able to get you the updated scores once they are finalized for the decathlon long jump. And it should be coming up momentarily, everyone. But on another note, we do want to thank you for joining us here for the 2023 SIAC Cricket Track and Field Championships. It's the outdoor version. It's day one of a 3-day event here in the city of Atlanta. The weather has been not great, but we've been holding off quite well. Just a little windy and a little misty, but with the forecast coming up, we'll be A-okay, and does not look like we're going to have any sort of cancellations coming up anytime soon. We want to thank the front office staff at the SIAC for partnering up with the Black College Sports Network. Not only do we have the Outdoor Track and Field Championships here in Atlanta, we will also partner with them for the broadcast of the 2023 Softball and Baseball Championships, which will take place at Albany State on next week. And you can see all the action on the Black College Sports Network's YouTube pages, which is my JBN1, and also the SIAC's YouTube page. And for all the information about the conference, just head over to the SIAC.org for all the action. Same thing on Twitter. And then on Twitter for Black College Sports Network, my BCSN, the #1 for all the latest and greatest. So we're just getting ready to get started with the women's heptathlon high jump. The field will consist of a number of young ladies. All right, so as you take a look on the screen, they're giving the final instructions to these young ladies who will be participating on the high jump. So let's see. And also about, I don't know, 200 feet away from them, the men's shot put will also be taking place. And thanks to our wonderful technology, you will be able to see it in a split screen in a few minutes. We're just waiting officially for things to get started. Also in the midst of that, you also will be able to see some of the scoring we've been able to have for both the decathlon and heptathlon.
Championships live from Edwin C. Moses Track and Field.
Of course, we are live from the 2023 Cricket SIAC Track and Field Championships on the campus of Morehouse College at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. Still getting some practice jumps in. And now we are rolling with both of the shot put that you see in the top right-hand corner of your screen and the women's long jump. Excuse me, women's high jump. Long jump will actually take place on tomorrow in the heptathlon for the women. So you see you got 4 boxes. Top left, bottom left are the high jump for the women and the shot put for the men taking place. So we'll be giving you updates on both. As we roll into the broadcast here at the 2023 Cricket SIAC Track and Field Championships, got some big news happening in the world of television. Even though it's non-HBCU related, you know, at some point in time, you were a Jerry Springer fan watching it with your mom or your grandma back in the day. And most recently, he used his law degree to become a judge. Well, unfortunately, Jerry Springer passing away today at the age of 79 years old. I'm sure a lot of people who just, you know, watch the show, whether you are a fan or you were not, you watched because it was somewhat entertaining. Well, he has passed away at the age of 79. I'm going to go ahead and keep his family and loved ones in your thoughts and in your prayers. And also, another individual passed away earlier this week. Harry Belafonte passed away earlier this week. I mean, clearly he's an older generation actor and entertainer, but ask your mama, ask your daddy, ask your grandma, ask your grandpa, they know about Harry Belafonte. They know about him easily. He passed away at the age of 96. He was in pretty good health and apparently wasn't anything shocking, but God just called for him to come on up to heaven. So as we continue our coverage here at the SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships, which was brought to you by Cricket. We're on the campus of Morehouse College, Edwin C. Moses track facility. In the ATL, weather has held up. And on that jump right there, unsuccessful. waiting to do the final tally of the men's long jump. Going into the long jump, John Denal from Morehouse College was in first place with 795 points, but that was based off of his first place victory in the 100 meter for the men's decathlon. He was followed by Solomon Mitchell of Savannah State with 780 points. Dominic Bailey, also from Savannah State, with 746 points. Michael Forsythe from Albany State was in fourth with 719. Larry Turner from Fort Valley with 703, and Nasham Williams from Fort Valley State with 687. Those were your top 6 going into the men's long jump competition. They have now completed the long jump. We're just waiting for those final tally of scores to keep you updated, and we'll keep you posted not only right here, but also you'll see it on your full screen coming up. As you continue to look on, we have those same men who were participating in the long jump and earlier in the 100-meter dash for the decathlon are now participating in the shot put. Most recently on the shot put side, you had Chase Cohee coming through with a pretty good throw. Up next should be Larry Turner from Fort Valley State. And they're in the top right-hand corner of your video screen. We appreciate everyone tuning in, no matter if you're watching on the television, on your app, on your iPad, whatever it is. We do appreciate you tuning in to not only check out all the action, but also to support these wonderful student athletes who represent the participating schools in the SIAC. As we mentioned, Larry Turner was on the last throw. Coming up next will be Dominic Bailey from Savannah State. The shot put's a very interesting event because you got to use your legs, you got to use your arms, but at the same time, you don't want to overuse one or the other, because you can throw your arm out, you can throw your back out, and you can also cause some damage to other places. So it's all about having the correct 1, 2, 3 positioning. Now over at the shot put, it'll be Andy Ferguson from Benedict. As we mentioned earlier, broadcast team is represented by members of the Black College Sports Network and production squad as well. We want to thank the wonderful folks at the SIAC for partnering with us to bring you this year's Cricket SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships. Got a lot of great things going on when it comes to partnering between the two, including this event. And then next week, we got the softball and baseball championships going down in the southern port of Georgia. Cannot wait to bring that to you. But first things first, we got day 1 action here in the ATL with the Outdoor Track and Field Championships. So as I mentioned, right now you have the men's decathlon shot put event going on. That's in the top right-hand corner of your screen. On the bottom left and top left, you have the women's heptathlon high jump competition going on. And there's another clearing of the bar. So earlier in our broadcast, we did tell you that there was a contingency plan for some of the track events to be ran a tad bit earlier with the potential of inclement weather coming on. We received word not long ago that that contingency plan will now be put to the side, and the original time for the running events will remain in place. Those running events will start locally here at 5 p.m. with the 400-meter hurdles for the men. There'll be a prelim with the men, and then right behind it will be the 400-meter hurdles for the women, which will also be a prelim. Actually, we'll have nothing but prelims on the track this evening, with the exception of the men's and women's 10,000-meter run, tentatively scheduled for 7:15 and 8 p.m. respectively. If we have any other changes on those times, we will let you know later on here on the broadcast. Another easy clearing of the hurdles. So they've cleared the first flight for the men's shot put. Women's long jump still within their first flight. So as we continue to see the action go and flow, we're going to go ahead and take a break, but we will return with more of the action here at the 2023 Cricket Track and Field Outdoor Championships here in Atlanta. We'll be right back.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
still burning? I can hear it. Oh my God. This thing came over here. Watch. Trying to learn. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our men's shot point. Men's high jump will proceed at 11:47.
I didn't understand that thing is underneath. I'm thinking that's what it was. But it's actually
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. And hello, everyone. Welcome back to the 2023 Cricket SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships here on the campus of Morehouse College at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. I'm Mo Carter, and also the boss man, Roy Evans, is running around here making sure everything is A-OK with the broadcast. We're just kind of giving you a update of what's going on right now. The men in the decathlon, they have completed the shot put, and they will be heading back over to the track to start competing in the long jump. Well, excuse me, the high jump. They've already completed the long jump. So they will start their venture over to the high jump coming up in a matter of minutes. In the meantime, the women, they are in the middle of the heptathlon's high jump competition. We've got a few young ladies still who will compete shortly. So after that, they'll get about a 30-minute break between the end of the high jump, and then the young ladies will head over to the shot put area, while the men will move over from the shot put over to the high jump. So they'll basically just flip-flop locations in between that. Right now, our time locally is 12:13 p.m. We're looking to get those events started within the next 20 to 30 minutes. But what we're going to continue to do is give you the live feed right here on the SIAC Sports YouTube page, along with the BCSN, Black College Sports Network's YouTube page, in which we will have the live streams going. We will continue to keep you updated on the day-to-day stuff. And the sky is starting to clear up, which is good, because that means that the track events that were tentatively pushed up due to the potential of rain will now go on as stated in the article that was shared with us from the SIAC front office, which will be later on this afternoon, somewhere around the 5 p.m. mark. So once again, let's give you an update on what's going on in the men's decathlon. The men have now completed 3 events. They've done the 100-meter dash, the long jump, the shot put. They'll be heading over to the high jump shortly. For the women, they're in the middle of the high jump. They've already completed the 100-meter hurdles, and they're in the middle of the high jump. They'll take about a 30-minute break and then head over to the shot put before they wrap up the day with the 200-meter dash. As I mentioned, the men will do the high jump, and then they'll have the 400-meter dash, and that'll kind of wrap things up for their day. And after that, we'll jump into some field events for the regular athletes, with the shot put for the women and the long jump for the women kicking things off. And then our track events will start later on in the afternoon. So keep it locked right here on the SIAC Sports YouTube page, along with Black College Sports Network. We agreed to a wonderful partnership in which we'll be bringing you great coverage of championship action here in the SIAC on the NCAA Division II level. So keep it locked. We'll keep the video streams going, and then we'll check back in with you a little later on. Continue to enjoy your day and enjoy the excitement that is the Outdoor Track and Field Championships here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Your attention, please. We have now concluded the women's high jump. The men's high jump participants can check in at the 2 tents on the south end of the stadium. On the street are the 2 tents to check in on the south end of the stadium. Thank you. In case you're wondering where the south end of the stadium is, it's opposite to where the field event will be held. Your attention, please. This is your first call for the men's high jump and the women's shot put. First call for men's high jump and women's shot put. 15 minutes.
It's representing sweat. Is it grounded? You know.
Your attention, please. This is the last call. 5 minutes to the men's high jump and the women's shot put. Ladies and gentlemen, our men's high jump participants this afternoon, representing Allen University, D'Angelo Bright from Allen University, Edmund Whitaker from Allen University, Preston Connor from Kentucky State, Ipioluwa Shayoye from Morehouse, Alex Smith from Albany State, Micah Forsythe from Edward Waters, Tito Beto from Spring Hill, Chance Beard. From Lane College, Keith Johnson. From Kentucky State, Nigel Cochran. Representing Kentucky State, Calvin Shannon. From Central State is Dave Clerge. From Fort Valley State, Tyler Pendergrass. From Tuskegee is Sean Goodwin. From Benedict, Jeremiah Hall Jones. From Albany State is Javon Hutchinson. Representing Central State, Mitch John Batiste. From Savannah State, Dominique Bailey. From Lane College, Christian Akins. From Spring Hill, John Abadi. From Benedict, Ross Delancey. From Savannah State, Deshaun Logan. And from Savannah State, Aiden Holloman. And representing Tuskegee, Zundia Washington.
I'm about to funk out. We've been there here at what? Down here about 7?
Early this morning.
Yeah.
I think Dylan's still got to do something else.
I know, I'm trying to hold out, but I'm about to funk out. Well, I've been in so many damn tracks, I can't. Y'all know what, how y'all see? Shit, I'm just sit in my rocking chair, shit. My goddamn back hurt. Shit. This rain make me want to stay home. It's starting to get on my nerves.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can get worse and worse.
Oh, this put me on a movie swing. Shit. I'm having an out-of-body experience.
Not out of body.
Yeah.
Everything get wet.
Yeah, dry that shit off.
Right.
Floating along real good at Shirley. Damn devil. State though. The rain out there.
Right. Ooh, Lord.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello, how you doing? This is Roy Evans. As you can see, the rain has picked up here in Atlanta, so what we are going to do is going to step away and go back to some of our pre-recorded content, give it a little bit to see if they'll be able to finish these two events and then get into the running events. They have actually cleared the tracks at this point, but we will keep the feed going. Once they finish the 200 and the 400, we will then cut the feed to return in a couple of hours. We'll give you all the details once they are able to get this point going. But we will be stepping away now, so please check back. You can leave your feeds up. The feed will stay live, and we will be back. Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier, John, you're the executive director of the Celebration Bowl. Just curious, how does one become an executive director of the bowl? I mean, what are the qualifications?
That's a good question because I still don't know the answer to that. It wasn't really something that I was pursuing. I was chief executive for 100 Black Women of Atlanta, and we actually ran a game, the Atlanta Football Classic, that featured Florida A&M and Tennessee State.
Okay.
And when ESPN was looking to launch the bowl game in Atlanta, they reached out to me through the commissioner at that time to have a meeting with them. Okay. And so the conversation sort of led to an offer to join ESPN. And I initially was a little hesitant, but just simply because I was enjoying what I was doing. But I enjoy building things, and I saw this really as a great opportunity to build something institutional for historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, okay. And to work at putting us in a space where we aren't as it relates to being with the other bowl games. And although the Celebration Bowl was sort of a legacy of the Heritage Bowl, which was a legacy of the Pelican Bowl, that it was our desire to make sure we were able to institutionalize this in a way that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, that this game would be very, very viable and would
officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
Charmin Ultra Soft has so much cushiony softness, it's hard for your family to remember they can use less.
Sweet pillows of softness.
This is soft.
Holy Charmin. Oh, excuse me. Roll it back, everybody.
Sorry.
Charmin Ultra Soft is so cushiony soft, you'll want more, but it's so absorbent, you can use less, so it's always worth it.
Now, what did we learn about using less?
You gotta roll it back, everybody.
We all go, why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Hello. Welcome to a live episode of the ONG Strike Zone. You thought you was gonna make it, didn't you? Tell the truth. You were like trying to get there.
I was trying to make it, dog. I got to keep Kobe alive, baby.
Yeah, I'm just glad it wasn't like a stumble across the screen or anything like that. You know, we would have had to go to commercial and come back and be like, "Uh-oh, I done lost Kelvin. We got to come back and do the intro again." How you doing tonight? I'm Brian Fulver. That's Kelvin Rozier. Soon to be joining us is Marcus Green. He'll be joining us. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, Brian. I'm glad to be here, man. We got a loaded show. We got a lot going on, actually, as we wind down the spring season, the spring semester. We got to celebrate some champion. We got a champion regular season and tournament. So we we're gonna honor them. And then we got we got a very VIP guest. Yeah. We got a lot of family here today. So I'm excited about the show, man. Ready to get it.
Yeah, man. We are definitely celebrating champions today. Here's the guest lineup for tonight's show. Coming up very shortly, Majesty Hemingway will be joining us. Kofi's daughter, Kofi's oldest, will be coming in and joining us, telling us about some things that are going on in the community where Kofi served as Coach K, and just checking in on her, getting a chance for us to kind of just catch up on her and her sister and mom, and just kind of find out how the family's doing. So we're definitely going to be celebrating. And then, of course, it's only fitting, Kofi being a tennis coach, that we celebrate our women's tennis championship with a triumvirate of Coach Nikki, our SWAC Player of the Year, and Sarah Rakim, and then the SWAC Tournament MVP, Reagan Harris, will be joining us all live in the second half of the first hour. And then in hour number 2, one of our biggest supporters, and just one of FAMU's biggest supporter, Kenya Sykes, will be joining us. And so, I don't even think it's, some people might say super fan. I think she's more than a super fan, a super booster, a super rattler. Maybe we just call her a super rattler. Definitely family, friend of the ONG. She's a made person. And so it's good to be good to have her on and kind of talk to her. And so we're really looking forward Looking forward to that. Checking in very early to let people know, see who's in the chat room already. First up, J Mac, first one in the chats. With a big shout out. Good evening, Rattlers. Good to see you. Of course, that's the loyalty right there, folks. Kenya's on the chats as well, already waiting. She's gonna be in a little bit later in the second half. First Facebook post of the day, as always, come from my man Chuck Hunt, checking in from Monroe, Louisiana. Love Chuck Hunt again. Chuck Hunt in these HBCU spaces, man. I just love the fact that he is everywhere, very supportive of just HBCU content, especially not only the stuff we do here on the Black College Sports Network, but on other shows where we've seen him as well. Of course, always big shout out to Mary 305 jumping in there, Tamara T jumping in there. Dr. Lori checks in, moderating the chats just in case it gets foolish a little bit later. And so on and so forth. Got to say hello. Shako checking in. Let's see who's in there. Meredith checking in. Let me see. Give a few more shout outs. Montre Bennett checking in early.
Bull.
Yeah, Bull's in there. Let me see. There's
Bull.
Melissa. Let me see.
Bull and Marcus.
Yep, there's Bull. There's Bull. I see Bull's in there early. My man Keith Hadley, Things Up Podcast. Appreciate you coming in, stepping in early. Many more. I see a good friend Marcus jumping in there. You guys go ahead and hit those thumbs up button and hit the likes up wherever you're watching, wherever you're streaming us. On Facebook, YouTube. Please share the show with your friends, your neighbors, your fellow rattlers, so on and so forth. Before we get into talking, I know Majesty will be joining us here pretty soon, and we're going to talk about swag. I want to start the show, Kelvin, if you don't mind. I got to start talking with the some of the results from the FAMU Day of Giving, the 1887 strikes over. I think it was last weekend. We ended the show kind of promoting it, and it was last Friday and Saturday. But in total, FAMU raised $600,000 in total from all of the various campaigns. You can see the number of donors there. Just a little over 1,900 donors. They had a goal set up for $500,000. Raised 625,000 of that. And so that's very big on a huge scale. For us, we tried to do our part here. Very thankful to we were ambassadors, sending all of our funds to the athletic department, and people could send. You can send to everywhere. You can send it to university, schools and colleges, teams. Whoever you wanted to send your funds to, you could. We decided to just make athletics in general. So, appreciate, besides, us here on the show, got to thank those people there who donated with us to help us reach our mini goal was $500. So we hit that mark. Even got a shout out from the VP. So, Kelvin, I'm telling you, we're doing things right, man. That's right up there next to Chad Ochocinco. We get some love from and I told you, man, we accepted the challenge when AD Sykes put it out there to be an ambassador. We accepted the challenge, and very cool. So very appreciative to everybody who joined in.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. What's your takeaway from that mini fundraising campaign that FAMU kind of puts together? A lot of universities were doing that last weekend.
Well, I like it, man. I always say closed mouths don't get fed. We need to ask, and we need to have something behind the ask. But thus far, we can see that specifically with athletics being our passion, that we know the needs because we have the students and the student athletes on here all the time. We also know that with the leadership we have, that it's going to we've seen the awards for the student athlete appreciation that happened earlier, and then we got the FANG awards coming up, I believe. Maybe this weekend, right?
Is it
I believe
weekend?
it's coming up. where we honor all the student athletes and so forth. So we know that we're always talking about do more with more. So we got to do our part, and we're going to continue to do our part, and we want to do it on a larger level. So y'all continue to watch us, continue to support us, and we're going to continue to do things. I even, as a matter of fact, Brian, I just share. I even committed my family to stepping them back up. I've done 1,000 strikes and all that other stuff, and I've always tried to be a supporter. But I'm stepping up this year with my investing in champion. So yeah, I'm in. I'm in.
I would say I know a lot of people give already monthly.
Yeah.
You already have the direct deposits or whatever that come out. Or maybe you were a booster club member or a member of another organization. And I think that's why when I set it up, I tried to set it up to say, if everybody could give a small amount, I know you may already give, but I don't want to scoff and say what's $20, because this day and age, right now, the $20 is, I mean, it doesn't go as far as it used to, especially with gas and milk and eggs and bread and all the other stuff. It is something, so I don't want to minimize it, but I think in the bigger picture, we also can be wasteful. I know sure as heck I can be wasteful with $20. I mean, I can somehow find myself spending $20 on a meal that used to cost half of that, and I'm like, damn, did I really just spend $20? Or I'm sorry, it'd be like $18.50. I mean, it's just like $20. So if I got to go without an extra meal at the to-go place that I may visit, or some expensive wings or whatever, I can do that for one day. And that's where I was trying to see, hey, how many people can we get pulling in $20 or $18.87 or whatever, just any small amount, because those small amounts add up. And
Yep.
that's where we sometimes we have to go. Just think, if the numbers of us, alums, fans, if we all think, just not necessarily the big amounts, but if we're all able to give the small amounts at one time, bam, it would be significant. So no matter what you gave, $20, $25, every amount helps and goes to. What we don't want to do is not do anything. And that's the challenge. That's the challenge. And like I said, I know people are like, oh, I'm already giving. I get it. But we got to keep it. We got to keep the wheels flowing. I mean, because there's a lot out there, and I don't know.
Hey, to that point, real quick, Brian.
Yeah.
People give to relationships, and so as we continue to develop relationships with each other and the greater Rally Nation at large, there are some folks who give on a routine basis to every call that come around. I know Vaughn talked about it. I know a lot of times I fall into that category, but just getting in the habit of giving ways when can be able to give or who can give bigger. So just establishing a relationship at this point, man, I think is wonderful. And I got to thank you, recognition when I give. I love the fact that when you give, you get the emails, saying, that, hey, we received your giving and so forth. So, and you actually get reminder ask later, so we're starting to do some things internally that foster that relationship also.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I wish, as a younger graduate, older heads, and I don't know if we were even in that mindset, but just I would say to a young graduate, I would talk to them about the smaller amounts early. Because you feel like when you come out of school, whether you are sort of in your feelings about anything, whether it be financial aid, parking tickets, whatever else, you just try to get, you like, I'm done with FAMU for right now. You get, a lot of us were kind of in our feelings when we first left out of FAM, but still, once you understand the importance and where your university is, you want to get them in the mindset of, hey man, even if it's $10, something small, You know, something that you're not gonna miss. $10 you'll burn doing something dumb. So give it to some place somewhere where it'll be turned around and invested. Are you let me get off of that. Are you ready? You ready for our first guest? You ready for our first
Absolutely.
guest? All right.
Let's bring on.
All right. With that said, let me make sure I get all this right. Ladies and gentlemen, now coming to the stage, now coming to the show, Miss Majesty Hemingway joining us. If I get it all right. And there she is. How you doing, Majesty? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay.
All right. Well, hey, it's a pleasure to have you on the ONG Strike Zone. It's a pleasure to meet you. I mean, I mean, I will keep it 100. I mean, other than seeing the pictures and hearing so much about you, it's the first time getting a chance to meet you and say hello. So, and Rattler Nation, at least our fans and fans of this show that your dad helped cultivate, are probably meeting you for the first time. So let's just start. First off, how are you? Let's start with a simple question. How are you doing?
Deep down, I'm not gonna lie, like I've been sad, some days I'm fine, I'm laughing with my friends and family. And then some days I just think about my dad randomly or at a random moment of time and just start crying, just being real. Because me and my dad were super, super close. We talked every day about my day, how it went, and I would talk about his day. We did a lot of things together, so it's tough. It's tough, but I know that my dad had a strong relationship with God, and he talked to me about death, and he said that he was never afraid to die because he knew that to be absent in the body was to be present with God. So he had a lot of faith. So
Powerful, yeah. Kelvin, jump in there.
Yeah, so I want to talk about just where you are right now in terms of I know you're doing the school things. I know you back working with Vaughn with HBCU game day. Just kind of fill us in on what you're doing and how are things going with that part of your education and your internship and where you're trying to go.
Yes. So currently my sister is the one at Florida A&M University. I am at the University of North Florida in Jacksonville with the Ospreys. I'm currently majoring in psychology in hopes of becoming a counselor one day. I want to work with kids. I've been working with kids for 6 years now, in daycares from infant age to middle school age kids and summer camps. So I think my goal is to be a counselor and help people with trauma. I think that's my goal. I have a heart for people and having conversation. My second job that I really have been doing and wanted to pursue is modeling. So I'll be in Orlando this weekend for an audition for Miami Swim Week, and it's a big runway shoot for just summer wear and bikini wear. But I'm a part of 2 modeling agencies, and I'm just trying to be on a roller coaster that only goes high, literally. So that's me. So I see myself being a model, and I tell people yes, there's a bunch of pretty girls out there, but I want people to see my story and everything that I've accomplished, not from a pretty face, but what God has put me through and every trial and tribulation. So that's me. And then my sister, she's doing good things, so I'll talk about her too. She's doing great. I'll talk about her too. She's majoring in business in the SBI program. So she'll be leaving at the end of May for her internship with Estee Lauder in New York City. So she'll be there from June through August 15th. So
Awesome. Proud, very proud.
That's awesome. What kind of, your dad was, and I think if you didn't know, you saw it through the love of everyone over the last month or so. He was so much a part of FAMU, or FAMU was so much a part of him.
Right.
I'm asking this because I sometimes, and I hate to do, I've had but my father is one of those people that when you go out, he talks to everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
That's my dad. And I just want to know from, I have a feeling that is maybe your experience, but what is it like when you're out with your dad at a function, a family event? Maybe give us just what's it like being his daughter, being next to him when you go out and when you're places. What's that like?
Ooh, it's not even just family campus. When we're out, he is very outspoken. He will talk to anybody, and sometimes I'm like, do you know this person? But he does not care. He's like, what up, bro? What's going on? You know, and I'm like, does he know him? He's like, no, I just want to ask about his day. You know, I just want to see if he was good, you know. He's like, how you doing? And my dad always say, you know, he doesn't like walking past somebody and not speaking. He likes honoring their presence. He's about talking and speaking. He doesn't like to be phony. He believes in having a good heart, you know, and getting to know people. Now, when we're at the FAMU games, that's like going to a gas station, speaking to random people times like 1,000. Like, he's just going. Next thing you know, I'm walking. He's on a golf cart with his friends. I'm like, where are you going? He's just like, I'm just going to go speak and say hey to everyone. And he'll go up and just have a big conversation. He'll be loud in the stands, cheering on the football players and introducing himself and hugging on everyone. Like, he's a talker, and that's where I get it from. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to follow up by saying, how much are you finding those characteristics of him now, you know, with you? And I got to imagine you're going into an industry where you definitely have to speak up for yourself, and you have to be willing to call things out that aren't right.
Yeah. He's definitely instilled in me, you know, having a good heart and also knowing like
I'm on my way, dog. You know what I'm saying? I can't believe it.
Your attention, please. With all heptathlon participants, please report to the tent at this time. All heptathlon 200-meter participants, please report to the tent at this time. Your attention, please. A correction to the last announcement. We need all heptathlon participants. Please report to the starting line at this time. All heptathlon participants, please report to the starting line at this time. Your participants today in the women's shot put have been Christina Nussreisdorf of Edward Waters. Of Central State, Sky Livingston. From Savannah State, Olivia Hill. From Edward Waters, Diana Lewis-Curse. From Fort Valley State, Queen Samaya Watson. From Clark Atlanta, Kwame Percy. From Edward Waters, Adele Sean Louise. From Allen University, LaRonda Johnson. From Tuskegee University, Anaya Bren. From Spring Hill, Zariel Jordan. From Allen University, Kaya Robinson. From Miles College, Tadaria Ashley. From Spring Hill, Iman Walker. From Miles College, Jai Gaines. From Allen University, Jermisha Moss. From Clark Atlanta, Shanique McGee. From Fort Valley State, Manaya Miller. And from Clark Atlanta, Kaya Barnett. Continuing, heat 2 of 2, Camille Evans from Lane College.
talking about for the 100. Yeah, but yeah, for the 200. Yeah, because you see how they got the numbers, the lanes broken down. Well, you know what? They probably have it that way, and I guess depending on the wind, whichever way you go, I guess depending on the wind, they might change. You know, that's the crazy thing, Tyler. Nobody want to go to Central. I said, shit, everybody live in the South. Shit, like, well, okay. The one who played football. There you go. I think they got him out. They got the blocks out. Oh, they're about to start. Damn it. There it is.
And hello and welcome back to the 2023 Cricket SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships. Right now we've got the 200 meter for the women's heptathlon. And coming down the final stretch in first place, it will be Shanique McGee from Clark, Atlanta, representing the ATL right here.
That was a beautifully ran race right there. The way she negotiated that curb coming out of the starting blocks and just knocking it straight through. And I love a runner who can pull away. You see how she just pulls away from the field and takes off. That is what you want out of a runner, especially in an event like this. You know, everybody's talented. They're talented at doing a lot of different things. But these sprinting events right here, this is just the bare bones. This is what it comes down. I'm faster than you.
Absolutely. So coming up in second place was Tylani Bailey from Albany State, and then Kalia Cleckley from Albany State. Cleckley was a medal award winner at the Morehouse Relays about a month or so ago. All right, so coming up next will be Heat 2 of 2 right here at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. It's Mo Carter, and it's my good friend, Mr. Sly. And if you're in the ATL and you follow Black College Sports Network with Morehouse, you've heard his voice many times over and over and over again. Sly, Glad to be on the broadcast with you this time on your home turf.
Hey, I'm glad to be here. I enjoy coming out to Morehouse, checking out some of these great racers, these great athletes out here, and the beautiful Edwin C. Moses track. I'm talking about this is one of the prime locations, man. If you're a kid growing up wanting to run track, you've always heard about coming here to Morehouse and running in the Morehouse relays, and now here at the SIAC championships, this is the place to be if you love some track.
Yes, sir. So let's get ready for Heat 2 of 2. In Lane 1, it'll be Adrian Daniels from Benedict. Lane 2, Tania Hall from Fort Valley State. Lane 3, Sonia Joseph of Edward Waters. Lane 4 will be Turnia Gibson from Fort Valley State. Lane 5, Mariana Coggins from Edward Waters. In Lane 6, Juliana Kern from Albany State, Jalen Rivers from Fort Valley State in Lane 7, and Malia White from Clark Atlanta in Lane 8. And they're off. They're coming around that first curve. And it looks like right now out in front is Sonia Joseph from Edward Waters.
And I love how Joseph made up the deficit on that curve. She came in there and just took the lead. And look at her pulling away. They're trying to make it a race at the end, but just look at her cruise control into the lead right there, Mo.
Yes, sir. So to be Sonia Joseph coming in with the first place time on that heat. She's followed by Jalen Rivers of Fort Valley State, who was a medal award winner last year in the heptathlon. And then right behind her was Malia White from Clark Atlanta University. As you take a look at what we got right there, replay-wise, let's kind of break down what it looks like coming down that final stretch, Sly.
See, coming down that stretch, she navigated that curve. You know, she was in the third lane, so with that stagger start, she's back in she's behind. And love the way she navigated that curve, kept the lead in the early going. And here's the thing: when you run that 200, you want to get off fast, you want to get off early, but you have to maintain. You know, you can't just rest on the fact that you got out quick. You got to maintain that lead. That's when that strength and that training comes into play.
Absolutely. Remember, it is an all-out sprint. You just have to run your race, as the old coach's cliche goes many times with that. So as we've been talking about, of course, we've had our few delays. We've had our little weather setbacks, but we are rolling here with the Cricket 2023 SIAC Men's and Women's Track and Field Championships here on the campus of Morehouse College, Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. As you take a look right now, we've got split screen, everyone. That's just a lovely technology we got through Black College Sports Network. So you're taking a look also at the high jump area. Behind the high jump area, we've still got some other individuals who will actually be throwing the regular shot put coming up. And eventually we're going to get to those running events later on, weather pending. So we still got a lot coming up, man. But in the meantime, the beginning of the day, it's been a little gloomy, but it's been fun so far.
Yeah, you know, everything can't be perfect. Everything can't be perfect, but these athletes, they understand that it's a little wet, it's a little slippery outside, and it's a little bit cold, a lot colder than track athletes would rather it. But a lot of these young people, they're getting under their team tents. They have their little heating pads and stuff, trying to keep the muscles warm, keep the muscles loose. You see them all throughout our downtime. They're out here running on the football field, just keeping those legs loose. You saw a couple of the high jumpers over there, taking your jumps, getting ready, just keeping those muscles loose. That's the most important thing that they need to do. Keep loose, stay ready all the time.
Absolutely. So let's give you a breakdown of the final results. It'll be Joseph from Edward Waters coming in with the first overall time, and then after that, McGee coming through with 27.82. And I'm going to wait for it to recycle real quick because this thing went real quick on us. All right, so Rivers from Fort Valley State coming in at third. White from Clark Atlanta coming in at fourth. Bailey from Albany State in fifth. And Cleckley coming in sixth place. And clearly it's the heptathlon, so no matter what place you come in, you're getting some sort of points. It's just a matter of how many points are you getting.
And this is the thing about being an athlete right now. You want to get points. You want to add on to your team score. You want to add on to your individual score. Get those points. You know, hey, everybody loves to come in first. Not going to lie. I love to be first. But sometimes if you come in second in every event, you're probably going to win.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And look, the perfect example of that slide. So I was doing the play-by-play for the SIAC Men and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships back in February at the Birmingham Crossplex. And Alabama State, a team that has been dominant, not only on the HBCU circuit, but really in regional and national standpoints as well. Well, you know, they had got knocked off the pedestal by Prairie View previously. So what does the coach do? He finds, especially for the women, he found a girl to be in every single event. Some of the events, they had 2 and 3 people. And then if you're placing, let's say you got a second place and you've got a 6th place, guess what? You're getting double the points.
Double the points, exactly.
And that's how Alabama State's women ran away with the indoor track and field championship. The men ended up winning as well, but it was a little bit closer. They had a nice late battle against Jackson State, but the women, man, they just took it to the forefront because they just had so many people participating over and over and over again. So points truly do matter no matter what the situation is.
It's a numbers game. It is a numbers game, and that's what it comes down to. You want to have the numbers. You want to have the biggest team out there. True enough. Now, everybody's not going to have Flojo and Gail Divas. They're not going to be. Everybody's not going to have that. But if you can get a couple of others in the crowd that are going to get you points, that's what makes you a winner.
Absolutely, man. I love me watching some Gail Divas back in the day, man, for sure. You know, not only her running the hurdles, and then she'll turn around and be like, look, I can do this on the 100 as well with them nice long nails at that.
Yep. And, you know, shout out, speaking of, you know, former Olympic athletes, shout out to Allison Felix. Allison Felix at the other USC, as I like to say, University of Southern Cal, they named the track complex after her.
I did hear about that. Yes, shout out to Allison Felix. Clearly, if you have been following her journey, she had some issues recently with her sponsors of all people.
Yes.
You know, considering the fact that Allison Felix by far is the most decorated track athlete, at least in our generation for sure. Exactly. I know it's always hard to kind of compare different eras, but in our generation, especially since her and I are like literally the same age, I've been following her since she's been in high school. I actually was at a track meet that she actually dominated in when I was a junior and she was a senior. It was at the Nokia Sugar Bowl track meet back in 2002, if I remember, or whatever. So you just see this girl, you hear about her, and then like, oh look, there it is. Man, they had some people out there too, man. They had her, Xavier Carter, Trendon Holiday, had a lot of good ones out there, man. Jeremy Warner was also out there as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeremy Warner was out there. But, yeah, shout out to Allison Felix for definitely doing that. And also kudos to USC for doing something right. Doing something right in that scenario, because now her legacy can live throughout, and that'll help with recruiting too.
It does. You know, but I like to say, to preface that, the other USCs, the real USCs.
Because we're on the East Coast.
The real USC is South Carolina. my alma mater. But here's the thing, though. I mean, you spoke earlier about some of the problems that she had with Nike, and her wanting to start a family. She got pregnant, and her and her husband wanted to start a family, and then you lose your sponsorship, and that's not right. That's not right.
No, it wasn't. She had to go to court over that too, man.
Yeah. And so, like you said, just kudos to USC for doing the right thing. You're most decorated track athlete ever. Name the field after.
Absolutely. And I mean, and just to put that in perspective for people who may not understand how big of the situation that was, just think about this. Think about if it was the late 80s and something happened with Michael Jordan and Phil Knight decided to drop him. And then Jordan was like, no, you can't do this. Look at all the money I've made for you or whatever. And then they had to go to court. That's the equivalent of how big the situation with Allison Felix and Nike was when it comes to her, wanting to start a family near the end of her, professional track career. But, even though it came to blows a little bit, glad to see that cooler heads eventually did prevail with that. So, all right, man. Let's see. What else do we have going on?
That is, while we're waiting, You know, I don't know if we talked about what is your favorite event during track. You mentioned that to the people?
I did mention it a little bit. Roy and I were talking about it earlier. So believe it or not, I did play college football, but I felt like I was a better track athlete than what I was actual football athlete. But unfortunately, the offers just went in other ways. But I was a two-time 400-meter champion district wise, and I also ran 100. I came out my senior year. I ran a 10-8 or something like 10-8 or whatever, and I was a runner-up. Now the guy I lost to, it's all good. By the name of Joe McKnight.
Yeah, I heard of him.
Yeah,
I heard of him. He's
speaking of USC on the West Coast. Yeah, the late Joe McKnight. So I actually, did run up against him or whatever. I mean, look, he was just so how some people are just built differently.
Yes,
he definitely was one of those guys. But yeah, I was a 400-meter guy, and that was by far that was the race that was given to me, an opportunity in my freshman year. I just built upon freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Man, those races that I definitely love were the 400 and then the 4x4 as well.
Yes.
4x4. Reason because it's at the end of most track meets, and the people you got running it, they about to give it their all, no matter if they've been chilling all day or they've been running all day. You're about to give it their all, and then 4x4 also can get you a lot of points and win you some track meets as well.
It's interesting. You talk about some of the famous people. I got to watch a lot of fast people run by me in South Carolina. Like yourself, I played football in college, and in high school, that's my last time ever being, on the track competitively. You can't even say competitively. I was just on the track. But the thing is, I got to see a lot of greats. It was some guy named Tim Montgomery. He was pretty decent. But here's the funny thing. He wasn't even the best person in the state when he was in high school. He went on to be Olympic gold medalist. But it was, what's Stevens' last name? Guy played running back for the Redskins for years. Went to Penn State. I cannot think of his name. He used to dust Tim Montgomery in the state championships in South Carolina. It was Stephen, Stephen. I am drawing a blank. He played running back from the Redskins, and I keep wanting to say Jackson, but Jackson played basketball. I cannot think of this guy's name, and it is killing me. It is killing me so bad.
Would it have been Stephen Pitts?
Not Pitts.
Okay.
Not Pitts. Oh, my goodness. He played running back for the Redskins. I think he went to Penn State. I'm not sure.
Do you remember when he played for the Redskins? Because Google is going to be my best friend in like 2 seconds.
I want to say in the late 90s to the early 2000s.
Okay. Let's do
Washington Redskin running back. I cannot think. I don't know why. I'm going to blame it on the age. I'm going to blame it on my age.
It wasn't Stephen Davis, was it?
Stephen Davis.
Okay.
Stephen Davis out of Rock Hill. And Stephen Davis was a running back, and he looked every bit like a running back in high school. He looked like a grown man in high school.
Yeah, went on to play at Auburn as well.
At Auburn. And he killed Montgomery. Montgomery went on to the Olympics. And he killed them. But everybody loves the sprints. But I don't know. They don't do it in college. But in high school, we used to do this thing called the big boy relays.
Hey, I remember those big boy relays in high school. Clearly I wasn't big enough to do it. But look, I had some friends who participated in that thing. I remember one of my good buddies, Jordan Turner. Guy well over 300 pounds. You wouldn't think he'd be able to move. They gave him that stick on that last, I'm going to say 75 meters. I'm not sure he ran the actual 100 meters. But, man, he would get to that finish line and be so happy. And, I think one of the times he actually won it, and, they gave him, a whole box of donuts or something at the end. It was some good stuff.
That's what we used to do at the end of every track meet. It was the big boy relays. It was nothing but the shot putters.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It was, nothing but the shot putters and discus throwers.
Get out there and run. That is my second favorite event in track. But I'm going to tell you my favorite event in every track meet. The race between who's trying not to come in last in the mile run. That is the greatest experience in any track meet. The two people trying not to come in last in the mile run. The greatest.
Oh, yes. That is a spectacle to see, and we see it all the time. Because you're thinking about the people who have probably been lapped once or twice. But here's the thing. They never give up.
Never quit. Never quit.
Never quit at all. But look, I found some stuff on Stephen Davis. At the 1991 South Carolina State meet, he set the state record in the 100-meter dash with 10.40 seconds. His record stood for 17 years until Marcus Rowland ran a 10.35 at the 2008 state meet.
That sounds about right. That was my freshman year in high school. Well, 92 was my freshman year in high school. That sounds about perfectly because I remember going to those track meets because one of my neighbors ran track. It's kind of like a big brother to me.
Okay.
And so I was a tag along. I followed him around wherever he went. And we would go to the state track meets and it was like, wow. This guy looks like a grown man out here running, and then fast forward in time, he goes to Auburn, becomes a great player at Auburn, makes it to the NFL. I'm like, yeah, I remember that guy ran track.
Seriously, man. Yeah. Seriously. And I mean, you talk about great spectacles. I mean, the city of Atlanta has a very long tradition of great track athletes. And let's not forget, it's not like 1996 didn't have some of the best track and field athletes we've probably ever seen. Mainly one guy named Michael Johnson.
Yes, Michael, the gold shoes.
Yes, the Michael Johnson with the gold shoes. I know that, most recently, a lot of people were tuned in to ESPN with the 30 for 30 when they had the U.S. women's national basketball team, which, everything led to what was going on. I really hope they can get around to doing a 30 for 30 for, like, the track athletes you had during that time with Michael Johnson, Maurice Green, Terrence Trammell. I mean, like, what the United States was at that point in time, track and field-wise, was just something unbelievable.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Track was so big during the mid 80s to probably about the late 90s. Those sprint events, they were just huge. They were huge. And then you start to see that Jamaican influence once Usain Bolt and then you look at on the lady side of track, once all those fast Jamaicans took over, it seems like then the Americanized track kind of went down a little bit.
It seemed to go down a little bit.
But it's too many great athletes, and we're seeing a bunch of them out here today. But I remember, track was the thing. It was when, and not only when the Olympics came around, because when the Olympics comes around, everybody's gonna hype back up. Everybody's going to get a little bit excited because the Olympics are here. But I remember just watching NBC, on a random Saturday during the summer.
Yep.
And you'll see these great races.
Yeah, you'll see the Golden Spikes. You'll see the IAAF, I think it is. Mm-hmm. And then you'll have you'll have always the big meets in Eugene, Oregon that they'll have the Prefontaine Classic. Yeah, man, I definitely used to be tuned in. That was really like my introduction to Lewis Johnson, on a lot of the calls.
Okay.
As well. I mean, I followed NBC for sports, especially in the 90s, because of the NBA on NBC, with all the various sports personalities they had on that, including one of my true all-time favorites, Ahmad Rashad.
Felicia's husband.
Yes. Yep. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say Ahmad Rashad made his marriage proposal on NBC to Felicia, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
I'm almost certain he did do that when the AFC used to be on the NBC. I will go back and double check, but I'm pretty sure his marriage proposal was on that as well. But like I said, that was a time where, we're just tuning in. I mean, and NBC still does a good job with promoting and showing a lot of track and field championships. But, now we're in the digital age, so they may not get a lot of track and field events like they used to. So, you might have to go to Peacock, or you may have to go to the NBC track and field channel.
And it's like you have to search for it now.
You do.
But back in the 90s, definitely the 80s, if it was Saturday during the summer, you could turn it on Saturday afternoon and you have some type of track event. And even, college, with the pin relays and stuff like that. Oh, man, those were good times.
Yeah, pin relays, Texas relays. Look, speaking of Texas, I got a good story for you. So my sophomore year of high school, 2002, thought our track team had pretty good track runners down in South Louisiana, and we had some guys who seemed to be going whatever. So our region was connected to New Orleans. So we're just all there running and whatnot, and then here comes J.S. Clark, Joseph S. Clark, a high school named after the former Southern University president. There was like these three guys that walked over. Two of them was twins, Ashton and Aaron Collins. And one of them came asked, like, who is such and such? And who is such and such? Was like, man, we going to smoke you. And it was like, wait, what? Like, bro, I just ran like a 10-5 or whatever. And it was like, man, don't even worry about it. Matter of fact, we're going to take the 100. We're going to take the 200, the 400, the 800, the 4x1, and the 4x4. And we are just kind of looking like, man, y'all, who is y'all? Because I never ran across any of these guys. Clearly, I wasn't a trash, so I'm just kind of just observing what's going on. And then all of a sudden, here comes the 4x2 relays. Them twos came out. They set a meet record in the 4x2, and this is the first event. And I looked at one of my teammates like, okay, this could be a long day. So then, we get to the 100, and it was this guy named Sean Francois. He was from Ellinger High School. He ended up running track, I think, at Northwestern State and in North Louisiana afterward. Man, he was running like a good 10-6 or whatever. That didn't even matter. Collins' twin beat him by like 0.2 seconds. Dude ran a 10.41. Then the other twin, because one ran the 1 and the 2, the other one ran the 4 and the 8. So here comes the other twin in the 4, and I was in lane 2. So I was like, lane 2 or 3 because I could always look at who I'm trying to run behind. Yeah, I was definitely running behind him the whole entire time. It didn't even matter. And then he ended up running like a 47 or so. It was something I had never seen before in real life. You only see it on TV. So he crossed it. Then he lays out in the field, pops back up, and hops in the 800 and runs like a 1 minute 57.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. And then the 200 ended up running like a 22-1 and then, like I say, for the finale, I can't remember what the time was for 4x4, but they ended up winning that. So clearly, a pair of twins led a whole school to a regional championship and then to the state championship.
It's funny you mentioned that. A small number winning the state championship. I want to say it was somewhere in the mid Northwest. Maybe Iowa, someplace like that. One girl won the high school state championship.
I've heard about that story.
One girl. Now, she was the only sister there. Mm-hmm. She was the only sister there.
I did hear about that, yes.
And she won the whole state championship for her team. For her school. I thought that was amazing. Amazing for this young sister to pull that one off.
No, totally agree on that one. But I was talking about those Collins twins. So they went on to the University of Texas. One of the guys was there for 3 years. The other one stayed the entire 4. And then they ended up getting like all Big 12 honors. As a matter of fact, the one that ran the 400 actually beat Jeremy Werner twice.
Wow.
in the sectionals and regionals. So one of those years, Werner didn't even make it to the national championship because he couldn't beat that dude. And then we're talking about Werner eventually still going on to the Olympics a few years later.
It's amazing when you hear these stories of how people beat, certain Olympic athletes in their early days. Mm-hmm. But that goes to show you how good a training program is, how good your trainers are. I can think back to the days of University of South Carolina when they were winning the national championships in track when Coach Curtis Fry
I've heard that name, yep,
was the head coach. But you would see the training that they went through, the training that they did, all the preparation. You take kids because everybody's fast. Yeah. When you get to that level, you get to this level, everybody's fast.
Agreed.
But you're talking about beating somebody by 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second. It comes down to training and how well you want to train or how much drive do you have to make yourself better. Because you technically, if you look at it just as a broad overview, if you're running track, if you're running the sprints, all you need to do is just go out there and just run, right? You think, okay, you're just running. You just got to make sure you run faster than the person in front of you. But then, when you break it down into the science of everything, you break it down into aerodynamics. Why do you come out low instead of standing straight up at the starting line? Those little things that can shave, 0.2 of a second off your time. That changes you up from being one of those guys say, yeah, he's pretty fast, or being one of those guys say, yeah, he won an Olympic medal.
Yeah, it definitely all will make the difference. And I mean, there's truth in it when you say there's not much of a difference between 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Like it literally could come how you dip your head when you're coming across the finish line. Matter of fact, the first track meet I ever won, my sophomore year in the 400, was because I dipped my head when the other guy was letting up at the finish line.
There you go.
Yeah, I ended up literally winning it like 50.12, and I think the other guy was like 50.14 or something like that. And I actually have a picture of it. And you literally see me dipping while the other guy's kind of just letting up. So once again, that's just a training thing that just stayed in my mind. Like, oh, I got to finish through, dip, and do all that. So it is a lot of aerodynamics that go into it as well. So with that being said, we have now done 1, 2, 3. We have done 4 of the women's heptathlon events. We've seen the 100-meter hurdles. We have seen the high jump. We've seen the shot put. And most recently, we saw the 200 meters. Now, for the men, of course, they're doing the decathlon. Let's see how many are we through with as of now. And we've seen them do the 100-meter. We've seen them do the long jump. We've seen them do the shot put. And right now, in the midst of it, on the camera to the right, you can see them doing the high jump. We're a little bit behind because of this lovely weather that came through Atlanta, Georgia today. But I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yep, looks like somebody's starting the shot put down there, too. Off to the far – I guess on the right side of our screen.
Correct.
I mean left side. I'm sorry. I didn't pass kindergarten. Took me 2 times. Couldn't figure out that left and the right.
No worries.
But yeah, man, I do like, here's the thing about this heptathlon and decathlon. You just have to be an athlete. This is the world's greatest athlete, I guess I don't know if it's Bruce or Caitlin. I'm not quite sure what to call him, but
when he competed, he was Bruce, but now he's known as Caitlin.
Okay, well,
now they are known as Caitlin. Let me be politically correct.
Okay, well,
but go ahead.
They were the world's greatest athlete, at that time. And it was a title well deserved to be really, really good in all 10 events.
Absolutely. And here's the other thing, too. Clearly, you've got the conference championships going on right now. Eventually, you'll move on to regionals. And then the eye that everybody has on is the national NCAA Division II men's and women's outdoor track and field championships, which will be taking place in Pueblo, Colorado during the week of May 25th through the 27th. Colorado State University at Pueblo is the host.
Now, let me ask you a question about that. Now, being in Colorado, being up high in those mountains, now, how does that affect the athletes when it comes to that?
Oh, I'm sure it affects them a whole lot. I would not be surprised if the NCAA did their studies and they were able to actually bring in the athletes maybe 2-3 days prior to it. So they can get, acclimated to the altitude, acclimated to the air. Of course, it's probably going to be a tad bit cooler even in the month of May. So that's what I would go ahead and think if we got all these geniuses on the NCAA levels. And I'm pretty sure coaches are going to be the ones who kind of vie for that as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of the same way too for any time Oregon hosts a national track meet. You can't tell me that they're not sending those people up there at least 2-3 days prior, maybe even earlier than that, kind of just depending on scheduling. But you would have to think that's the case. And I can kind of almost say it's in reverse the same way for, like, I remember LSU hosted the national championships in the early 2000s. I mean, look, I'm from South Louisiana. It gets hot in May. Like, it really, really does. So you would think, like, some of the northern schools would have to probably coming down, at least a day or two prior to maybe 2-3 days, now that I think about it. So I just think it's more just about acclimation and things of that nature, and also about adaptation.
Mm-hmm. And those are one of the things you get that true home field advantage, because if you're coming from down south or even out west in the desert, I mean, you're coming from, up north or, where it's a lot colder, a lot cooler, or out west where it's a lot that dry heat, and you have to go to LSU and get that humidity, get that muggy feeling where that sweat's going to add about 3 or 4 pounds to your jersey,
And say hello to some mosquitoes.
Oh, some mosquitoes you never see. You got the mosquitoes pull up in buses too.
They do.
Big mosquitoes.
And LSU is located right there on the banks of the Mississippi River as well. So that's something else you have to, consider. With how things can be, because you literally could have that drop in temperature just a tad bit, but then you get that high acceleration in humidity easily.
I tell you.
So I would think that would be the case there. That would be the case, if you go to like Gainesville and go to Florida. I've never seen the University of Miami host a national championship for track and field, but maybe there's too many distractions down there.
Too many distractions. And the thing about Miami, it rains every 15 minutes.
True.
Every 15 minutes it rains, then the sun will come out. So you'll have, it'll be so muggy in Miami trying to run a track and field event in Miami. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I can see why that could not be a good thing. And
also South Carolina too. In Columbia, South Carolina, terrible place to run it. Columbia, South Carolina is the front door to HE double hockey sticks. It is a different type of hot in Columbia, because the way Columbia is situated is kind of the Midlands, South Carolina, is kind of situated in a valley. 3 rivers kind of meet up together, and it's in a valley. You have the mountains and the hills in the northwestern part of the state, and then you have the beach on the eastern part of the state, and it kind of sinks down in the middle, and it is a hot that is undescribable unless you have been to Columbia, South Carolina.
Yikes.
So I'm pretty sure that's why I've never seen the track and field national championship.
I got you. Look, speaking of the track, let me just go back and look at what happened in the women's heptathlon 200. So our best time within the 200 was from Kalia Cleckley. She's from Albany State. She ran a 17.4. No, wait, hold on. What are we doing here? Final sex. Okay, y'all excuse me for a second, because I want to make sure. Okay, they had these results not in the order I thought they were going to be. I was about to say, there's no way somebody's about to run a 17 in the 200. They don't need to be here. Let's just say it like that.
We're going to have to take them to CVS for a quick test real quick.
Seriously. Okay, yeah, we don't have that updated just yet, at least on our computers, but we do have it on one of our screens that's being pumped in to, and we'll definitely get to that coming up very, very soon. So in the meantime, Sly, let me go ahead and action, man. I mean, clearly you do a lot of work with Morehouse. How were things for Morehouse's spring football game?
It was an interesting display for the spring football game. New head coach, and the name just slipped out my head just that quick. Morehouse alum, coached at Lehigh for a while, coached at UMass, and you know what the saying is, when mama calls, you come on home.
Gerard Welcher?
Yep, Coach Welcher. So Coach Welcher got the call to come back home, and he came. I think he was hired in mid-February.
Yeah, he was hired, I think, after National Signing Day.
Yep, after National Signing Day. So he kind of got a late start on the recruiting. And but You know, in this day of age where that transfer portal hits and you can pick up so many key players out that transfer portal, I think he plans on hitting that transfer portal pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna hit that hard. He's scouring the Atlanta area, trying to pick up some of the kids from Atlanta and the Georgia area and just establish that recruiting base. Because here's the thing about college. It's not necessarily about the X's and O's. It's about the Bobs and Joes in college.
And who you know.
Yeah, there you go. And I got to see the spring game. Wasn't very impressed with some of the quarterbacks, the quarterback play. But that's something they're going to work on. And also, when you have a spring game like that, you have a new offensive coordinator coming in and a new coaching staff. So these youngsters have to learn a whole new offense. And them learning the whole new offense can be a tough thing for these young men. And you don't expect them to pick up everything in 2 weeks, of practice. So it should be an interesting year. I mean, just me being honest, I think they're gonna take some lumps.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna take some lumps learning, but you have a coach, you know, who's an experienced coach, and he has something I like. A lot of his coaching staff have NFL experience.
Okay.
So, you know, they have NFL experience, and Coach Collectley, he's coached a lot of all conference players, all American players.
Right.
He's coached those guys, so he knows how to coach people up. So this is they're going to be a team to look out for. Morehouse will be a team to look out for. On paper, it looks like Benedict. It looks like Benedict. They're your defending champions. So on paper, I think Benedict's going to be the team to beat. They do lose a lot of people up front on that offensive and defensive line.
I heard about that.
They lose a lot of people up front on that offensive and defensive line. But it's a lot of change in the SIAC when we talk about football this fall. You know, new coaches coming in. Morehouse has a new coach. Tuskegee, Coach Ruffin has moved up into the athletic director spot. And so they have their longtime coordinator. He's going to be the head coach. Albany State has a new coach.
Correct.
Who else? Who else has a new coach?
Let's see. Coach Sham Shade will be going into his second year with Miles College.
Yep. Shade will be his second year in Clark, Atlanta, right across the street. It'll be the Miles coach. I can't think his. Oh God, he came in late too to Clark. Yep, it's Coach Slater. Coach Slater, it'll be his second year. Yeah, Tuskegee. I'm sorry. Ruffin came from Miles to Tuskegee, and Slater came from Tuskegee to Clark.
And look, let me take you back down the timeline. You talk about Ruffin being at Miles, then going to Tuskegee. Ruffin was also at Tuskegee under Slater.
Oh, okay.
You know, as his defensive coordinator, and they were both under. Oh God, the guy that Rick Comagee.
Yeah,
they were all under Rick Comagee, you know, many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it just kind of to show you how that coaching tree definitely can grow and expand in many ways.
Mm-hmm. And you know, I'm looking forward to football season. I'm a football guy.
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what happens in the SIAC. Central State has two great quarterbacks coming back. And I'm sorry, I don't have any of my notes in front of me for football. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good, man.
And so I hate the fact I know the players, but I can't say their names. I can't say their names on top of my head. But Central State, I got to call the Central State versus Tuskegee game at the the Slate Bowl in Montgomery.
Crampton Bowl.
Crampton Bowl in Montgomery, yes. And Central State. Their quarterback came in that second half and threw for 300 yards in the second half. He's coming back, and I think they have a couple of those good receivers coming back for him too. And Central State loves to open it up, so they love to throw the ball around. I think Kentucky State has a new coach, I think. Or no, it's his second year. It'll be his second year.
I think it is his second year, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let me see if I can help you out on that. Central State. Let's see, quarterback-wise, they have Brandon Kyles and Kendall Boney.
Yeah, Cal was the guy who came in the second half and ended up throwing like 300 yards in the first half. Boney was the runner. Boney had a decent display against Tuskegee, but Tuskegee, they had two backs that went for one of them went for 280 yards and the other one went for like 150 that game against Central. So,
Kyle's threw for 352 yards and 2 TDs, including an 86-yard touchdown.
Mm-hmm. Was that against Tuskegee?
Against Tuskegee. Mm-hmm. Let's see. It was a lot of offense.
It was a lot. It wasn't much defense in that game.
I see that.
It wasn't much defense.
Being a former defensive back on the collegiate level, I definitely would have hated being in that film room the next day. But yeah, Tuskegee had Torian Taylor go for 234, and then Tajay Edwards went for 144.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, man, yeah, I'm pretty sure y'all had your work cut out for you as far as big plays.
I'm telling you, man, that was a good game. That was a good game. But I'm real interested to see what Kyles does coming back as quarterback, because I think he might win that position. He might win it out and end up being the starting quarterback. Not quite sure. Savannah State, it'll be their coach will be his second year coaching at Savannah State. Now Savannah State, I happen to call a lot of Savannah State games also. It was tough. They say anytime you have more than one quarterback, you probably don't have a quarterback. Yep. And Savannah State played 3 quarterbacks, and they looked like a team that had 3 quarterbacks. So, but they have a coach who wants to establish the run. He wants to establish the power game. And the thing about Savannah State, they had a strong defense. But when the offense doesn't move the ball a lot, that defense kind of folds in the second half when they stay out on the field for so long.
Definitely does. Look, so this conversation all started about, when it came to Morehouse spring game, I'm just looking at their schedule.
Oh, and they stay on the road for a long time.
Exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong. They'll still be in the national spotlight with, for instance, the opening game on a Sunday at the Black College Hall of Fame Classic in Canton, Ohio, something I got a chance to take part and covering when I went with Alabama A&M when they played Morehouse that first year in a really, really good game that saw a lot of fireworks, a lot of rain, and then eventually I think the world was introduced to a young man named Aquill Glass that evening as well. But, yeah, they start off with Virginia Union in a nice SIAC versus CIAA matchup, and then it's the battle of the Smart Brothers in week 2 as Howard takes on Morehouse in Washington, D.C. And then Morehouse is going to stay on the East Coast because they'll take on Albany over in East Rutherford, New Jersey for the HBCU New York City Football Classic, which I've always kind of like, okay, yeah, I get it. You're in the New York area, but it's New Jersey.
But, that game against Howard last year, it did well attendance-wise.
Right.
I think they had about 40,000 people in the stadium. I'm not – well, maybe that might be an exaggeration. But I think it did pretty well attendance-wise, but I don't see Albany State and Morehouse doing what Morehouse and Howard did. I don't see that happening.
No, I don't. Maybe they'll surprise us, but, yeah, I just definitely don't see that. Then they'll actually play a game in the South for once and then go to Jacksonville to take on Edward Waters. And
I love what Edward Waters did to their stadium. They did some renovations at their stadium, their new press box, their new field. Edward Waters, as a school, as a university, they're making an effort to kind of put some money into sports. As a matter of fact, shout out to Edward Waters. They just hired Cabriel Huff as their new basketball coach over there. Now, Huff is a winner. He's going to do some big things over in Duval.
Nice. And then at the end of September, Morehouse will definitely have their work cut out for them as they take the trip of the interstate to Columbia, South Carolina to take on Benedict.
I called that game last year also here at Morehouse. It was Spellhouse. It was Morehouse homecoming, and I tell you what, it looked like it was a scene out of Do the Right Thing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's not a bad thing.
But no. I'm talking about on the football field. The football game. It did not look good for the Morehouse Maroon Tiger. The Benedict Tigers won the battle of the Big Cats that day.
Head coach Chennis Berry, who has been doing some great things. I'll be honest with you. After the season he had last year, I was surprised that He actually stuck around because I know because I'm not gonna say I know. I heard that some people were interested in him.
I know. I know. I saw some of the conversations, and here's the thing. Shout out to the president, Dr. Artis at Benedict. What she's doing. I'm from Columbia, born and raised. I'm from Columbia, born and raised. When I was in high school, that's when they restarted Benedict's football program. I think it was in '95. I think when they restarted the football program, and what they've done in that area around Benedict, the school went in, and this was the president before Artis. I think it was Swinton. He went in and he brought a lot of that property around the school. He brought all of the area around the school. They brought it. They made new dorms, made new buildings, and they just really upgraded that area. Because I'm going to be honest, I'm from Columbia, born and raised. That area around Benedict, a place you didn't want to walk off campus. You wasn't walking around by yourself at night.
Right.
But what they did at Benedict, the upgrades and everything they've done to the facilities, man, they're something special. And they're planning on building a new gym too. They're planning on building a new arena, a new basketball arena also. But COVID kind of slowed that down. But
like it did for many things.
But their football stadium, Benedict's football stadium, is by far and above the best D2 stadium in the Southeast. In the Southeast, I've called, HBCU games. I've called games at PWIs. And D2, their stadium is by far probably the best stadium in D2 in the Southeast. Now, there are a couple of ones out Midwest that are really good. And in Texas has some really good D2
Look,
schools.
I know some Texas D3 stadiums that look better than some FCS stadiums, but that's another conversation for another day. We're going to keep it HBCU related in that standpoint. But Charlie W. Johnson Stadium is what you're referring to. As a matter of fact, some of the other crew with Black College Sports Network has also mentioned how it's also media friendly.
Very. And here's the thing about being a broadcaster and being a broadcaster so long. Sometimes I'm a bit biased on the stadiums by how well they treat the media.
Oh no, I'm with you. I am with you, man.
I'm all about the free food in the press room.
Yeah, that's never a problem either. Because hey, here's the thing. We're up there talking for a football game 3 hours. If you got a pregame, 4 hours. And at certain points in time, we still need to, recharge the batteries and do all kinds of sorts of things to make some good things happen from a broadcast standpoint. But look, we'll wrap up Morehouse's schedule. Their annual battle with Tuskegee will be in Birmingham, once again, Legion Field. I was at that game last year working with HSRN for radio with my good buddy Mark Gray. And I know really at that point in time, it really seemed like things were starting to go south for Morehouse, but they put up a good fight in that game. I think attrition really just got to them in the latter parts of that contest. But clearly, huge rivalry. Those guys go back many years. It's the last year of the contract in Birmingham, so I'll be interested to see where the 2024 game will be played at, moving forward. But first, we got the 2023 game.
And wishful thinking. This is wishful thinking. This is me thinking. Shouts out to Morris Brown. First, we want to shout out to Morris Brown. Morris Brown
on the comeback
is fully accredited now. They're back up and rocking. Now, this is a couple of years down the line. Morris Brown is the only stadium here in Atlanta in the Atlanta the AUC, the Atlanta University Center. That has the stadium that has both sides.
Both sides, correct.
Both sides. And now this is wishful thinking for me. I may be stepping too far, but I would love to see once Morris Brown gets a little bit more things together, they go ahead and revitalize that stadium. Do what it takes to get that stadium up and going, and that would be a site for some great classics. You could, and to be quite honest, you could move the SIAC football championship here to Atlanta. I think that would be perfect. I think that would be the perfect. Atlanta is the perfect location for the SIAC football championship because right now you do it on the East-West, and somebody will have their home stadium.
Correct.
Would be the championship game. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that because here it is. It worked out for Benedict last year because Benedict was undefeated.
Right.
And it was just their time to play the championship, at their home stadium. But if Benedict goes undefeated and Tuskegee, Tuskegee barely had a 500 record. I think Tuskegee was 7-4 or maybe 6-4. I'm not sure. 6-5.
I think 6-4 if I remember correctly.
And a lot of those losses came out of conference. They weren't in conference losses.
Early season things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Coach Ruffin told us prior to the Miles College game, in which I was on the broadcast team for, he was like, finally about week 3, week 4, it clicked.
Yes. And the thing is, with those, like if it was in reverse, the season would have they were 8-3.
They're actually 8-3.
I was way off there, but that game could have been played at Tuskegee, and I wouldn't think that's right because now Benedict had the better year. So it should have been played there, but I think championship games should be in a neutral site. And this is wishful thinking for me, but I think Atlanta is the best neutral site for the conference because the conference headquarters are here in Atlanta.
That's true.
Conference headquarters,
and the game was played here for a number of years before moving over to Montgomery for a number of years as well.
Or Montgomery too. Yeah, Montgomery or Birmingham. Yep, Montgomery or Birmingham. Either one, I think, would be a great Atlanta, Montgomery, or Birmingham. Me personally, I live in Atlanta, so I would rather in Atlanta.
No, I definitely understand. Yeah, I was when I worked in Montgomery, Alabama. I got a chance to cover 3 SIAC championship games. Remember, Miles was in 2 of them. And Tuskegee was in another one, but had some pretty good crowds.
You can throw a dart in any any championship and say Miles was in it or Tuskegee because
basically
every year one of those two are gonna be in it. But I would love to see and it's wishful thinking for me, and I know it's down the line. But if Morris Brown was to get their stadium back together and get it revitalized and have everything done with the stadium, and then another thing, you keep the money with us.
Yeah.
Because Georgia State has a great facility. Georgia State has a great stadium, but why go and give the money to Georgia State when you can keep the money here?
That's true. Yeah, I would say unless it's connected through ESPN events. Yeah, basically you're giving Georgia State the money in that scenario. And the reason why I say that is that, you have the MEAC SWAC challenge there or whatever. So the MEAC and SWAC are not giving Georgia State whatever money because ESPN Events is handling those things, and that's been part of their contract for a number of years, especially when they decided to move the contract. The contract was updated to move it to week 0 so they can have that true prime time slot as well. Because for many years, you had the FCS Kickoff Classic in that prime time slot.
Yeah.
And then eventually Dr. Charles McClellan, along with our good friend of the Black College Sports Network, Dr. Kenyatta Conville, and many others working on a good formulated plan to make that happen.
And you got me thinking about what could happen in the future, things that I would like to see. If I was the grand swami of all the college football or definitely HBCU football, I would love to see the Pioneer Bowl come back. I would love to see that SIAC versus the CIAA championship. I would love to see that come back, and where would that game be played?
I think that's the main question, and then the second question would be what would compensation look like for that?
Because you have to think, going to the playoffs is great. Now, don't get me wrong. I would love, to see teams advance and go to the playoffs, but a lot of times teams lose money in that first round of the playoffs. A lot of HBCUs, we're going to lose money.
I mean,
PWIs too.
Every team not named North Dakota State, Jacksonville State, who's moving up to the FBS level this upcoming year, and I was about to say James Madison, but they've moved up to the FBS level. Yeah, it's not that many. It really is not that many. Well, I was about to say Sam Houston, but they're moving up to the FBS. So, yeah, it's not that many. there's a risk and a reward for the for the postseason stuff when it comes to the football things. But I mean,
because it looks nice if you're a coach and you're recruiting and you say, yeah, we made it to the national playoffs. But also if you're a coach and recruiting and you say, yeah, we made it to the Pioneer Bowl or whatever the bowl. We made it to the HBCU Championship Bowl game. That looks nice too. You're trying to recruit some kids, and then once again, everything is about recruiting. Everything is about recruiting if you're a coach. And so I would love to see that SIAC, CIAA bragging rights. I'd love to see that. And the question is the game played in Atlanta or is it played in Charlotte? That's
True. That will always be the big question or whatever with that. I mean, now I will tell you this too. I mean, clearly, MEAC and SWAC, they've got the challenge at the beginning of the year, Celebration Bowl at the end of the year. I'd actually like to see a version of CIAA, SIAC kickoff type challenge. I mean, we have enough crossover games nowadays between this great conference that we're talking about here today with the track and field and the CIAA. But I wouldn't mind seeing a crossover if you can make it right. Now, granted, like I said, I'm only speaking from a fan and broadcaster standpoint. It's up to those commissioners and those many athletic directors and presidents.
Well, a lot of them do. A lot of them do, because I know last year Benedict played Elizabeth City State in their week. I think it was week 0 or maybe week 1. I'm not quite sure. But they played Benedict played Elizabeth City State, and Benedict will also play someone else in their week 0 game. They'll play another CIAA school in the Palmetto Classic, I think. They'll play another CIAA school, and Morehouse is playing Virginia Union. Who else is going on? I think they're playing in that opening. They're playing those crossover games in that opening week, but along the lines of what you were thinking, that kickoff classic, I wouldn't mind seeing a double hitter at the Georgia Dome, or I'm sorry, Mercedes-Benz Dome.
Yeah, it could be a possibility. It could be a possibility, or if you want to just keep it with ESPN events and just do the SIAC early afternoon and then MEAC SWAC challenge later in the evening. It could be worth this while, but clearly, like I said, we're just speaking things into fruition. There's a whole lot of things that have to go on.
It's nice for us to drink.
Yes, it is. It is.
It's nice. You mind passing me that phone down there by your foot?
Yes, sir. Might be the commissioner calling you to talk to text you and be like, "Hey, I like what you're talking about."
Son calling, asking for food.
I'm glad mine has not gotten that old enough yet.
Say, Dad, I'm getting out of school. Need some food.
I'm glad on that. All right, so we've been talking about a lot of things going on in the SIAC, but let's kind of talk about what we have going on. Clearly, here at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility on the campus of Morehouse College, we've been dealing with some rain and weather issues for a while, but we've been able to run a few events in the time being. Right now, we're still in the middle of the men's decathlon and the women's heptathlon. Right now, the men are in the high jump. They had to wait a little while because the women's high jump actually ran a little longer, so they actually let the women run the 200 in the meantime with that. And I did promise the people probably before this conversation that I was going to get them some updated scores, and I finally do have it now. So here we go. Women's heptathlon after 4 events. In first place is Juliana Kern from Albany State with 2220, or 2,200 points. That sounds better. In second place right now, Shanique McGee from Clark, Atlanta, 2,113 points. In third place, Sanaya Joseph from Edward Waters. We saw her blazing the trail in that 200-meter run not long ago. She's got 2,045 points. In fourth place, we got Kalia Cleckley from Albany State with 1,970 points. In fifth place, we got Malia White from Clark, Atlanta with 1,891 points. And in sixth place, Matalia Harper from Tuskegee, she's got 1,837 points. And like Sly and I were talking about earlier, all points matter when it comes to the heptathlon and also when it comes to the men's decathlon. Let's head over to our decathlon page real quick. So, and Sly actually was telling the truth. He is getting messages from his son right now.
I tell you.
All right, so men's decathlon after 3 events. This does not include the high jump, which they are going through right now. This includes the long jump, the 100-meter dash, and the shot put. So right now, in first place, John Denal from Morehouse, 1,954 points. In second place, Solomon Mitchell from Savannah State, 1,943 points. So he is right on Denal's trail. In third place, Dominique Bailey from Savannah State, also 1,783 points. In fourth place, Larry Turner from Fort Valley State, 1,628 points. In fifth place, Jalen Johnson from Lane, 1,549 points. And in sixth place, Jaira Jones from Tuskegee, 1,527 points. So that's your top 6 following 3 events in the men's decathlon. Looks like they're almost ready to wrap things up for the high jump, and it looks like they're pulling the tarp over the high jump pit, so they may be wrapping up right there, Sly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're finishing up. They're pulling that tarp over to keep everything dry. And I noticed they have some of the hurdles out on the track, on the side of the track, getting ready to drag those hurdles out anytime.
Absolutely. And
shout out to the grounds crew, getting everything ready, keeping everything ready for the upcoming events.
Agreed. And so here's the thing. We will have a break between the end of this first session of events and the track events, which include the 400-meter hurdles, which, like you said, they've been pulled out. But we still do have a men's decathlon event coming through. And let me get my notes real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we have the 400-meter dash still to be ran, which, if that's the case, that'll be about 30 minutes after the completion of the high jump, which it looks like they're getting ready to go ahead and wrap up. But look, in the meantime, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Sly and I are going to recharge the batteries, and then we will be right back for the 2023 Cricket SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships live from the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. Appreciate you, man, because me and Roy were trying to do it, and then we started getting all these delays and stuff.
Sorry I interrupted y'all.
I mean,
My snore.
Man, you are fine.
I've been there before. I already know. But this is like calling a baseball game, and you got that rain delay for 45 minutes, an hour. You got to find something to talk about.
Do what?
Did you pull the volume down?
And welcome back to the 2023 Cricket SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships on the campus of Morehouse College at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. It's Mo Carter and the one and the only famous Mr. Sly on the broadcast here. And we're getting ready to wrap up today's events for the decathlon with the men's 400 coming up. So go ahead and give a breakdown of who's in what lane. We've got 2 heats coming up. In lane 1 of heat 1, it'll be John Denal, the current points leader from Morehouse. In lane 2, Houston Cole from also of Morehouse. From lane 3, Corey Witter from Benedict. He medaled last year in this event. In lane 4, Micah Forsythe from Albany State. Lane 5, it'll be Andy Ferguson from Benedict. Lane 6, it'll be Jalen Johnson from Lane. And in lane 7, it'll be Solomon Mitchell from Savannah State.
You know, one of my favorite events right here, seeing them going around this curve, leaning into the curve and then kicking strong down these straightaways, trying to finish up, man. A race of speed and a little bit of endurance, mostly endurance and some speed to it. You just love to see great athletes. And these aren't your main sprinters, your main 400 guys. These are the true athletes. The decathlon guys, these are your true athletes. They're a little bit of jack of all trades. So you get to see some great times. Now, let me ask you a question, Mo. How does the wet weather and the rain, I think it stopped raining now.
It did.
But how does that wet track affect you?
Well, the track is still going to be slick because I didn't see no big blowers or anything come out here to kind of dry it out or whatever. So it's almost similar to how with football when they used to tell you take those short, choppy steps.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, these guys are going to take longer steps, but as they come around the curves, that's going to be the parts that you want to see. How are they going to lean around the curves without slipping as well? I mean, I've seen some injuries take place over the years when it comes to rainy conditions. So, we're going to see. And look, here they go. They are off. So, yeah, keep an eye out on how things look on that first curve coming around because I do see a few wet spots. And then this last curve with about 115 meters or so.
And see, look how lane 2's making up that stagger. Your young man in lane 2 making up that stagger. Now he's in about 4th place. But your outside guy, he's keeping up that lead on the outside. Oh, look at him run that
outside guy you're talking about is Solomon Mitchell from Savannah State. They're coming around the final curve, and Mitchell has the lead.
But look out for lane 1. Lane 1 trying to push it away at the end, man. This is going to be a close one.
John Denal from Morehouse, the current points leader. It'll be Mitchell. It'll be Denal. And looks like Denal is going to pull out, and Denal picks up a victory in this heat, followed by Solomon Mitchell. And right after that, it'll be Houston Cole from Morehouse. So it goes Morehouse, Savannah State, Morehouse. 1, 2, 3.
I tell you, man, that's a match right there. That's a match that you love to see right there. These young men going at it hard and fighting and going all the way to the end. Woo! A lot of speed in the house.
Absolutely. And remember, this is the decathlon. So because it is the decathlon, that means that the main thing you need to do, just finish high. Doesn't matter what your times are. You get the points based on, of course, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. But clearly, you just need to finish and finish in a very good place. But yeah, John Denal from Morehouse, who is the current points leader after 3 events, definitely helped himself with that. As we get ready to go into heat number 2.
If you win the decathlon, are you the greatest athlete in the conference? Are you the best athlete in the conference?
You have almost every right to say that.
I think so.
You have almost every right to say that. I think some of those cross-country runners might come look at you and be like, oh, but I bet you can't beat me. Yeah, so it all depends. So here we go, Sly. We got section 2 of heat 2. In lane 1, it'll be Chase Cohey from Benedict. He was a medal winner last year. Larry Turner from Fort Valley State in lane 2. In lane 3, it'll be Nasham Williams from Fort Valley State. In lane 4, Dominic Bailey from Savannah State. Lane 5, David Dickey from Morehouse. And in lane 6, Jira Jones from Tuskegee.
You know, who was the, you said, I'm sorry, your medal winners right there. We lost your medal winner. Okay.
Chase Cohey from Benedict in lane 1 and Larry Turner from Fort Valley. They were medal winners in this competition last year. I don't want to say in this event, so I'm going to say in this competition last year.
So, and you got both of them on those inside lanes. See how they negotiate these curves.
And the time to beat is 52.64 by Denal. Mitchell came through in second at 52.94. So as these guys are taking off.
And I love how Williams is running. Williams in lane number 3 running with that forward lean. And it looks like he's going to give out a gas.
It almost does look like that.
It looks like he's giving out a gas.
Jira Jones still appears to be out in front. Almost playing that role of the rabbit, but also it's a role of catch me if you can. So here we go down the final stretch. It's Jira Jones from Tuskegee.
Oh, can he walk him down? He looks like he's going to walk him down.
Absolutely. That's Dominic Bailey trying to come up on Jones, and Bailey pulls away from Jones, and Bailey will get first place, followed by Jira Jones, and then in third place of this heat will be Larry Turner from Fort Valley State.
I tell you, that's how you finish a race right there. He ran all the way down to the last 10 meters, I think, to come over there and take over and win that one. Just walked this man down, ran his. You spoke of it early, talking about running your race.
Correct.
Running your race, and yes, sir, that young man ran his race.
Yep. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, I ran a 400 in high school, had pretty decent success, and I would get the sprint portion out the way, in that first 250, 300 or whatever. But I remember my coach just saying, like, hey, you're one of the fastest people on this team. So when you get down to that last 100, nobody can beat you on that 100 stretch if you're about as close as you can be. So with that being said, so that was the final event of the men's decathlon here at the 2023 Cricket SIAC Outdoor Men's and Women's Championship. For now, I'm Mo Carter. That is Mr. Sly, and we're going to bid you a farewell for the time being. But when we return later on, we will have the opening prelim rounds of the track and field events, which right now are scheduled for 5 p.m. local time. So we're going to end the broadcast, but we'll be back later right here on about 4:45 Eastern time. So you do not want to miss that, and we'll start things off with the 400-meter hurdle. Sly was talking about how they were about to pull out those hurdles. That's the reason why that is the case. But as we mentioned, we're going to go ahead and bid you farewell from the early portion of the track meet. We'll be back for the track and field events a little later on around 4:45. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back later on right here with the SIAC Track and Field Championships.
to the alligator farm. That was one of his most favorite things to do. Gatorland in Orlando and in the alligator farm in St. Augustine. So I'm definitely going to be taking my kids to the alligator farm because he was the type to make noises to the alligators, just talking to the alligators. I would cherish that moment. I know that my dad, especially when I think about handling conflict, my dad was always very calm, soft spoken. I would definitely carry that with me. All the memories, my dad was the type, I spoke at the funeral and told how in times where I was sad or down and I couldn't sleep at night, my dad was the type, okay, like let's go downstairs, let's watch a movie. And he would hold my hand literally until I fell asleep and he felt like I was okay and he would pray with me. So, even if I tapped him in the midnight hour, like, hey, can we please talk? It was maybe like 3:00 in the morning and he still got up. He was it's not easy, but I'm trying to take it one day at a time, so I really am trying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I know I speak for, I'm sure Kelvin and everyone else watching. We're praying, continually praying for you, your sister, your mom, your family. And we thank you. We thank you for giving the time, letting Kofi have time with us, because I know doing this can pull away from family time, and so those hours I know are precious for him, but it was precious for you guys, and I thank you. We thank you for just sharing him with us, because it lifted us up in so many ways and inspired us in so many ways. And so I speak for everybody. I'm sure we want to return that. So in whatever way we can, when the time comes, all you need to do is ask, and we'll find a way to be there for you, your sister, your mom, the family. That's what family does. So Majesty Hemingway, how can people, I don't know, you're big on social media, let people know how they can follow you, how they can follow your career, how they can support you, Instagram, Twitter, wherever you're at. Let people know how they can follow you.
Yes, so my Instagram name is victorious_majesty. So
And welcome back to the city of Atlanta. A long time ago, a young man named Jermaine Dupree said, welcome to Atlanta where the players play. Well, we got runners today out here on the track for the 2023 Cricket SIAC. Cricket. Mic check 1, 2, 3. All right. Sorry about that, everyone. Once again, welcome back to the 2023 SIAC Track and Field Championships for Outdoor here at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility on the campus of Morehouse College. As I mentioned before, my name is Mo Carter. Sly Williams is on the board. He'll join us momentarily in just a few minutes as we get ready for the second half of day one action here at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. And we're getting ready to have a lot of events, both on the track and also in the field. So coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, here's what we got coming your way. First and foremost, we will start things off with the 400 meters hurdles for the men. That tips off at 5 p.m. It'll be followed right behind with the women at about 5:15. The men's long jump will begin right at 5 p.m. And currently we've got the shot put going on as well at the moment. So once again, we'd like to welcome you back to day one action of the Cricket SIAC Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championships here in Atlanta, Georgia. You know, a few years ago, the great Jermaine Dupree said, welcome to Atlanta where the players play. Well, we don't have players playing today. We got runners running today on the track and other student athletes competing, trying to get that SIAC gold so they can advance on to the regionals and hopefully to the NCAA Division II National Championships, which will be held in Pueblo, Colorado this year in late May. So coming up in just a few moments, we will have the 400-meter hurdles. And let's just tell you who's in Heat 1. We will have 3 heats. Of course, these are just the prelims. The way the prelims work is that we get the top 2 runners from each heat, and then from there, the next best 2 times will be the finalists for the finals. And the finals of the 400-meter hurdles will be ran on Saturday evening right here at the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility. All right, so as I mentioned before, joining me on the broadcast panel is Sly Williams. Sly, it's good to be back with you, man. We had to go take our nice little time out earlier, but now we're getting into it. We got the half tathlon and decathlon first portions out the way, but now we're ready for some real track stars to come through, the people that actually run these events.
And you know what? Here's the best thing. Rain, go away, man. The rain, I think, is cleared over, man. It's kind of moved on out of the way.
Absolutely.
So now, man, you got even though the track is a little bit slick, but they have had the squeegee guys out cleaning up the tracks, getting everything kind of clean. And so now, man, I think we're ready to go, man. This is it.
I think so as well. I mean, you know, the squeegees were nice, but I tell you, if they could have got like one of those blowers, maybe from the maintenance crew here at Morehouse College, I think that would have helped out a tad bit better. But in the meantime, we go with what we know, and that's what the facility was able to provide. So we've got 3 heats coming up, as I mentioned earlier. Within these 3 heats, you're going to take the winner and the runner-up per heat, and then you're going to take the next 2 best times. They advance on to the finals on Saturday. So just taking a look at what we've got coming up. In Heat 1, Lane 1 will be occupied by Malik Collins of Edward Waters. Lane 2 will be occupied by Kevin Francis of Benedict. Lane 3 will be occupied by Central State's Kyron Odom. In Lane 4, it'll be Sharif Knowles of Albany State. In Lane 5, it'll be John Abbott from Spring Hill down in the Mobile area. In Lane 6, it'll be Jabari Moss from Allen. In Lane 7, it'll be Houston Cole from Morehouse. And in Lane 8, it'll be Christian Sanders. Remember, the top 2 participants in this who finish 1 and 2 will advance on to the finals. And if you advance third, you just have to hope that your time was the next best time between all of these heats. And y'all bear with us a tad bit. We got a little tangle. Some cords were tangled over here, but we're good now.
Got our wires twisted up for a second in there, man.
Yeah, but we're good. We are good. We're professionals, so we just, made it happen one way or the other. And look, I'm glad you talked about how the rain is literally like going away. For many that know, I'm a sports anchor in the Huntsville, Alabama area, and there's supposed to be a huge sports day out there with the Hometown Lenders Golf Championship as part of the Corn Ferry Tour, and also the college Sand Beach Volleyball Championships was supposed to be taking place today. I just got 2 emails, washed out for the day.
Oh, man.
I know, right? So it's going to just make the weekend a little bit busier for my colleagues up there in the Rocket City. But guess what? That rain is not coming this way, so I am good to go with that as we get ready to see these guys who will be good to go on the track.
You know, it's funny. I think the radar said tomorrow should be a lot clearer. And Saturday, they may have a chance of rain on Saturday, but if they don't get it done by Sunday, Sunday is coming down on Sunday.
All right. Well, look, as far as I know, we're not contracted to be here through Sunday. So with that being said, Saturday sounds like it's going to be our nice and prime date.
All right. You know, it's amazing. You know, with technology now, you just go online, pull up the radar. Pull up the radar. You can see the little splotches and the time periods that you have to work with, you know, to avoid the rain. And like you say, the rain's going the other way, man. It's going. Looks like it's going east toward the ocean. So we should be clear.
Yes, sir. They can go ahead and have all that out there on the Atlantic side of things. In the meantime, we are here at the 2023 Cricket SIAC Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championship. Our time is 4:59 at 5 o'clock. In a few seconds, they will be putting the gun up for the first heat of the men's 400-meter hurdles. Already ran down who's in the lanes, but I can go ahead and do it again because we've got just enough time. Malik Collins from Edward Waters in lane 1, Kevin Francis from Benedict in lane 2, Kyron Oden from Central State in lane 3, Sharif Knowles from Albany State in lane 4, John Abbott from Spring Hill in lane 5, Jabari Moss from Allen in lane 6, Houston Cole from Morehouse in lane 7, and Christian Sanders from Tuskegee in lane 8, and they are off. Great start by Houston Cole in lane 7.
You know, it's a battle of endurance right here, running these hurdles, man. You don't want to burn yourself out so early in the early going. You know, you got to keep up that speed, keep up that pace, so when you come down that final stretch, you can go ahead and blow everything away.
Absolutely, and let's keep an eye out on lane 2. That is Kevin Francis.
You see, look how he made up that stagger.
Yes, he did. He scored a 54.63 at the USC Open Outdoor Invitational not long ago. And right now, Francis is out in front.
He looks so comfortable coming down the finish line. He looks comfortable running.
He really does. So Francis out in front. And behind Francis, it will be John Abbott from Spring Hill, followed by Sharif Knowles of Albany State. Remember, top 2 finishers in each heat will advance to the championship, and then the next 2 best times will fill out the rest of the field.
Yeah, that was a nice race right there. You know, and people talk about running, you know, do you run stiff, do you run hard, or do you run relaxed? You know, you have your body feel free and relaxed coming down that stretch. You know, I'm not much of a sprinter. Last time I went out into a full sprint, that's when I saw the ice cream man pulling away too fast. So unless they have an ice cream truck on that track, you're not going to see me out there sprinting too hard.
And look, just to make sure, we're actually talking about like the actual ice creams, like your vanillas and your chocolates and strawberries. We're not making reference to the rapper that I grew up listening to in South Louisiana in One Person Miller, a.k.a. Master P.
No, sir. We're talking about the what do you call it? The Mr. Jingle. I don't know. The Mr. Softy.
Mr. Softy. Yeah.
His ice cream truck. That's the guy I'm talking about.
Yep, Mr. God, man, you talk about variety. I think I've seen so many different versions of ice cream truck.
Man, you know, a lot of independent entrepreneurs around here, especially in Atlanta. You know, you got guys with the van. They converted the van out and they have their ice cream trucks. Hey, man.
Absolutely. So, of course, we got the 400-meter hurdles going on, but we also have the beautiful technology of split screens, in which in the top left-hand corner of our screen, we also have the men's shot put going on in the northern portion of the track facility. And also the long jump is taking place as well. What we're going to do is we're going to record that, and we will play that back a little later on. All right, so here is Heat 2. Damian Ross in lane 1 from Kentucky State. Keon Augustin from Edward Waters in lane 2. DeMonte Anderson from Lane in lane 3. Jordan Smith from Albany State in 4. Reggie Jones Jr. from Allen in lane 5. Jabon Hayes in lane 6 from Morehouse. And DeAndre White from Tuskegee in lane 7. They're about halfway through it. And one person that's stepping out right now looks to be Keon Augustine from Edward Waters. But now he's trailing Jordan Smith from Albany State. And look at Smith. He is breaking away from the pack slide.
I'm telling you, pulling away.
Look at that ram go all the way. And look at that stride. And now he's going to run it through. It'll be Jordan Smith coming up with the first place finish in this heat. The race for number 2 will go to Keon Augustin, and then DeMonte Anderson from Lane finishes in 3rd place.
That was a hard race by Anderson, finishing in 3rd, because Anderson, as he crossed that the second from the last hurdle, he was about in 5th or 6th place, and he made up a lot of ground to come in there and pick up those points for that 3rd place finish.
Absolutely. So here's what we also have to take a look at. So I'm looking at the from Heat 1. For instance, from Benedict was able to get a 54.95. Abbott from Spring Hill, he got 55.70. So those are going to be the times you're going to be looking to beat if you just completed this past race, or also shooting for in this upcoming 3rd race. So let's take a look at the competitors in Heat 3 of 3 of the prelims. In lane 1, it'll be Fort Valley State's Andre Milner. In lane 2, it'll be Quincy Harris from Benedict. In lane 3, Brogan Corta from Morehouse. In lane 4, Roderick Walls from Kentucky State. In lane 5, Nazavian Thompson from Savannah State. In lane 6, Javon Hutchinson from Albany State. And in lane 7, it'll be Terrence Gaucher from Edward Waters. Both Gaucher and Harris had their best qualifying times of the year over at the USC Open Outdoor Invitational, while Andre Milner got his best time of the year right here in the same city at Clark Atlanta's Panther Invitational.
And you know what? The crowd started coming in a little bit after the rain. Crowd started to pick up a little bit. That's all you needed. You needed that rain to go away, so now you can have some more spectators out here, and they're making some noise.
Agreed. Spectators always make the spectacle even better. And spectators can be family, they can be friends, they could be schoolmates, or my favorite spectators when I was running were my teammates.
Yeah. That cheering squad of the guys you got to ride back on the bus with.
Agreed. So, you want to go ahead and, cheer your teammates on, because remember, just how you're trying to get out there and get points for your team, your teammates are doing the same thing when you're not in action. So it goes full circle.
It's funny, track is an individual sport. It's an individual sport, but it's an individual sport for the overall good of your team.
Yes, sir. The gun is up, and now they are off. They're coming around that first turn, and let's keep an eye out right there in the center on Quincy Harris from Benedict. But man, in front of Quincy Harris, you got Brogan Corta from Morehouse, and he is rolling out in front. But I think right now you're getting down that back stretch, Sly, and this is where that endurance is going to really kick in for someone.
I tell you, look out for lane number 4 right there. Or maybe that's lane 5. My eyes are old. I can't, but I think it's lane 4. Look at him making up the stagger, and now he's all the way in 2nd place. That's lane 3. I'm sorry, lane 3.
Lane 3. We got Brogan Corta, the hometown guy from Morehouse, but in front of him is Javon Hutchinson from Albany State. Hutchinson going over the final hurdle. It'll be Hutchinson. It'll be Brogan Corta, and Hutchinson will just eke it out for the victory in the final prelim. He eked it out right over Brogan Corta of Morehouse College.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Just, when you jump out into the lead that early going, as a hurdler, as a sprinter, I want to get you, because you ran the 400. Do you want to get the early lead and try to maintain the lead, or do you want to work from behind and try to kick it in on that last little bit.
I was more of a guy who tried to work from behind and kind of feed off of the field. And then because I was such a great sprinter as well, that by the time I got that last 120, 115, I'm on that straightaway, I'm thinking to myself, all right, I'm going to give it my everything and nobody can beat me in that last stretch or whatever. But one thing I can say is that when I went against better competition, they were trying to make me run their race. Then that kind of took me out of their race because guess what? They were jumping out. And then I'm trying to get at the end. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to push it. But lots of times that wasn't always the case. So, yeah, anything 400 related, you really do have to run your race. It's just whatever fits you for the best.
Gotcha. Makes so much sense. You know, that's why you like to have an expert in the field. He's the expert. I'm the good-looking guy. That's how that team works.
All right. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. All right, so with that being said, we will have our finals on Saturday, and in just a few moments, we'll be able to find out who will advance along with the top two finishers. Because remember, it's top two finishers in every preliminary heat, and then the two next best times. And thanks to the magic of technology, here are going to be your finalists. So Jordan Smith was the overall winner with a 53.6. Kevin Francis from Benedict, and I say overall winner, I should be saying top time going into the finals. Kevin Francis from Benedict, he had 54.95. John Abbott from Spring Hill, 55.70. Javon Hutchinson, who we just saw, 56.16. And we'll get back to those results in just a second because the women are now coming up. In lane one, Malachi Abney from Clark, Atlanta. In lane two, Brianna Graham from Kentucky State. In lane three, it'll be Naima Hoskins from Tuskegee. In lane four, Sanaya Masalan from Benedict. In lane 5, we've got Janiyah Harris from Albany State. In lane 6, Kayla Houston from Central State. And in lane 7, it'll be Fort Valley State's Tatiana Tucker. All right, so they've run their first curve, and now they're coming around in that straightaway.
And see, look how lane number 3 is pulling up right there. Just totally closed out the stagger lane number 3 did. And look how she's pushing on that inside.
That's Naima Hoskins from Tuskegee. Her best time coming this year at the Mississippi State Bulldog Relays. We're all coming around in the final 150 meters. And out in front is in lane 6. And that's Central State's Kayla Houston. She went 104.41 at the Hilltopper invite for West Kentucky. And Houston is just out in front. She will take first place, and we almost had a disaster in lane 3 with Naima Hoskins from Tuskegee, but she was able to get over the bar and get second place to qualify for Saturday's final.
I tell you, man, she stumbled on that last hurdle. It hit her, and it hit her hard as she was coming over that last hurdle, but she still managed to push through those last, what was that, about 75 yards, 50 yards, those last 50 yards. She's pushing through. That's a tough move right there.
Yeah, that last 45 to 50 yards, or 45 to 40 yards, depends on whenever you actually take off and hit your jump, can be something else. Because that finish line is about a few yards into the end zone if you go straight across.
All right.
In that straightaway. So we're getting ready for heat 2 of 3 in the women's 400-meter hurdles. In lane 2, it'll be Satiana Freeman from Benedict. Her best time coming at the USC Open Outdoor in 2023. In lane 3, it will be Fort Valley State's Jalen Rivers. In lane 4, Janice Pitts from Central State. In lane 5, Talia Mora from Allen. In lane 6, Nathalia Rowe from Albany State. And in lane 7, Kajia Wilson from Tuskegee. Nathalia Rowe we actually saw in action right here on the Black College Sports Network her best time of the season and our best qualifying time of the season coming right here at the Morehouse Relays about a month ago. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye out on her to see if she can duplicate her best time. She has the lowest time coming in to this prelim. And then looking across the board, she has the second best time overall. Only behind Megan Thompson from Benedict, who we will see in Heat 3. All right, the gun is up, Sly. Up, and they put it back down.
You know, that's got to be terrible for the runners.
Now they put it back up, and now it's off.
But, you know, we talked about teamwork and how even though it's an individual sport, you still have your team cheering you on.
Yes.
When each of these runners took off, you could see their team around the track cheering each individual runners on as they go, man.
Keep an eye out on lane 2. That is Santiana Freeman from Benedict. She's already passed up Jalen Rivers from Fort Valley State. This final curve will determine a lot. As we mentioned, Natalia Rowe from Albany State appears to be way out in front.
Yeah, she's cruising on this one. She's cruising down the line. And you can see the Albany State gathering around the 30-yard line cheering along.
You do see her. So Natalia Rowe will run away with the victory in this prelim as she heads over to the finish line. She will cross with a time of 102.7.
And look at that battle for third place coming in there. Look how she's breaking. Benedict is breaking ahead to come in and pick up those third place points.
Talia Mora from Allen picking up second place. And as you mentioned, Santiana Freeman from Benedict picking up third place. Remember, top 2 advance to the championship, and then the next 2 best times advance to the championship as well. So that's why you saw somebody like Freeman from Benedict trying to get down the track as quickly as she can so she can start to stay in the mix. As we mentioned before, Natalia Rowe coming up with the victory in that preliminary heat. She will advance to the championships.
Please come to the 50-yard line for the trophy or the medal presentation. Again.
So let's get ready for Heat 3 of the women's 400-meter hurdles in lane 2. Shekinah Rachel from Fort Valley State. From lane 3, it'll be Tamia Priolu from Kentucky State. In lane 4, Tylani Bailey from Albany State. Jayla Hartley Scott from Clark Atlanta will be in lane 5. Megan Thompson will be in lane 6 from Benedict. And Ayanna Taylor from Allen will be in lane 7. The best time qualifying for this heat comes from Megan Thompson of Benedict. She scored 1 minute, 1 second at the USC Open Outdoor in 2023. She had the best overall time when it comes to qualifications at the SIAC this year coming into today's meet.
And you know, I like the dance, the little delicate balance that everybody does, getting down in the blocks, getting ready.
Yeah, I think that's more of, you get the blood flowing for like the last time before you get into the blocks, and then you go ahead and you take off. The gun is up, and we are good to go in the final heat of the women's 400-meter hurdles. And look at this, out in front right now, it appears to be Megan Thompson of Benedict. We talked about how she had the best time qualifying-wise coming into today's event.
And now this is when we find out what you're made of right now. She jumps out ahead in front of everybody. You know, she's a good 20 yards in front. Can she maintain this pace? Can she maintain that distance in front of her? And, oh, my goodness, you have one but run into the hurdle.
That's never a good thing. But A good thing going on right now for Megan Thompson. Thompson, the Lady Tiger from Benedict, clearing her second to last hurdle. And look at the distance she's got between her and second place. At this point, I think she's really just trying to just get to the finish line, knowing that she has not only a great time, but she'll be in a very good position to qualify. She crosses at 1.61. In lane 2 now will be Tamia Prelo from Kentucky State, who will get the second place. And in third place will be Jayla Hartley Scott from Clark, Atlanta. So advancing on will be Megan Thompson and also Tamia Prelo from this heat. So they get the automatic qualifiers, and following that, we'll find out who the last 2 times will be going into that final on Saturday. So coming up after this, we will switch things over and we'll cut this field into half, literally, because we're going from the 400 to the 200.
Yes.
200-meter dash coming up in just a few moments. But as they get ready to go ahead and get that set up, I'd be remiss if I did not come out and tell you the final results for the men's 400-meter hurdles. Best time going into Saturday will be Jordan Smith from Albany State, 53.6. Kevin Francis, 54.95. John Abbott, Spring Hill, 55.70. Javon Hutchison from Albany State, 56.16. Keon Augustin from Edward Waters, 56.29. And Brogan Corta from Morehouse, 56.45. In 7th place, DeMonte Anderson from Lane, 56.69. And in 8th place will be Sharif Knowles, 56.81. That will be your field on Saturday for the men's 400 hurdle championship. And Sly, when I take a look at the field, there's not much separation between the first place and the 4th place guy. We're looking at 56.6 and 55.7 between 1 and 4.
Yeah, you have guys. This is the cream of the crop right here. These are the guys, they've been topping the conference all year long. They've been winning a lot of these individual meets. They've been placing a lot of these individual meets, and they're putting out their best times, fastest times. So now when we make it to the championship, hey, you don't expect much separation, and these things should be so tight. They should be so intense and just hardcore coming down toward the end.
Absolutely, and we do have the finals for the women's 400-meter hurdles right here in front of us. I will share that with you in just a second. I think so. As we take a look back at the track, I thought we were going from the 400-meter hurdles to the 200, but we may be going to the 10,000.
Yep, they're clearing the hurdles on off the field. Yeah, when everybody starts on that starting line right there, that's one of those long distance races right there.
All right, so once they get all that cleared, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and just take some time to talk about the 400-meter women's hurdle results. Here's your top 8 that will compete for a championship on Saturday. The results are as follows. Natalia Rowe from Albany State had the best time, 1 minute 2.7 seconds. Kayla Houston from Central State, 105.54. Megan Thompson from Benedict, who was running away from the field and actually kind of let up at the end. She only had 106.23. I'm sure it's going to be much lower once she's in a more competitive field. Naima Hoskins from Tuskegee, 109.30. Talia Mora from Allen, 109.55. Sanaya Mesilan from Benedict, 109.97. And rounding up the field will be Janice Pitts from Central State, 111.32. That will be your final. Those 8 young ladies will compete for a gold medal and the right to be called the 400-meter women's hurdle champion on Saturday.
That is such a huge thing, when you win that individual award, when you're called champion, 20 years from now, you're going to look back, you're going to be able to go into that gym, see your name up there in that rafter, say you won, you were a part of this winning team. Hey, huge thing.
Absolutely. So looks like we've got the gun up, and we've got a nice long distance race coming up right now, Sly. You ready for the haul of this?
I tell you, once again, my favorite part about this race, it doesn't matter who wins in my book. In my book, it doesn't matter who wins.
But you want to see those two at the end.
I want to see the two at the end fighting not to come in last.
I got you.
And now this is an interesting viewpoint for the guy in the back right there. He's about 20 yards behind everybody taking a leisurely stroll. So my thing is, when do you make up that distance? And the guy out front, he's 10 yards in front of everybody. Is he going too fast? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be in the middle of the pack right now?
That's a good question. That is a very, very, very good question.
Because I'm going to be honest, I've never ran 10,000 meters a day in my life.
No, me neither. Me neither. Not consecutively.
I try to get 10,000 steps a day. That's for the whole day, not for one event.
No, I am with you on that. All right, so this is the men's 10,000 meter. Let's tell you who's in the field. Donald Kibet from Benedict. He had a best qualifying time of 29 minutes, 41.06 seconds. Brian Kimmel, the hometown guy of Morehouse, he had a qualifying time of 31 minutes, 1.29 seconds. Then Hillary Kipkogee from Morehouse, 31 minutes, 10 seconds even, 31:10. Nelson Kipkambi from Benedict, 32 minutes, 23.97 seconds. Ronnie Kipperoni from Morehouse, 33 minutes, 16.51 seconds. Ryusi Takahashi, 35 minutes, 29 seconds even. Then we also have Sakuraj Sanhyu from Central State and Kevin Hicks from Lane.
And now you wonder about the communication going on with the teamwork. You see the teams, how are they working together, kind of drafting off of each other to try to finish this race out.
Yes, sir. All right, so.
And I'm still kind of curious about, he's definitely not anywhere in our screen right now, but our man in the back of the pack back there, he's about 300 yards back, at least 200 yards back.
Definitely at least 200 yards for sure.
Let's see if they both hit the 50 at the same time. Yeah, give him about 210 yards back.
Now, here's the key.
Here's his strategy.
The key number is 25, Sly. 25 times around the Yeah, 25 times around the track is it's the goal to do.
Yeah, I tell you what. It's a lot of movement going on around here. You got the athletes out here. One thing, you don't have the big cheering section out here, the teammates cheering this one on it.
No, not necessarily. I mean, I think they may have looked at this and been like, okay, you know what, let's go back and go keep ourselves warm. I mean, there were a lot of the teams that were underneath the stadium, bundled up. They were all bundled up, and I get it. I do get it. It's a long race. It's going to be a long race, but it'll be a good one for sure. So as we talked about earlier, this is the 2023 Cricket SIAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships for men's and women's. Mo Carter and Sly Williams on the broadcast. We represent the Black College Sports Network. We want to thank the SIAC for providing us an opportunity to call today's track meet. We want to thank the front office for allowing us to create this partnership that will not only be taken care of throughout this weekend with this particular event, but another thing we've got going on next week will be the softball championships, which will begin on Tuesday, and then the baseball championships will also begin later on in that week, and we will be down in the southern part of Georgia. We'll be in the southern part of Georgia for that event. So can't wait to bring that to you next week. But in the meantime, we are here at the Edwin Moses Track and Field Complex in Atlanta, Georgia, on the campus of Morehouse College. So we've seen the top portion of the field complete 3 laps already, 22 laps to go. 22 laps to go, and it's still a pretty competitive field right now. We've got 5 guys trying to be in one pack and seeing who will be the person to break out of the pack. We expect them to kind of remain in this pack for a good while as they now have 20 laps to go.
All right, zoom out a little bit on your what you call it? Yeah, that's good.
Right there in the middle, we've got Nelson Kipakamboy from Benedict, along with Ryusi Takahashi from both from Benedict, leading the field right now. Also in the mix appears to be Brian Kimmy from Morehouse and Hillary Kepkaji from Morehouse in that pack. So right now, they're coming down the stretch in which they will have now completed 5 laps. And with them completing 5 laps now, we've got 19 to go, Sly.
I tell you, it's interesting. I was talking to Tatiana, the SID from Morehouse. She was just telling me some interesting stats. Brian Kimmy, guy out there in the lead for Morehouse, well, he's in second place now. He broke his own personal Morehouse record. He set the Morehouse record and then broke it again in Myrtle Beach earlier with a time of 31.1. 31 minutes and 1 second. I'm out of breath just running over to the press box. I hadn't even ran 10,000 meters yet.
But look, these guys were built to do that for sure. One thing I can also tell you as well as we take a look at the split screen right now, we still have the 10,000 meters going on, but also you will have the long jump taking place. And then in the far corner, we still have the shot put going on as well.
All right, here's my favorite moment of the meet coming up right now. The leader's about to lap somebody.
And actually, the leader's about to lap him for the second time, if I'm not mistaken. So right now, those leaders are Donald Kibet from Benedict, Nelson Kipkoiboy from Benedict, and then Brian Kimmy from Morehouse, and Hillary Kipkoji from Morehouse. So right now, Sly, it's safe to say that it's either going to be Morehouse or Benedict coming in these top spots.
Unless something very tragic happens on the track. Shout out to Dennis Switzer, the AD over there at Benedict. I know he's checking us out, checking out the track. I'm going to have to hit Dennis up, see if Dennis has any tidbits on the Benedict track team he wants to put out there. Shout out to all the SIDs and the SIC. I'm sorry, the SIAC conference. they have a hard job. You know, it's their job to kind of get out information to all us announcers and stuff like that and keep those Instagram and Twitter pages updated. That is a tough job the SIDs have.
Extremely tough job, but I've always appreciated having good SIDs through the years and the number of locations I've been able to work at as a television sports anchor. There's too many of y'all for me to go ahead and give shout-outs to, but you know who you are. So, but yeah, those guys do a very great job. And I'll be honest with you, it's a job I don't think I'd be able to do. I mean, it's just a lot. I mean, clearly, because you have to have notes on every single contestant, every single team, every single this. You know, you got to work with some media folks that may not be media friendly, if you know what I mean. And,
exactly.
You know,
some of these coaches don't believe in the media.
No, not at all. Not at all. So, yeah, the SID's job, very, very tough, but I will also say that I appreciate the good ones I've been able to work with through the years. So, shout out to you guys. As we continue to roll on, it now has become more so a three-person race with Donald Kibet from Benedict and Nelson Kipkoiboy from Benedict, and then Brian Kimmy, who looks to appear to take the lead now.
Yeah, it's going to be a back and forth between those two. I mean, between those four. Well, it's down to three now.
Yeah, it's down to three. Down to three. It appears that Hillary Kepkoji from Morehouse has falling back just a little bit. But then maybe that's his plan.
I don't know. It looks like he's running out of gas over there.
Well, look, he's got 15 laps to go, Sly. So he's got 15 laps to go. And in the meantime, we kind of go into a split screen here. You can see the long jump on the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, you can kind of see where majority of the action is going on, where you have parts of the 10,000 coming up on the track. You will also have the long jump in the center ground, and then in the background, you've got the shot put.
Mm-hmm. Full day here at the Track and Field Championships.
Correct, and we are nowhere close to being done.
Oh, no.
Which is actually not a bad thing, man, because, I mean, we still got the women's 10,000. We still have the preliminaries for the men and women 200. We've got the prelims for the men's and women's 800. And then we've got the 4x100 meter relay, which I think will wrap up tonight's broadcast. So we get to see who's the fast dogs.
Now let me throw something at you. I'm gonna throw something at you for Sly's radical way of thinking. Now, for the 10,000 meter run, should that be an event that's kind of like the marathon? Should it be something that's ran outside of the track and then you run those last 3 or 4 laps inside of the track? Let's say, you're on the beautiful Morehouse campus. Let's say you start down on the south end of the campus and you make your way running around the perimeter of Morehouse and then run through Spelman and run through Clark, Atlanta, and then you finish up on the track. You think that should be something that should happen?
I like the idea of it. I mean, you're almost making it sound like a cross-country meet at that point, though. Because, I mean, a lot of cross-country meets are actually set up like that, where they're running through a central location and then you have them most of the time finishing on the track or finishing on a straightaway, just depending on the area and location. But I'm on to what you're saying about that, Sly. I think that actually would be pretty cool, but clearly you have to measure this correctly. I mean, I don't know if you need mathematicians to get out there and measure that. Do you need engineers to get out there and measure that, or do you need track coaches to get out there and measure that?
Just go out there with one of those rolling wheels.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Those rolling wheels and check it out that way.
That is true too. Or I don't know, maybe what if I just took my phone and just said, "Hey Siri, measure how many steps and feet I'm about to go here."
My goodness, yeah, go and convert it into mileage. You get it?
Strange. I said, "Hey Siri," and my phone didn't even come on just now.
Siri knew you wasn't serious. They knew you wasn't serious.
I guess that is the case.
All right, looks like they're about to lap somebody else coming up here.
Yes, sir. And actually, that's the other Morehouse product, and that's Hillary Kipkoji.
Kipkoji was he wasn't the guy in fourth. It was the other guy who was in fourth.
Oh, excuse me. They are lapping Ronnie Kiparano. Kipkoji is still in fourth. Yep. There he is, right there, coming up past the 50-yard line, where it says Edwin C. Moses Track.
He just lapped the guy, and you still got my man in the back right there in all black. I don't know his name, but he's still pushing along.
You're talking about Kevin Hicks from Lane.
I'm going to be honest, Kevin Hicks, if you look at everybody else, all the other sprinters on the track, they're all real slender guys. Not sprinters, all the long-distance runners, they're all real slender guys. Kevin Hicks does not have the body of a long-distance runner. He
does not have the typical long-distance running body. But he is in pretty good shape, though. I will give him that, at least from my vantage point.
He definitely run a lot farther and longer than me. Hey, but what did you say earlier about run your race? He is running his race.
He is definitely running his race, and he's getting ready to get lapped by Brian Kimmy, Donald Kibet, and also Nelson Kipkoibi. Nelson Kipkimboy. And we almost had a collision there.
Yeah, young man. And the thing is, it was in the long jump. Young man did not stick the landing. I think he got a fault on the long jump, so he decided not to land, and he almost ran into one of the long distance runners.
That would have been a first for me to see in that situation, because then how do you rule that?
Well, he already got a fault on the jump.
Yeah.
But then if he knocks out a runner, yes, he just knocks one out.
Well, and that's the thing. He would have probably knocked out three, because those guys are in the pack that he almost hit.
Oh, man, that would have been disaster. Maybe Kevin Hicks would have had a chance. That's what they needed for Hicks.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
We need to check and see if that guy's from Lane.
I think he was a Benedict guy, because he's wearing the gold top, and that's been Benedict's uniform.
Mm-hmm.
So he could have been aiming for the Morehouse guy to let his teammates get out in front. All right, we're down to 11 laps to go. So we're beyond the halfway point, approaching the 18-minute mark.
Just moving on along, man.
Yes, sir, we are. Yes, sir, we are.
But I do like the fact that the rain has gone away, because, boy, this would be miserable if you
look,
were one of those runners.
Look, it was miserable this morning, I'll tell you that. Luckily, we didn't have long distance decathlon and heptathlon, but it was playing a factor today for sure.
But imagine, though, if you're one of those kids and you got to run these 10,000 meters in that misty rain or that little rain coming down, makes you go and say, hey, when does indoor track season start?
I know, right? And then somebody be like, later this year. Keyword, later. Later this year. So right now, we've got the split screen going on. As we mentioned earlier, we do have the shot put for the men taking place on your right side, and you will also see on the left side of the viewing screen, we've got more from the long jump for the women. And right on the track, it continues to be a three-person race between Donald Kibet from Benedict, Brian Kimmy from Morehouse, and Nelson Kipkimboy from Benedict.
I wonder how does the communication work down there with your running, because what I noticed, the one Benedict runner kind of passed the Morehouse runner on the inside, and the Morehouse runner kind of slid over, and it seems like he let him pass. I wonder if they're talking like, hey, on your right, on your left, coming up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a strategy. I mean, I had some good friends who actually did run the long distance stuff in high school, and I remember asking them about it and say, yeah, most of the time they communicate by either on your left, on your right, and basically by communicating that way, it allows you, if you're behind, to pass them up and keep your stride going, or if you're in front but you know your stride may be broken if you make a sudden move and they know they're coming up on your right side or on your left side. Most time it's, hey, it's on your right because it's easier to go on the outside than what it is to come on the inside, because you run the risk of stepping out of bounds.
Now they're coming up on Hicks. All of them decide to run on the outside of Hicks.
Yes, they are.
Hicks is not moving off of his line.
Nope. And see, that's the easier situation for them to go around on the right side as they approach 9 laps to go. And we're now at the 20-minute mark. We're now at the 20-minute mark. So, yeah. So we got a lot of good things going on. As I mentioned on the screen right now, you're seeing the shot put to the right, and we also have the long jump on the left. When we get down to about maybe 5 or 6 laps, we'll get back to you on the leaders in the 10,000. And also, kudos to the SIAC officials that actually took our idea and actually, ran with it and said, hey, let's bump up the 10,000.
Yeah.
Add a little bit more excitement to the middle, and then later on.
Here at the 50-yard line momentarily.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get the big boy out the way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And here's the other thing, too, is that the 10,000 for both the men and the women's today is actually a final.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so somebody will run away with a gold, a silver, and a bronze medal today.
You notice what I just noticed one of the Benedict runners did? He looked down at his watch. So, he's keeping time as he's going. Or maybe he has a hot date afterwards.
I'm going to go ahead and say it was the first one. And the only reason why I know that because I know a lot of people who do that as well.
Yeah, definitely couldn't be me, man. He's out there keeping time. They don't have a sundial. I might use a sundial to keep my time.
Flintstone style, huh?
I tell you. Here's our man Kevin Hicks. Just moseying on along.
Absolutely, man.
Hey, there was one of the lane coaches right there. Got to give him an attaboy because they keep on going.
That is it. Yes, sir. You are correct. So, yeah. As far as the leaders of the pack, they're getting ready to come down the next stretch once again. And it's almost like a two-man race right now between Brian Kimmy of Morehouse and I'm going to say Donald Komet of Benedict at the moment. And coming up the far end will be Nelson Kip Kimboy. So it's coming up the far end, and we'll see how that all plays itself out. In the meantime, 7 laps to go. We've hit the 23-minute mark. Whoa! And somebody just took a tumble in the stands. Looks like he's okay, though.
He's tough. Tough little kid. He'll be all right.
Yeah. Looks like he's just trying to, get the shade of embarrassment off right now.
Yeah, that's the worst thing, just being embarrassed, falling down those stairs.
Agreed. And actually, there's a Kentucky State player that's going over to check him out right now.
Yeah, he fell in front of a couple of little girls. I don't know.
Yeah, hey.
That might have hurt his pride more than anything.
For real. Now, looks like he's holding like part of his wrist or arm or something like that, so that also may be hurt. But yeah, pride for sure. But yeah, kudos to this Kentucky State runner or student athlete. I don't know if he runs jumps or does something else, but kudos to him for helping out that young man. 6 laps to go, Sly. 6 laps to go.
I tell you, they keep on moving through, pushing on through.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So let me go ahead and ask you, man, while we got some time, are you a fan of the television show either All American or All American Homecoming?
You know what? I watched the first 2 seasons of All American, and I kind of just fell off. I hadn't watched anything since, so I don't know what happened after his dad came back.
Gotcha.
That's where I'm at. When I don't know what his real name is, but I call him Cuddy from The Wire. His dad was Cuddy from The Wire.
Oh yeah, sure was. Corey James is his actual name on the show.
I'm a huge Wire fan, so I call, no matter who you are, I call you by your Wire. And I still call Idris Elba, I call him Stringer Bell.
No, I understand. I think really now we've gotten to a point in life where, you know, you may know the people's real names, but you remember them more so from this or from that. For example, Amari Hardwick will always be James St. Patrick to me. And I don't care if he was an all-SEC academic person who played with Kirby Smart with the Bulldogs in the 90s. He will be James St. Patrick to me.
And every day on St. Patrick's Day, I put up a post. This is the only St. Patrick.
Me too. I do the same thing. And like Stars a few years ago, they posted something that was like Happy St. Patrick's Day, and all it is just James St. Patrick just standing there in front of Truth. And now it comes up on memory, so I just reshare it every year.
Every year.
I just reshare it every year. But yeah, man, like he will always be James St. Patrick. You know, his son will always be Tyreek to me.
Forever.
And then you know, Tommy will always be Tommy.
He'll always be Tommy.
Yep.
We got some distance now between 1 and 2. Benedict, young man from Benedict, is pulling on away.
Yes, sir. That is Donald Cabet from Benedict. He's now got 4 laps to go, right in front of Brian Kimmy from Morehouse.
He's got about 50 yards in front of Kimmy.
Oh. But look, going back on All-American, look, I'll say this. I mean, when you get a chance to binge some things, it got quite interesting the next couple of seasons for one, and then the spinoff that was created from it with I'm trying to think, would she have been? I want to say the QB's girlfriend, Simone. I want to say she was introduced in season 2.
Is that the one who had the drinking problem?
No, that was the sister.
That was the sister.
That was the twin sister. That was the twin sister.
Gotcha.
But Jordan, the quarterback, Billy Baker's son, you know, he ended up dating this girl named Simone. Well, Simone becomes the spinoff character for All-American Homecoming at a university that is quote unquote based in Atlanta, which I find very, very interesting. I mean, I love like anything HBCU related or whatever, but I do find it interesting that almost like every HBCU on a TV show minus a different world has basically been in Atlanta.
Exactly.
You know, minus Hillman, which we technically never really got that true location of it.
That is true. That is true, because we knew it was south of New York because Dwayne was from New York. We knew it wasn't in Virginia because that's where Whitley was from. Whitley was from Virginia, so we knew it wasn't in Virginia.
Yes.
So, but it wasn't a big enough city for it to be in D.C. We knew it wasn't in D.C. I don't know where.
Yeah, I never really knew.
Where was Hillman?
Me neither.
Hey, if anybody's watching right now, for everybody watching, checking us out, if you know where Hillman was, tweet us. You can tweet me at Sly the Sports Guy. Where can they tweet you at?
They can tweet me at Mo Carter Fox 54 on Twitter, or you can tweet Black College Sports Network at my BCSN #1.
There you go. Tweet us. Let us know.
Let's get interactive with this.
All right, we got some champions going on down here.
Absolutely. So the champions of the shot put, Barnett from Clark, Atlanta, is your champion. And yes, and if you look at the bottom left-hand corner of our screen, you'll be able to take a look at all the champions for the shot put.
There you go. Richardson from Lane was in first. Stewart from Lane, second, and Chambers from Benedict.
Yes. Diamond Richardson from Lane and Desiree Stewart from Lane. So they get that 10 points and they get those 8 points. And then Yasmin Chambers from Benedict coming up in third.
Lane Dragons. Lane Dragons in the business. You know, we were talking about on the last broadcast. It's a lot of tigers in the SI. A lot of cat. The cat family.
That's a lot of cats. The feline family in the SIAC is something else.
It's well represented.
Yes, indeed.
Who do we have? We're at the Maroon, home of the Maroon Tigers.
Benedict is the Tigers.
Benedict Tigers. Tuskegee Golden Tigers. Edward Water Tigers. Savannah State Tigers. Who else? Albany State? No, they're the Rams.
They're the Rams.
Fort
Valley
Wildcats. That's 7 cat family.
Let's see. And then if you stay in the forest and the jungle, Miles is the Golden Bears.
Well, what about Memphis? What's
Lane? Oh no, Lemoyne Owen.
What's
They're the Magicians.
Magicians. Okay. Spring Hill? No, Spring Hill. They aren't Tigers.
Spring Hill
Badgers. Spring Hill Badgers. Okay.
I mean,
well, we have 7 Tigers. 7 out of 15. 7 Tigers out of 15. A lot of Tigers.
Correct. All right. So here we go, Sly. We are down to almost the final lap. And right now, it is a 2-man. No, actually, it's more of a 1-man race.
It's more of a 1-man race. Here you go. There's your bell. There's your bell.
There's that bell. That's got to be a good feeling. Yep, so we got the bell for Donald Kemet from Benedict.
And he has pulled away. You look at him in the bottom of the left. He's pulled away from everybody. He's lapped a few people. You know, wait a minute. This could be the most interesting thing. Now, does he finish the same time Kevin Hicks finishes? I mean, Kevin's a long way from finishing. But will it look like a race between those two?
That is true. So he is coming down the last 150 meters. He's in the curve.
Can he catch Hicks? That's the only question about this race now. Can he catch Hicks and lap Hicks for the 10th time?
Oh no, Hicks is going to get to that line before Donald crosses the line for the final time.
So far as I'm concerned, Hicks won.
All right, so here we go. Donald Kemet crossing the finish line, and he is your champion in the 2023 men's 10,000 meters.
I tell you, man, what a race that young man ran. And now look, here's the next race right here. Those guys coming down for second and third, fighting hard coming down the line right here. Let's see if they can push it over at the end. Look at them coming into your screen. And oh, my bad, that wasn't second and third. That was just second for
so
Kemet.
That's Brian Kimmy right there from Morehouse. So Kemet will be first. Kimmy will be second. And they came in with the 2 best times, qualifying-wise.
Mm-hmm. Now, this will be very interesting because you want everybody to finish the race. But how long do you hold up the rest of the race?
Everybody's going to finish,
But my question is, do they move the runner to the outside of the track?
No.
Okay.
No, because everybody has to run on the inside. Everybody's got to run on the inside.
Wow.
So, yep, we got to run it, man. We got to run it. Yep, we have to run it. Why do you think the Olympics is so spread out when it comes to track and field events? That's the main reason why. With all those people from all those different countries.
But you would think, though, in the Olympics, though, it would be a lot closer. You wouldn't have that wide of a gap.
No, I ain't saying all that.
Oh, for real?
I ain't saying all that. See, we were talking about this earlier. We were talking about how, NBC, before we talk about that, let's give another finisher right here. This will be Nelson Kipkemboy from Benedict. Looks like he'll pick up 3rd place. But, yeah, we were talking about how we will see track meets on NBC and we'll see this and see that. Well, when the Olympics come around, you need to utilize all your different NBC channels. So at the time, regular NBC Sports, Universal Sports, USA, Peacock. Like, it's literally all over the network. So I remember clicking through Peacock one day, and I'm like, oh, this. Like, they had so many different qualifiers for just track and field going on with different camera angles. So I'd have to think that's the case for track and field. That's probably the case for swimming. That's probably the case for what's some other random archery. That's probably another one.
Wait a minute, it's a guy on the track run. I don't think he can be on the track running at the same time. I wonder is that an official?
I'm trying to see if that's an official or a coach. Okay, that's one of the coaches as Hillary Kipkoji from Morehouse. Crosses the line, he'll pick up fourth.
Tamia Priolo from Central State, Flo Amadeo from Lemoyne on, Katrina Rogers, and from Fort Valley State, Brianna Madison.
They are still pushing along.
Yes, sir. They're grinding it. Definitely are grinding it out. But yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, you know, with the stuff with All-American, yes, Simone, which was one of Jordan's girlfriends, she ends up playing tennis, becomes really, really good in tennis, and her aunt was a professor at a university in Atlanta, which happened to be an HBCU, and there's a crossover episode. So shout out to Charles McNeil. He says that there was a real Hillman College that was a women's college in Clinton, Mississippi that existed from 1853 to 1942. It was originally called Central Female Institute, renamed Hillman College in 1891, organized by the Central Baptist Association. Okay, so hey, Charles ain't wrong.
Shout out to the Mac Daddy, Charles McNeil.
Exactly. So Charles McNeil comes through and like now the different world version of Hillman College, fictional black college. They're saying in the state of Virginia, the exact location never revealed, but it was alluded to halfway between Richmond and Hampton Roads.
Shout out to the Mac Daddy. You know Charles does it makes sense that Charles would know this because I remember Charles telling me one time he does a big trivia. A family trivia thing. It makes sense that he would be the one. Now, I'm going to give Charles the vote as maybe one of the most interesting men in the world.
Okay.
We were riding from Augusta to Columbia to do a Benedict game, and Charles said he actually got to really, really know James Brown. Mr. Brown. He got to know Mr. Brown, and Charles is from upstate New York, and his dad ran a club, and he got to see a lot of the big-time acts growing up. Charles might be one of the most interesting men in the world.
Okay. Well,
thank you, Charles.
Appreciate you, Charles. With that being said, Roy, our boss man who's sitting right behind us, that might sound like a little expose during the off season. We might have to jump on.
I'm telling you,
Charles McNeil tells it all.
Representing Edward Waters.
Yeah, story time with y'all. That sounds a little bit better.
From Central State, Jeremiah.
But yeah, as I mentioned with All-American Homecoming, yeah, Simone Hicks, who was Jordan's girlfriend, she starts playing tennis, becomes real, real good, and then there's a backdoor pilot on one of the All-American episodes where they actually go on spring break and go to Atlanta, and it's like the whole crew. And as she goes over there, she runs into her aunt, who eventually was a professor and eventually became the president of the university at Princeton University in Atlanta, which is an HBCU. And you know, as a HBCU grad, of course, I will judge these shows hard on what they do content-wise, and I will give them the props. Whoever they hired, writers-wise, to do this, they've done a better job than some of the other things I've seen in the past. You know, there are a few things, like, for instance, I'm still waiting for that episode where they sit in financial aid for like 3 days. I'm still waiting for that episode. But besides that, you know, everything else is kind of, you know, pretty much on point. You know, they had the Black Lives Matter movement. They've had the situations where there was a person on campus who wanted to be there because their parents went there, their sister went there, their grandparents went there. You know, you have those legacy folks. You also
Rob Hardy.
Mitchell.
Who's Rob Hardy?
From Albany State.
I'm not. When it comes to names of the people up top, Oh, okay. Oh, fair. Oh, see, look, our producer here, Roy. He manages every time you see him. He's going to throw in something about FAMU or something about Phi Beta Sigma. One of those two.
Yep.
One of those two will always be mentioned. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The quad.
The quad.
See, Mr. Roy Evans will put in something about FAMU or Phi Beta Sigma every time.
Hey, look, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, my goodness.
Nah, man, you be HBCU proud, and I totally get it. Speaking of HBCU grads, congratulations to Judge Faith Jenkins and her husband Kenny Lattimore. Judge Faith Jenkins, a proud graduate of Southern University's law school. Mm-hmm. They welcomed their first child not long ago. Okay. She did an interview on the Breakfast Club. I love listening to the Breakfast Club when they give these people backgrounds and stuff. Mm-hmm.
I always knew she was a pretty lady, but I didn't know she was Miss Louisiana.
She was. She was, and that the money she won from those scholarships allowed her to actually go to college. She was like, I was smart, but like I was in that. She said she was in that threshold where like you could get so much scholarship money, but she still was going to need more. So actually doing pageants allowed her to get more scholarship money. And clearly, you've seen her with her previous syndicated show, Judge Faith, and then she was on Divorce Court, but she stepped away from Divorce Court because, hey, her and Kenny Lattimore want to have a kid.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Talking about the scholarship and her getting money for scholarship money, it's just so important, for people out here, to donate and give back to your college or the United Negro College Fund, to do those things, to give back. And a lot of people, come up with selfish reasons saying, I don't want to donate money to my school because I don't know how they're going to spend that money. But a right that you have, a lot of people don't know, if you give money to your school, you can dictate where that money goes.
Correct. Just do a little research. See how exactly where it goes to, and you should be A-okay.
So make sure you give back to your school, man. Funding is everything for HBCUs. Having the money, putting money back into the place, because a lot of people brag on, yes, I went to this HBCU. This HBCU changed my life. My school changed my life. Well, what are you doing financially to give back to your HBCU? That's the big question.
Absolutely. No, matter of fact, it's funny you mentioned that. My wife and I, we've been talking about some things, and, she's made donations to the Southern University College of Business. I've made a few donations to the Department of Mass Communications at Stewart Hall, but we want to do a little bit more, and eventually we're going to get around to do it. We actually were in preparations to do some things, and then pandemic happens, and then all of a sudden we welcome our son into the world, so we had to kind of, sit back on that.
You got to make sure you give back. That's all. That is my main thing. Make sure you give back to your school. Make sure you support your school, and that's how you can do it, man. To further along your school.
Absolutely. And look, I appreciate the donations you are making, because the donations that go to certain people that you talk about, clearly it'll help them in their lifestyle in more ways than others. So, and hey, I think Hicks wraps up, man.
He finished up?
Yes, I think he did.
43 minutes, man. Good job, Mr. Hicks.
All right. So with that being said, officially the men's 10,000 meter is officially done. And if you enjoyed the men's 10,000, that means you're going to enjoy the women's 10,000 too, right?
There you go.
All right, so let's give you the breakdown of the women's 10,000 meters. Coming in with the best time will be Jane Caboris from Benedict, 41 minutes, 15.4 seconds. She was a medal winner last year.
I think she won last year.
At the 2022 SIAC championships. In lane 2, it'll be Floma Okomu from Benedict, 43 minutes, 18.36 seconds. Her best time coming at the Electric City Invitational. Where's the Electric City?
I have no idea. We can Google that one.
Yeah, we'll
Electric
definitely have to
City.
Google that one. We'll have enough time to actually Google it as well. Third best time in lane 3 will be Miracle Smith. Let's see what kind of miracles she can maybe able to pull off today. 48 minutes, 40.28 seconds. She was also a medalist last year in the SIAC Championships. Rounding out the field would be Benedict's Purity Quebec, Lane College's Trinity Craft, Clark Atlanta's Aaliyah Jackson, Kentucky State's Molly Steiger, and Fort Valley State's Montana Williams.
In Anderson, South Carolina, at Anderson University, Electric City Invitational.
All right, yeah, I've heard of Anderson before.
It's Molly Steiger. And from Fort Valley State, Montana Williams.
So we're just waiting for the field to get into place, and we'll get that gun up.
She came in 7th place in the Electric City. You know, I've lived in South Carolina my whole life, and I've never heard anybody refer to Anderson as the Electric City. Guess that might be a new thing.
It may be. I mean, well, with that being said, I also wonder, too, if they're the Electric City, I mean, does that mean that they need to invite Janelle Monáe at some point in time? Because she is the Electric Lady of R&B and pop. I mean,
I'm pretty sure Janelle Monáe has never been by. The closest she may have been to Anderson is riding on I-85 from Charlotte to Atlanta. That may be the closest she's ever been.
And look, if you want to make the college connection, the music video actually had her as a part of a fictional sorority called Electrify Beta. And clearly, she talked to somebody who produced this that has HBCU ties, because it looked like an HBCU house party up in that thing.
Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna tell you, Anderson College is definitely not a HBCU.
I know about Anderson College. I mean, I've seen them play Alabama Huntsville a few times through the years of basketball. Yeah,
and you may have seen the entire African American population of the school on that basketball team.
Yes, sir. All right, so here's the final tally for Benedict. In first place, your winner, Donald Cabet, 32 minutes, 26.96 seconds. In second place, Morehouse's Brian Kimmy, 32 minutes, 51.99 seconds. In third place, Nelson Kip Kimboy from Benedict, 34 minutes, 11.17 seconds. In fourth place, Ronnie Kiproni from Morehouse, 35 minutes, 24.9 seconds. And in fifth place, Ryusha Takahashi from Benedict, 37 minutes, 44.20 seconds. And in sixth place, Hillary Kipkoji from Morehouse, 38 minutes, 29.45 seconds. So those are your top 6 as far as individuals who are gaining points for their schools today. And remember, that was the final, so that means that, you know, some people are starting to get some points today.
There you go, trying to get some points so you can take home the crown for your team.
Absolutely.
Do you get points for 8th place, for final, for the last spot? That's a
10. Hold on. Let me do the math. 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1. No, only the top 6 get.
Only top 6. Okay.
Yeah, only top 6. Now, if we were in the heptathlon or decathlon, you do get points there, but that point system is completely crazy.
Gotcha.
And you go ahead and you get that. So here we go. 25 laps for these young ladies. They are about 350 meters through the first lap, and they've got 24 to go. As we mentioned, we want to keep an eye out on the young ladies who represent the following colleges: Jane Caboris from Benedict, and also Floma Okilmu from Benedict. The Benedict teammates right now out there in front. Clark Atlanta's Miracle Smith, who was a medal winner last year, will try to give them a run as well. Speaking of runs, we're going to go ahead and, run and take a bathroom break and all kind of other breaks and whatnot during this 10,000. We will keep the video streams going so you can check out all the action in various places, which includes the shot put in the top left-hand corner, the women's 10,000 in the bottom left-hand corner, and the long jump for the women in the right. Excuse me, for the men and women in the right-hand corner.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put our producer Roy on the spot for a second. Roy, can I go and play with the camera a little bit? Can I be a cameraman duty on that 10,000 meter camera for a couple of seconds? I have the attention span of a 3-year-old child, so I'll probably do it for about 2 minutes and leave, and then go back, put it back to the original spot. But let me follow some of the runners for a little bit.
All right, we'll go ahead and do that. So we'll take a nice little break. He'll go play with the cameras, and then we will circle back here, and I guess we'll describe what your camera experience is like. I do that on a regular basis with my other 9 to 5, so I'm not doing that in that sense, with that. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a break from the actual talking portion of the broadcast, but the full broadcast will remain right here on Black College Sports Network, the SIAC's YouTube page, and also any other plays that you're paying attention to. The 2023 Cricket SIAC Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Meet live from the Edwin C. Moses Track Facility in Atlanta, Georgia.
Your attention, please. Nelson Kipkinboy, Brian Kamai, and Donald Cabet report to the 50-yard line at this time. The winners of the men's 10,000 meters. We need for you to report Nelson Kipkinboy, Brian Kamai, and Donald Cabet report at this time to the 50-yard line and podium. Thank you.
I got it.
Nelson Kipkembe, Brian Kamai, Donald Cabet, please report at this time to the 50-yard line podium for the medal presentation. Your attention, please. Brian Kimmy, we need for you to report to the podium at the 50-yard line at this time. Morehouse College's Brian Kimmy, please report now to the 50-yard line podium at this time. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, for your medal presentation of the winners of the men's 10,000 meters of the 2023 Cricket SIAC Track and Field Championships, your bronze medal winner out of Benedict College, Nelson.
Oh, no, I was just playing right out board.
Kim Wee.
I was bored, so I said, let me.
So right now, ladies and gentlemen, as you take a look in the bottom left-hand corner, they are presenting the medals for the men's 10,000 meters. Brian Kimby. No, I'm sorry. The bronze medal winner is Nelson Kimboy from Benedict College. Brian Kimmy from Morehouse is your silver medal winner.
And ladies and gentlemen, your gold medal
and the gold medal winner from Benedict College is Donald Kimmy.
Here in the SIAC 2023 from Benedict College, Donald Quebec.
So the Tigers take first and third with Morehouse Brian Kimmy taking second. Shout out the gentleman there. Congratulations, gentlemen. And we shall return.
I'm a man of many hats.
Look at you.
I got bored. I need to come outside.
How about a big healthy round of applause for our 10,000 meters winners this evening? Your attention, please. The men's and women's 800 meters participants, along with the men's and women's 4x100 meters. All participants from these two events, the men's and women's 800 meters, as well as the men's and women's 4x100 meters, we need for you all to report to the two tents on the opposite end of the stadium near the Lemoyne-Owen bus. The two blue tents, we need for you all to report to those two tents at this time. All men's and women's 800 meters, all men's and women's 4x100 meters, report to the two tents at the south end of the stadium near the Lemoyne bus. Those two blue tents there. Thank you.
All right, we're getting close to the end. 30, what do we have? 37 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. The leaders have 2 laps to go. Hi, I am Slider Sports Guy Sylvester Williams, picking up in the end. If you can look and you can see here in that top corner, we're following a couple of the runners as we speak, following a couple of runners.
Duke, the one in front of her.
The one in front of her?
Yeah. Yeah, that's her.
Oh, okay.
And here we have it, Jane Caboris from Benedict. She's out in front by a good distance from everybody. Everybody else has about 3 or 4 laps to go, and she's on number 2. Oh, my bad. That is the
Duke, I told you wrong, Duke. It's her. It's her by the high jump. Duke over here by the high jump. Come.
Her?
Yeah, that's her.
That's Jane Caporis from Benedict. She's on her final lap. Trying to finish things out. And let's see if she can finish it out strong to end it, to get the championship in the 10,000 meters.
I was about to say, man, she's been running long past 1,000.
Yes, I'm telling you, 10,000 meters. She's closing in on that last lap right here. And as a matter of fact, Mo, she's kicking into high gear right now. She looked like she found a little bit in the tank.
So you're saying she got a little extra pep in her step is what you're saying?
And if you look, she's close to that time of beating her time from last year.
Absolutely. It actually looks like she's going to eclipse it on this pace right now. We'll see as she's coming down that final stretch.
She has 39 seconds on the clock. 41 was the championship from last year. It is going to be really close.
Yeah, she qualified with 41 minutes. And
that's minutes, not seconds. She blew it out the water.
Absolutely, yeah. Her qualifying time this year was 41 minutes, 15 seconds, and 15.4 seconds. But clearly, she blew that out the water with about a 39-minute 10,000. Jane Caboris, congratulations to you. You are the 2023 SIAC Women's Championship champion.
Yeah, my goodness, man. I'm sitting up here thinking seconds. What? She blew it out of the water, man.
Absolutely, she does. Now, Sly, look, we talked about being interactive with our viewers early on, so I want to go over to the SIAC's YouTube page live and just kind of answer a few things. Vibes with TK asks us about the 200 meters. The original schedule did have for us to be showing the 200 meters not long ago, but then the officials from the SIAC decided to change up the scheduling a tad bit. So the 200 meter dash will be coming up momentarily once we get out of the 10,000 for the women's. Right now, we're scheduled to do the 200 meter and the 800 meter runs coming up very, very soon. So want to let our viewers who are watching live on the YouTube page via SIAC Sports know what is going on and what is going down. Also, Corey Gibson asks, where are the results online? So if you go to the SIAC.com and go to the home page, you will see the first thing on the home page says SIAC Track and Field All Conference Honors Announced. If you hit the right arrow tab, you will see SIAC Announces Track and Field Scheduled Championships. Once you click on that, you'll be able to scroll down and there will be championship info. It'll say when, where, and it'll say live stats. You click that tab that says live results, and you're going to be able to see the live results from today. So I just want to let that information be known to our wonderful viewers who are checking us out online on the SIAC Sports' YouTube page and also on BCSN's Sports' YouTube page, which rolls through my JBN 1. So once again, congratulations to Jane Kaboris. Once again, getting back-to-back years in which she got a medal in the women's 10,000 meter run.
I want to let everybody know, man. I'm glad you checked that those YouTube comments, man. We give shout outs on air, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We want to be interactive with the people who are checking out the broadcast. We know you can't be here in person, but this is the next best thing, and we want to let you know how it's going down.
Telford McAllister said, what about the men's shot put? Well, we finished up the shot put. We had it in the top. If you look in the top left corner, that's the shot put pit. That was a little bit earlier. Shot put was a little bit earlier. I guess they're still going on because they still have some of the guys hanging out around Telford. So keep your eye on that top left corner, and you'll see some of the shot putters still hanging around.
And also, Telford, we have to let you know this. There are not live stats going on for the shot put. So because the shot put does not have live stats, we're not getting the information relayed to the press box really until the finalists are up, or really once the event is basically over with. So that's why we can't give you as much information. But in the meantime, yeah, the top left-hand corner is the shot put pit. That's the video we have going on. Unfortunately, they don't have live stats running to us right now for us to give you any additional information going on with that. But what I will tell you is this. Once the finals for the shot put are set and we have our champions crowned, we will let you know who that is, and then they will be over at Victory Road, which is at the 50-yard line. So they'll receive their medals for first, second, and third place, and we will let you know who those individuals are.
I tell you, man, what an accomplishment having these youngsters, man, stand on those podiums to get those medals, man. You know, here's the thing, man. You take these medals, you keep them. 20 years from now, you sit down, you're talking to your kids. Yep, I remember that windy day. Now, 20 years from now, the story's going to get better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The story's going to get better. It was 35 degrees in April, and I went out there and I set all type of records.
So you're saying in 20 years we're going to drop 20 degrees?
Oh yeah, exactly. And the time, and they're going to drop about 2 or 3 seconds off that time too in 20 years.
I gotcha. All right, so we just had our second place finisher finish, and that is Jane's teammate Floma Okumo from Benedict. She just finished and wrapped up, and then in third place, a finish is by Miracle Smith from Clark, Atlanta. She also medaled last year as well, so she'll get back-to-back years in which she receives a medal in this competition. Telford McAllister says thanks. He appreciates it.
Hey, man, that's what we're here for. Like I said, man, we give shout-outs here. You can tweet us. Tweet us at mybcsn1. Or you can tweet me at Sly the Sports Guy. You can tweet Mo at
Mo Carter Fox 54.
There you go. Tweet us, man. Let us know what you think. Let us know how you feel. Who you cheering for? Let us know where you're watching. What part of the world you're watching from, man. You know, this is one of my favorite parts. You know, that interaction, that fan interaction, talking to all the fans, finding out where everybody's from, seeing who's who do you care about? Who do you care about? A lot of kids out here running. I'm sorry, not kids, young adults. A lot of young adults out here running. But it might be one of them that you care about.
Absolutely. Scrolling back up, Miss Tracy Brown, she says, let's go Morehouse. But why does it say 2022 volleyball in the live stream title? Yeah, we just talked about that. Apparently, whenever you clear one live stream like we had earlier when we had the decathlon and heptathlon events, that particular URL was connected to that until it was made into a full file. Because we went into another live stream of it, it had to find another open spot in space, which on the SIAC Sports webpage, that happened to be the 2022 Cricket SIAC Volleyball Tournament Semifinals. We're working on getting in contact with our good friend at the SIAC in Miss Tyler Williams to get that corrected coming up. So that's the reason why we have that. And here's another thing too. Believe me, if I had the power to change it, I would change it. But there are certain things that
will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
Can I get the now bar, please? $1. Have a good one. Got it.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Let me get a now bar.
Sure. $1.
Appreciate you.
Got it.
When times get dark, we can't see the help that's all around us. Let 211 be your guiding light for mental health and other resources. Call 211 or visit 211.org.
One bite of 100% Angus beef ballpark frank, and you'll say, hello, summer. Oh yeah, it's ballpark season.
Sugar Chateau Desserts is a specialty bakery located in the Charlotte, North Carolina metro area. We will create delicious and one-of-a-kind treats for any occasion. Sugar Chateau is currently shipping cakes in a jar, offering a variety of different flavors in a single-serve container that can help you celebrate in accordance with social distancing. Place your orders today by calling 803-526-7895 or visiting sugarchateaudesserts.com.
This is Carlos Brown, letting you know that we're on the move. You can now catch the Carlos Brown Show beginning this July on the Black College Sports Network each and every Saturday from 11 to 1 Eastern Time. That's 10 to 12 Central Time. Same time, new place. On Facebook at the Carlos Brown Show and Black College Sports Network. Online at www.mybcsn.net and on the BCSN app available on Google Play and the Apple App Store.
At Hampton Law, our primary goal is to provide non-traditional yet effective solutions and redefine the approach to client legal concerns. As your trusted legal advisor, we believe in sophisticated, personalized services that eliminate the confusion and complexity sometimes associated with legal matters. Our high standard for client care and concern, coupled with our extensive legal knowledge and skills, make Hampton Law a resource focused on the protection of the client's interest and overall goals. We value our clients and truly enjoy working with them. Visit thamptonlaw.com to conveniently schedule an appointment online. Tamika Hampton Esquire, 1631 Rock Springs Road, Suite 336, Apopka, Florida, 407-494-1471. thamptonlaw.com.
This is Brian Fulford. A.D. Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Yeah. I love my HBCU. And boy, I love it, love it. I love it, love it. I love my HBCU. And man, I hope my team they won. Yeah. I hope my team they won. Yeah. Man. I hope my team they won. Yeah. I hope my team they won. Yeah. I tune into the HBCU Sports Lab to see if my team won or lost. If they lost, I'm quiet as a mouse. But if they won, keep tab. I'ma do the dab, yeah. Dr. Cavill, he know what he be talking about. Mike and Charles, they know what they be talking about. They compress the analytic data with this hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they wanna lose, and who the ball, So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gon' teach a lesson.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
Some carriers will give you just one measly entertainment subscription. One is no fun. With Verizon, there's up to 7 entertainment subscriptions with your unlimited plan. That's 7 times the... 7 times the... No. 7 times the... Music, gaming, Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Plus, and more. That's 7 times the entertainment! Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
Let's get back to strolling instead of scrolling. Before we can safely come together, we need the facts on COVID-19 vaccines. Visit getvaccineanswers.org so you can make an informed decision for yourself and for your family.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
Bounty versus the old family dish towel. Drying with a fresh sheet of Bounty leaves your hands cleaner than a used dish towel that can carry and redistribute food residue. So ditch the dish towel for better hand hygiene. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food? Like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
Oh, we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisines.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
Nope. Nope.
Come on, him.
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
College is an HBCU in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where we prepare students for a different world. Stillman is a college of distinction for last year and this year. Our largest majors are business and biology, followed closely by psychology, criminal justice, and history for the pre-law, communications, English, and religion. Our newest degree programs are in the Department of Computational Sciences, which covers cybersecurity, data analytics, and math. The Biomedical Academy prepares students for competitive entry into health professions and graduate programs. We have established summer biomedical research internships with major research institutions, such as the University of Alabama, Drexel and Temple Universities in Philadelphia, the Salk Institute in San Diego, California, and the universities of Florida, Indiana, and Iowa. We became creative with social distancing and masks for the pandemic. Our students enjoy movie nights at the stadium and the new Melissa and Davis Legacy Courtyard, where you can eat and enjoy friends. We have the Divine Nine Greek letter organizations, student government leadership, and ambassadors. Our small class sizes, nurturing faculty, and friendly environment let you know that Black Lives Matter at Stillman College each and every day. Applications are free. Sign up at discover.stillman.edu. Complete the contact card and apply today. Stillman College, where we prepare students for a different world.
Press the analytic data with your hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they wanna law, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gon' teach a lesson.
Yep. Dr. Cavill's inside the HBC Sports Lab with Mike Washington, Charles Bishop. We have none other than Joshua Sims Sr. You know, he usually joins us during the fall when we're in football mode on Sunday morning on our show. And then every once in a while, he'll come in also as a guest professor bringing this information. But as we told you, or as I should say, we're dedicating the show to the business side of HBCU sports. So let me give you this introduction as we get going. Welcome to episode 386, Inside the HBCU Sports Lab radio show and podcast, the show that's covering the sporting HBCU dash for all things HBCU sports for institutions large and small. From the NAIA to the NCAA, we share insights and information on the HBCU sports culture, HBCU athletic aesthetics to facilitate the story of HBCU athletic programs in the business of HBCU sports. I'm your host, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, with our co-host, Mike Washington, Charles Bishop, with a special segment of Joshua Sims Sr. of HBCU Nightly, Wednesday night, catch it at 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. Gives you 2.5, 3 hours power pack of just the HBCU sports culture, unfiltered in so many different ways is one of the best ways I can explain it. But it's everything there. KSOH 1230 AM studios with the Texas Radio Hall of Famer, multi-Hall of Famer Ralph Cooper in the beautiful home of Texas Southern University from Houston, Texas. With that being said, Charles, how you doing today?
Doing well, Doc, doing well. Like I said, enjoying wrapping up this semester. It's been a good semester, so looking forward to seeing some light at the end of the tunnel.
No doubt about it. Mike, how you doing today?
Man, glad to be here in the lab. Man, it's 2 days in a row. I got a break from life on the road. So happy to be in the studio with you fine gentlemen. So let's get it started.
No doubt about it. Appreciate you. And none other than Professor Sims, as I like to call him, as he's one of the hardest working men in the business, debuting HBCU Nightly, up to almost 50 episodes. You know, you gotta have to do something special when you get that magic number. That's nice. That's nice. We'll figure it out. I got some hints for you. And then he has some other creative things that he's doing along with that, where he's splintering out. They got some big things that's really coming up. Then you got X's and O's with him and BJ Jones, as they'll be bringing that out in the fall full effect.
And Joe went to Ruby Falls, and and watching the underground waterfall, and then the fact that I was able to actually get on a zip line later on, I think is probably one of the best I made it as a husband moments.
All right, who do we have out here? Tracy Brown says she's at 102.3 KJLH radio, and it is 90 degrees in Inglewood and about 15 minutes from the beach. Must be nice.
Absolutely.
Must be nice.
Absolutely. Thanks for letting us know what's good out there in Inglewood. What's good in Inglewood, if I didn't say that correctly the first time.
Oh, look like young lady picked up her stride a little bit. This might be the last lap.
Yeah, possibly.
She picked up the stride a little bit. She's making it on the ride.
Man, look, she's doing her thing, man. She is doing her thing and running her race, and I mean that's what we have to give her the props on the most as well. So, but in the meantime, sorry, Roy. In the meantime, we.
Oh wow, they're going to actually announce the winners right now.
Yes, they are. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to take a look in one of our screens in the bottom left, and we will have the bronze, silver, and gold medalists in the women's 10,000. The bronze medal goes to Aaliyah Jackson from Clark, Atlanta. She ran a time of 43 minutes, 7.28 seconds.
Aaliyah hitting that pose right there for that bronze medal.
The runner-up and the silver medalist goes to Floma Okomu from Benedict with an exact time of 42 minutes on the dot. And your 2023 SIAC Women's 10,000 meters champion is Purity Kibet from Benedict College. 41 minutes, 35.33 seconds. Congratulations to our bronze, silver, and gold medalists.
She ran a great race too, man. I think she kind of dominated from start to finish. It was that first and second place was close. It was close until probably about 4 to 5 laps to go, and Purity just pulled away and just increased that stride and ended up lapping the second place finisher. Hey, I tell you guys all the time, what is my most favorite race?
You have mentioned that the favorite race is the end of these long races when you see the student athletes gut it out to get to the end.
That is my favorite. Oh, there we go.
There it is. She has crossed the finish line. Hey, she's getting a huge ovation too.
I think it's mostly the sprinters, though. They're ready to go. But she finished. Shout out to Frank Highland, BC. You know. Hey, man, what's your favorite cheer? Your favorite cheer, HBCU cheer, man?
Well, I mean, I'm a Southern University Jaguar, so, we got the SU, SSSSSSU, and then there's a blank, and then the school. And that's all I'm gonna say on that, because this is a PG-rated broadcast.
All our listeners, all our watchers out there, man, let us know your favorite HBCU cheer. Let us know.
Now, I will tell you this, though, and one cheer that I can say, not so much a cheer, whatever you want to call it, battle cry, is that once, you hear it, you just feel like the end of the world is about to happen, is that chant that you start to get from Alcorn State.
Oh.
Yeah, that it's almost like a Florida State, but it's like dun 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 dun, and you start hearing that and once you hear that, it just seems like Alcorn State people just go crazy. So that I gotta say, from a rival, that definitely has been one that I can say it's been put in my back pocket. And I'll be like, man, that thing ain't too bad, It is not too bad.
Shout out to the throwers over there, the shot put.
Absolutely. And just to reiterate, so we do have the shot put in the top left-hand corner of our broadcast. We don't have live stats going for the shot put right now. That's why we can't give you much information on it. But once shot put goes final, we will let you know who are the winners, who got the bronze, who got the silver, and who also got the gold. And then we will find them and show them and present them at the medal stand. All right, everyone, here we go. In the 200 meter, they just snuck up on us on this one. So.
And look at him making up the stagger right there in lane 2, but it looks like lane 5 is out in front, and
That's Kyron Moore from Albany State. Kyron Moore out ahead in front of Cody Gibbs. Gibbs is trying to get that second place, and he does. Coming in third place will be Quincy Curley from Spring Hill College.
Young man from Albany State was out there from the jump. He got out there and just got in front of everybody and blew him out the water, young man from Albany State.
Absolutely. So advancing on to the finals will be Kyron Moore from Albany State and also Cody Gibbs from Edward Waters College.
Look at him coming around the corner right there. My goodness, that's a lot of speed.
Absolutely. You hit that straightaway, it's like bye-bye, man. It literally is bye-bye. All right, heat 2. We've got 5 heats on this one. So heat 2 in lane 1, Ed Gilbert from Albany State.
That's the one we're looking out for Ed.
Exactly. In the lane 2 from Savannah State, we've got Yast Johnson. In lane 3, Josiah Jones from Benedict. In lane 4, Fort Valley State's Davion Jenkins. Let me make that correction. In lane 5, Jawan Rigby from Central State. In lane 6, it'll be Gavin Hall Huggins from Lemoyne Owen. And in lane 7, it'll be Malachi Yancey from Kentucky State.
All right, here we go, man. It's a lot of pressure on Ed, man. If Ed isn't 1 or 2, Ed's going to hear it from me.
Well, here's the reason why there's pressure on Ed. Ed has the best qualifying time coming into the SIAC Men's 200-meter Championships with a time of 20.97 seconds.
Woo!
He also is a medalist from last year's SIAC Championship.
That's moving. That is moving.
Correct.
Here we go. There's a start.
And out the block. Keep an eye out on the guy in lane number 1. That is Ed Gilbert.
My goodness, he made up the stagger.
And look at Gilbert.
My goodness, he's moving.
Gilbert is rolling. Right now, the race is for second place, and it looks like it's Josiah Jones who will get second place who can hold it off. But Ed Gilbert runs away from the field, followed by Josiah Jones. So they will both advance to Saturday's final.
Okay, well, I guess
we see why Ed Gilbert had a whole lot of love. All right. And look, as before we get into the third heat, we were talking about this young lady as she was wrapping up the women's 10,000. We have to give a huge shout out to Trinity Craft.
She made it.
She never stopped in this race.
Never stopped. Kept her stride the whole time. Kept her stride the whole time.
Yes, she did.
She did. She did. Big shout out to the young lady from Lane College.
No doubt. No doubt on that. But, man, shout out also to Ed Gilbert, blazing the trail as you look at it on the replay. Good Lord.
I'm going to be honest, man. All these fans for Ed Gilbert, man, he better win.
Correct. So he advances now over to Saturday's final. Remember, in these prelims, you take the top 2 times from each heat, and then the next best one. But you have 5 heats coming up here, so that exception may be changed over a little bit. We'll just have to kind of see.
And shout out to Yaz Johnson. I think Yaz came in second in that one, didn't he? Or
it was Josiah Jones.
Oh, Josiah came in second. Okay.
Yaz was third.
There you go. There you go. All right. They're getting ready for that next one.
Heat 3, we got Jordan Winder in lane 1 from Tuskegee, Grant Nastasi from Spring Hill in lane 2. In lane 3, Zaylin Myers of Allen. In lane 4, Shannon Carter from Albany State. In lane 5, Jeremiah Cadet from Central State. In lane 6, Makai Evans Bay from Morehouse. And in lane 7, Trevon Pope from Kentucky State.
Lane 6, my goodness, he got out to a start.
Makai Evans Bay, that's who you're taking a look at from right here at the house.
Makai Evans Bay. It's going to be a tight one coming down to the end.
Evans Bay is definitely going to pull it out, but the race for second is going to be something. But in the end, it'll be Makai Evans Bay finishing first, followed by Shannon Carter of Albany State.
That's our lady Tracy Brown out of Inglewood. Your guy, Makai Evans Bay, pulled it off in this heat.
Yeah, man, as we take a look at the replay on the big screen here, like I said, Makai Evans Bay had it. But, yeah, look at that pack for second. It just so happened to be that Albany State Shannon Carter, pretty good last name as well, was able to pick up second place in that heat. So let's go to heat number 4 out of 5. In lane 1, it'll be Amar White Evans of Morehouse. In lane 2, it'll be Damari Johnson of Central State. In lane 3, Jude Servias from Tuskegee. In lane 4, Montrell White from Allen. In lane 5, Jaden Rudolph from Fort Valley State. In lane 6, Jaquan McCants from Edward Waters. And in lane 7, Mikael Bridges.
There you go.
Who's got a lot of people watching at home on the YouTube live feed from Benedict. Mikael Bridges comes into this heat with the second best time in the heat at 21.86 seconds. He got that time at the 2023 USC Open Outdoor. As far as Central State's Damari Johnson, 21.42 was his qualifying time at the Mountaineer Open. I'm going to go ahead and guess that was at West Virginia.
Yep. I think that the Mountaineers.
And we are off with the gun.
I tell you, man, these guys are moving.
Yes, he is, including Makai Bridges.
And look at lane 2 right there pushing on the outside, lane 7.
Mikael Bridges, that's him. Mikael is going to cross first place with that one. And in second place will be Damari Johnson out of Central State.
All right. Halsey B and Yolanda Daniels, Venice Hatkins, your man pulled it through. Your man Mikael pulled it through in this heat.
Dwan Eat says, "Eat, Kel." And then Halsey B also says, "Let's go, Mikael."
I tell you, man, the speedsters, man, I love it.
I definitely do as well. All right, we're coming up to the final heat for the men's 200-meter dash. All right, so lane 2 was supposed to have Christian Akins, but apparently he is not participating. So in lane 3, it'll be Javon Keene from Edward Waters. In lane 4, Marcus Jefferson from Fort Valley State. In lane 5, Dennis Bailey from Tuskegee. In lane 6, Winfred Porter from Savannah State. And in lane 7, Caleb Russell from Kentucky State. Best 2 times, let's take a look at lane 5. That'll be Dennis Bailey. Qualifying time, 21.48 at the 2023 Mississippi State Bulldog Relays. And Winfred Porter in lane 6 from Savannah State, 21.55 at the Wims Baskin Relays. So we'll keep an eye out on lane 5 and lane 6, Sly.
I tell you, those middle lanes right there. You know, what's the hardest lane to run, the outside lane or the inside?
In a sprint, well, yeah, in a sprint, I would say the outside, because you are, especially if you're in lane 7 or 8, you don't have nobody to kind of feed off of, so you got to get out there in front of the pack.
All right.
And then you kind of wait to kind of see who's by you to where.
My goodness, look at him negotiate that turn right there in lane 6.
Lane 6, that's Winfred Porter from Savannah State.
Porter, but is Porter going to be walked down? This is going to be a tight one right here.
Exactly. Dennis Bailey is coming up on him. Can Dennis Bailey catch him?
Ooh.
Oh, Porter was able to hold him off at the last second. So it goes 1-2 with Winfred Porter from Savannah State and then Dennis Bailey from Tuskegee. That was a close one there, Si.
I'm telling you, that was a tight one right there.
Yes, but I also told you too, man, at the end of the day, you needed to keep an eye out on lanes 5 and 6.
You're right.
And there we go on that. And only in just a matter of moments we'll have the final results for the 200-meter dash. But, man, we saw some great runs today, including from Ed Gilbert, who I think will probably have the highest qualifying time once again. Ed was just away from the pack, man.
I tell you. So hold on, Rufus Williams. We're going to show the times. Rufus Williams, but we got to let everything populate.
Absolutely. Yeah, Rufus. In most cases, we would have the live times formulated into our systems, but unfortunately, that system is not effective today. That's the best way I can go ahead and describe it. Don't worry. We'll have it to you in just a moment. Because we do have the live time computer right next to us. The only thing is, it's flashing so quickly that we want to make sure that everything goes up correctly.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. Our producer said we want to make sure you see the full screen, see all this good action.
Absolutely. So guess what, Mr. Rufus? I got those times for you. All right, so here we go. Here are your top 8 times. Kyron Moore from Albany State, 21.66. Mikael Bridges from Benedict, 21.85.
Oh, we got the ladies now.
Yes, we do. Ed Gilbert, Albany State, 21.92. And I'll get to the rest of that field, but let's go up into the ladies as well. So in between this first and second heat, I'll run back down the top 8 for the SIAC men that qualified to go to the championship. In the meantime, right now, Sly, I'll go ahead and tell you, keep an eye out on lane number 5, Chantel Williams from Benedict.
And you called it out. Look at her now, coming up. It's a two-woman race. No, Chantel Williams pulling out in front. Look at numbers.
Chantel Williams is definitely out in front in lane 5, but also look at lane number
7. Can she catch her?
In 7, and that is Journey Cummings, who comes up. Now, look, from my vantage point, it looked like 7 got the second place, but I also can make a run for who was in lane number 2, and that was Capri Dawkins. So we definitely got to go back and see who got what in that one. All right, let's see, we got the replay coming up.
Shout out to Sports Mind, go Benedict. Chris Johnson said outside lane. I'm not sure which one he's talking about, but we see you.
He's probably talking about which is the hardest one.
Okay, which is the hardest one? The outside lane is the hardest one. Let us know, all you track stars out there. Let us know which lane is the hardest.
I mean, personally, like I said, I ran the 400, and if you were in either lane 6, 7, or 8, yeah, that was rough. That was rough. I preferred either 2, 3, or 4 when I was actually the best time. Wasn't too many times. I was the best time, at least going into it, but, finishing was a different story.
Gotcha.
All right, let's go with now. We are rolling to heat number 2 of 5. In lane 1, it'll be Deja Bailey from Spring Hill. In lane number 2, it'll be Raven Sistrunk from Savannah State. In lane 3, Miesha Jones from Allen. In lane 4, Mackenzie Frazier from Tuskegee. In lane 5, Kanisha Moses from Benedict. In lane 6, Sky Livingston from Central State. In lane 7, Sonia Joseph, who we actually saw in the heptathlon earlier today from Edward Waters. And in lane 8, Sydney Thomas from Kentucky State. Let's keep an eye out on lane 2, Raven Sistrunk from Savannah State.
And look at her with that blue hair coming out there in front of the pack.
Absolutely. Right now, it is Sistrunks. But coming up the rear, how about Kanisha Moses? And Moses is going across the finish line in first place, right in front of Raven Sistrunk.
And Kanisha ran her down. Halsey B's really happy.
Absolutely. We're getting ready for heat number 3 of 5. In lane 1 will be Alexis Carthen from Spring Hill. In lane number 2, it'll be Isis Lewis from Clark Atlanta. Lane number 3, Aisa Patterson from Allen. In lane number 4, Tyler Lightborn from Central State. In lane 5, Davija Wilson from Fort Valley State. In lane 6, Cassie Jordan from Benedict. And in lane number 7, Kennedy Simmons from Albany State.
I love these people giving us some answers. They say, Waylon Williams says, inside if you're tall, outside if you're short. Dana Gilbert, inside lane, mental disadvantage. Chris Johnson, best lane is 3 and 4. You either want to be behind the fastest person or in front.
No, it makes sense. It does make sense. So you can feed off of them because most of the time the fastest times are in 4 and 5. Depending on if you have a 8-lane track, a 9-lane track, but yeah, usually 4 and 5 are the faster times, with 3 being the next one.
Mm-hmm. Takesha Mitchell says, I personally think 6 and 8 is the hardest. 6 through 8 is the hardest.
And I can see why Dana Gilbert said inside lane, mental disadvantage, because if you're in 1 or 2, everybody's in front of you.
True.
And now you're playing catch up to everybody.
True.
And the whole catch me if you can, it ain't too easy. It is not too easy. All right, we're getting ready for heat number 4 or 5. So, in okay, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't making a very, very important announcement that we had to abide by, but it doesn't.
Yep, the youngsters getting a little bit too close to the track. Telling the youngsters stay inside the boundaries of the football field.
Absolutely. So here we go now on heat number 4. We've got Jazz Burnett in lane 1, Kenya Jackson in lane 2. And, God, they're almost halfway finished through the race. So here we go. Coming down the stretch is going to be a tight one. And look at
lane 6.
Lane 6, that's Camille Evans. Well, actually, no, that is...
Is that Cassie or Chantel? I think she's from Benedict. Young ladies from Benedict, not quite sure which, but I think that's Cassie.
Yes, it is Cassie. So Cassie was able to pick up the victory in that heat. Sorry, everyone. I was ahead of myself by 1 heat on that one. But, yeah, Cassie Jordan was able to pick up the victory in that one. All right, now coming up in heat number 4, lane 1 will have Jazz Barnett from Fort Valley State. It'll be Kenya Jackson from Savannah State. In lane number 2, I don't want to say her name wrong, so I'm going to go ahead and just say Shania
Nelson
from Spring Hill. In lane number 3. In lane number 4, Cindy Samuel from Tuskegee. In lane number 5, Anaya Williams from Clark Atlanta. In lane 6, Camille Evans from Lane. And in lane number 7, Alexis Dover from Miles College. The runner we want to keep a close eye out on this one, actually, Camille Evans coming in with the best time at 24.86 seconds. She qualified with that time at the Margaret Simmons Invite.
Somebody's running out of standing position down there in lane 2. That's interesting.
You're looking at Kenya Jackson if she's not coming out the blocks of Savannah State.
She's standing and looked like she's catching up on that curb on the inside. No, never mind. I spoke too soon. She's not catching up.
So out in front, as we mentioned, Camille Evans running away from the pack. And the Lady Dragon is going to run to a victory in this heat. She will be followed by in lane 5, she'll be followed by Anaya Williams in second.
Now, I don't get that strategy. She stood up at the start. Everybody's in the start box, and she stood up. Some of our track people out there watching, can you let us know what strategy was that? She came in 7th place. Mm-hmm. So I guess it wasn't, from the outside looking in, it wasn't a very good strategy. So if you can let me know what strategy that was to stand up.
And look, they're going to let you know. Yeah, for sure you're going to look to know. But, yeah, look at Camille. She is just running away.
Hey, tell him the pointed red here. Good shot.
All right, so we get ready for the final heat of the women's 200. In lane 1, it'll be Rana Thornton from Kentucky State. In lane 2, it'll be Madison Minga Perry from Tuskegee. In lane 3, it'll be Sierra Bordell from Lane College. In lane 4, it'll be Kaylin Strahan from Clark Atlanta. In lane 5, Daisha Gilliard from Albany State. Lane 6, Dalia Austell from Fort Valley State. And then in lane 7, it'll be Kennedy Hall from Savannah State. Dalia Austell is the person to keep an eye out on in lane number 6.
Okay. Who's our ones to watch out for on this one?
In this one, look at lane number 6, Dalia Austell from Fort Valley State. Qualifying time of 24.78 seconds.
Yeah, it's that battle right there between 4, 5, and 6.
And right now it's 4. It's Kaylin Strahan from Clark Atlanta. But, oh, look at the kick from Dalia Austell. She put in that extra kick, and she's going to take home that victory right here in this heat. Right ahead of Kaylin Strahan. Strahan had it coming out of the curb, but man, that last second kick, that last 40 meters, that's when you saw Aaliyah Austell from Fort Valley State put that kick in and take it to the promised land.
All right. Sport Mind said he always ran standing up, never came out of the block. Now my question is, Sport Mind, did you ever win? That's my question. You said you did it, but now did you ever win? Running, standing up.
Man, I think you about to set yourself up for for a big, long explanation as far as what he used to win or what he did. Coming with that. All right, as promised, everyone, I will give you the results of the top 8 for the men's 200-meter dash who will qualify to go to the championship round. In 8th place, Makai Evans-Bay from Morehouse. With this, okay. 7th best time, it'll be Damari Johnson from Central State. 6th best time, Cody Gibbs from Edward Waters with 22.24. 5th best time, Dennis Bailey from Tuskegee with 22.16. 4th best time, Winfred Porter from Savannah State with 22.09. 3rd best time, Ed Gilbert from Albany State, 21.92. 2nd best time, Mikael Bridges from Benedict, 21.85. And your best time from a qualifying standpoint today, Kyron Moore from Albany State, 21.66. Those 8 young men will advance to the finals on Saturday. And man, look, and the magic of technology. I now have the top 8 finishers for the women.
Just that fast.
Yes, sir. So with the 8th best time, it's Anaya Williams from Clark Atlanta, 25.92. 7th best time, Cassie Jordan from Benedict, 25.73. In the 6th best time, Dalia Austell, who we just saw from Fort Valley State, 25.66. In 5th with the best time, Jacia Presswood from Lemoyne Owen, 25.64. 4th best time, Chantel Williams from Benedict, 25.52. 3rd best time, Raven Sistrunk from Savannah State, 25.51. And 2nd best time, Kanisha Moses from Benedict, 25.37. And the best time going into Saturday's championship will be Camille Evans of Lane College, 25.33. Those 8 will go for bronze, silver, and gold this weekend.
Hey, give a shout out right here. Nicole McAllister says, will we broadcast live tomorrow as well?
Yes, sir, we will. Well, yes, ma'am, we will. We will broadcast live starting at 9 o'clock Eastern time all the way to the last event, and then the same thing will happen on Saturday.
And while everybody's here, make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Go ahead and subscribe to SIAC Sports. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you go. Make sure you go to MyJBN1 and subscribe too on the YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe MyJBN1.
Yeah, and also And as this is going on, we have go to the medal stand.
The shot put medal stand.
Yes, sir. Shot put medal stand. I will be able. Oh yeah, for all those shot put folks.
Valley State University.
So Michael Trimble coming in with the bronze. Joe Williams from Fort Valley State with the silver. And your winner with a winning throw of 49 feet and 7 inches, or 15.11 meters, depends on which part of the metric system you like, is Xavier Hurd from Lane College. Congratulations to our bronze, silver, and gold medalists in the men's shot put.
There you go, big Xavier Hurd. Hey, matter of fact, we had a couple of shout-outs for Xavier Hurd earlier in the broadcast.
Definitely did.
We had somebody, I know we called them out. Let's go and check back through the notes.
And look, while you do that, I'm going to step away for a second, but here's the 800-meter list start. That'll start down here, Sly.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm going to step away for just a second, but Sly Williams got you guys, and I will be back momentarily. Actually, it's so great that the boss man, Roy Evans, is going to hop on to the broadcast table now. So here he is, Roy Evans.
A Hurd said, let's go Xavier Hurd from Lane College. So shout out to A Hurd. I guess that's your kid. Maybe your brother, sister, cousin. Brother or cousin, son.
They related somewhere down there.
They related somewhere. As we get ready for the men's 800, lane 1, Daquan Brook from Allen, Devontae Newbold from across the street at Benedict, John Dale Cumberbatch from Morehouse, Patrick Murray from Fort Valley State, lane 5, Quaden Marks from Central State, lane 6, Terrence Gennardi from Spring Hill, Kamari Cooper in lane 7 from Kentucky State, Larry DeGraffert from Edward Waters. I think the best time so far was John Dale Cumberbatch. He had 1 minute 55 seconds. All right, there we go. Here's your start. And look at him making it around that first turn. Picking up speed. Seeing how the young man pulled. I think that's lane 4, Patrick Murray out front now.
Look like he wants to step away from the pack.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend, and I'm upset because I can't remember his name. When I ran track in middle school, I remember his first name. His first name was Alfred. The young man was a beast in the 800 when we were in middle and high school. I know he finished in the top 3 in state, but he was destroying everybody in the county and the regionals down in Palm Beach County, Florida, back in the mid 80s.
All right, here we go. They're getting close to lap number 1. And right now, I think that's Murray in front. Here's your last lap. Devontae Newbold behind them from Benedict.
Now we're going to see who has the kick when they get down there to the 200-meter point. And that's when that 800 kick normally jumps in.
So that kick jumps in, or that 800-pound monkey jumps on your back.
One of the two.
All right, here we are. We got a tight race right here. 1, 2, and 3. Patrick Murray up front, and I think Devontae Newbold behind him. In third, can't quite tell who's that in third, but he is definitely making up ground, trying to catch up to Newbold. But right now, Murray's out in front. And you see the people on the sideline cheering him in.
What did I tell you? There's that kick.
It jumped in on the end. Here we go. That's Quaden Marks. I think that's Marks is in second place. But Patrick Murray's going to push his way through. It'll be Murray, Marks, and then Newbold. What a race. What a race down there, finishing up and in, and you never told a lie. Right there at that 200-meter mark.
That monkey, like I say, either the monkey gonna jump on your back or your kick is going to kick in for you. So he had a good one on that one.
Remain inside the boundary.
Now this is the announcer is telling everybody remain inside the boundary on the football field. I don't think that's going
Well, no, because actually it will, because if they continue to come onto the track during a race, they will get penalized for that. And they may even, I believe you can even be disqualified for doing that. So yeah, they would want to make sure that they do listen to this person.
All right, here we go. Heat number 2 of 3. Juan Osario from Edward Waters, lane 1. Darius Ragland, Morehouse, lane 2. Lane 3, Trevino Glover from Albany State. Aaron Drumwright from Central State, lane 4. Terrell Williams, lane 5, Fort Valley State. Muhammad Shadru from Spring Hill and Jamari Moss in lane 7 from Allen.
Yeah, see, I'm like these young men who are down here, you folks can't see them on the air, but they should not be on the track during this time unless these are the guys in the next heat. Those are the only people that should be on the track is those who are in the next heat.
Okay.
And that's why they're in both lanes 7 and 8, because they know to be into the outside, because, of course, these guys are going to run on the inside of the
Now
track.
Here we go. I think that is Trevino Glover from Albany State pushing, trying to get into second place. He's in the second place. Fort Williams Terrell from Fort Valley State's in third, and I'm not quite sure who's out in front. It's either, I think that's Derek. No, that is not Darius Ragland. It may be Juan Osario. Nope, that's not Juan Osario. Juan Osario's in orange. He's right now in 5th place. And here we have the young man. He is pushing first place. I think that's Darius Ragland from Morehouse. I'm not quite. No, it's not Darius Ragland. It might be. He is pushing out front and pulling out way ahead. I am so sorry I don't have that young man's name, because he's going to win this one by about 25 yards.
That is the Morehouse. That is one of the Morehouse runners, though.
That's one of the Morehouse runners. Well, came in second was Trevino Glover. Trevino Glover came in second, and Terrell Williams came in third. Got to get that young man's name who came in first, but I'll tell you, he pulled the way, and he pulled the way fast.
Was that Cumberbatch, or was that the first race?
Yeah, that was just, yeah. We're on, that was heat 2. So whoever was in all black, and whoever was in all black was, that's not their school colors. Hey, for the old guys in the booth, wear your school colors. Wear your school colors. All right, here we go. Heat number 3, Andrew Drumwright, Central State in lane 1. Tyler Douglas, Albany State, lane 2. Lane 3, Jonathan Kelly, Fort Valley State. Lane 4, Edward Waters, William Cordy. Number 5, Alex Lloyd, Savannah State. Number 6, lane 6, Gavin Weddington, Morehouse. Lane 7, Christopher Ruse, Tuskegee. Number 8, Chris Laurent from Spring Hill. And here we go. Starting off, Andrew Drumwright from Central State's out in front. Followed by Tyler Douglas right now. Douglas is in second. And Gavin Weddington from Morehouse is in third so far. Here we go. Pushing it around. Now you're about 600 meters in. I'm sorry, 200 meters in, 600 to go. Excuse my math, I am a history major.
Join the club. I'm not even going to argue with you.
Pushing up on the outside, trying to take advantage. Tight race, one through 3. Right now, dipping in the middle, lowering the shoulder is Weddington from Morehouse. And Weddington from Morehouse has about a 5-yard 10-yard lead right now, trying to push it out, trying to expand. Tyler Douglas. Tyler Douglas behind him.
He had an early kick, and I have seen some folks who run this 800 who can literally run the 400 as a sprint. And so this is just another race for them. And he looks like one of those athletes.
Gavin Weddington out front, at least 10 yards out front, at least 10 meters. I'm sorry, we're in the metric system. Out front. Now we're starting to see the kick on the backside. Starting to see the kick. That second and third place race is getting a little bit of tight. Now, is Weddington giving out? Are those legs weakening on Weddington?
He just kicked in, but the other person from looks like Albany or Fort Valley.
Tyler Douglas. Tyler trying to push Weddington. Can Tyler catch him? Weddington trying to keep in front. And
Weddington was able to maintain his pace, and the other guy trying to catch up with him was not able to get in there. Good race strategy by Weddington there when he broke out early and got his kick in the front side of this situation.
Gavin Weddington pushing on through. What a race, what a race, what a race.
I think that maybe, are there any more heat for the men, or is
That's
that it?
Heat 3 of 3.
So we should be getting ready for the women's heat now.
Here we go, bringing it up. The women's 800 meters coming up. I think they're telling some athletes to come to the podium. Not quite sure which one they're going to give some credit to.
Long jump.
The long jump. The long jump. We're going to be showing replays of the long jump. Are we going to?
Yes, that'll be. We will end up doing that tomorrow when they shifted the times for the longer races. So during one of the longer races, we'll do that tomorrow.
Yep. They ended up changing the times. They moved the 10,000 meters. They moved the 10,000 meter race, and so it was going on doing the long jump. So you will see the long jump in a tape delay.
Because it seemed to stay
connected. We will show them tomorrow. We will show the long jump tomorrow.
So although we will have the winners today, that was when that was one of our challenges with the weather today. So they ended up changing some of the times around. So that kind of threw us off just a little bit.
All right, we have four heats of the women's 800 meter. Zanae Rainey from Albany State, Samaya Brown from Edward Waters Lane 2, Ashley Checkham from Central State Lane 3, Cheyenne Daniels Lane 4, Fort Valley State Lane 5, Aaliyah Bradley from Allen, and Ikira Walker in Lane 6 from Tuskegee. Now, wait a minute. We have somebody in lane 8. We've had some changes. We've had a few changes. It looks like we still have Zanae Rainey in lane 1. Samaya Brown from Edward Waters is in lane 2. Lane 3, Ashley Checkham. Lane 4, Cheyenne Daniels from Fort Valley State. We have no lane 5. Lane 6 is Akira Walker from Tuskegee. All right, here we go. Pushing it out. And there's Zanae Rainey. Zanae Rainey out front right now to get things going. Let's see if Zane can keep up this pace.
And Zane has folks rooting her on right now.
I'm telling you, Zane has her fan club here rooting her on. Who is pulling up behind Zane, trying to pressure her. See if she can keep up this kick. And right now, it's Zane. She's still out in front. But being followed close behind her is Ashley Checkham from Central State.
Like we say, who's going to have that kick going into this second lap?
And I think that's Ashley Checkham. That looks like that maroon color out of Central State. Here's the final lap. And Checkham is catching Rainey. Samaya Brown in third place, being pushed by Cheyenne Daniels. And right now it's Rainey and Checkham. Rainey and Checkham out front. Out front by a long way. It's a two-woman race. It is a two-woman race. Coming up on about 300 meters to go. And Rainey has led from start to finish. Can she hold on? Checkham's falling back a little bit. Checkham's falling back. Rainey out in front and still pushing. Takesha Mitchell says, move, Zane. And Zane is moving.
She has. She kicked in.
She kicked it in another gear, Roy. Zane pulling away. Pull away, Zane. Looks like she is going to finish on top in this heat right here. She'll beat out Ashley Checkham. Ashley Checkham came in second and looks like third place coming up in third. Samaya Brown will cross the finish line in third. Woo! They're moving on that one, Roy. They're moving.
I tell you, Sly, this is definitely going to be interesting when we get to these finals. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing these finals on Friday.
I'm telling you, I am definitely looking forward to seeing these finals. All right, Heat 2. This is Heat number 2 of 4. Esperance Natanga from Kentucky State, lane 1. Jasmine Mays from Allen, lane 2. Floma Okumu from Benedict in lane 3. Lane 4, Kaya Pittman from Albany State. Lane 5, Quenisha Marshall from Lane. Lane 6, Olivia Freeman from Spring Hill. Lane 7, Karen Warren from Clark, Atlanta. You know what? I think they have the lanes mixed up. I think lane 2 is Benedict and lane 3 is Allen. And right now, Jasmine Mays from Allen is look like she's out in front now. No one seems to be able to catch up. Let's see what happens. On that outside, Karen Warren from Clark, Atlanta. Right now it's Allen and Jasmine Mays and Warren. Jasmine Mays and Warren out front. Mays from Allen, best time was 3 minutes flat. Best time was 3 minutes flat, and I think she's going to break that one. Behind her is Karen Warren.
And Sly, so this is just one of those conversations. As we look at the difference in these two runners who are out front, there is a distinct difference in their height.
Yes.
And, you can look at it and see the difference in the stride.
There you go. You can see the difference in the stride, and look how Jasmine Mays is pulling away.
Yeah, she is, and she, she has shorter legs, so she has a shorter, more repetitive stride. Where you look at the other young lady, and her stride is just in and out, in and out.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're gonna get this back to the professional here, Mr. Mulcata.
Jasmine Mays is pulling on away.
All right, thank you so much, Roy. Sly, what have I missed?
You missed Jasmine Mays dominating this heat right here. Jasmine Mays out of Atlanta, and look at her turning on another gear. She wants to push this thing all the way out. Quenisha Marshall are coming second, and Karen Warren from Clark, Atlanta, will come in third.
And remember, all these are prelims, so they will take the first two, and then the best times, and they will battle it out over the weekend.
Jasmine Mays won that heat. Woo! These young ladies are moving, man. They are moving.
So I take it Zane did well because she's got all kinds of comments.
Yeah. Zane won by a lot.
Okay.
All of the Zane fans are out there. All of the Ramey fans were out there.
So, heat-wise, we were in...
That was heat 2.
Heat 2?
Getting ready for heat number 3. Been a little bit of movement so far with... If you look at the live updates, if you look at the pre-race starts, it looks like some of them kind of switched lanes. I'm not quite sure how they came up with that, but we figure it out.
Yeah, sometimes you get scratches, and when you get scratches, either you'll move people inside, or you may move somebody outside, or you may bump somebody up from the next prelim and move them from prelim 3 to prelim 2.
Gotcha.
Sometimes it's the case. So we're now going to prelim 3.
Going into prelim 3.
Okay. So in lane 1, we'll have Montana Williams from Fort Valley State. In lane 2, Cassidy Dilks from Spring Hill. In lane 3, Miracle Smith. We just heard her name not too long ago. She'll be in lane 3. In lane 4, Kayla Chance from Savannah State. In lane 5, Brandy Jamfey from Miles College. In lane 6, Kyla Overstreet from Kentucky State. And in lane 7, Cavell Barnett from Benedict. Let's definitely keep an eye out on these two young ladies. Kayla Chance from Savannah State, who's right now in the 4th lane.
And see, that's the difficulty right here.
And Cavell Barnett from Benedict.
Because we had 2 scratches in lane 1 and 2. Nobody was in lane 1 and 2.
All right.
And now both of the runners have on the all black suits up front.
Somebody here is saying Kaya Pittman. Yeah.
And right now we're a bit confused on some of the runners right here.
Yeah, they having some last minute changes or something else going down. We'll make sure we'll get y'all all squared away.
And right now, the young lady out in front now, she's out in front by a good distance, and the Benedict runner is in second. That's the one thing about Benedict. Benedict wears that bright gold and purple. It's easy to figure out Benedict.
Absolutely. The Lady Tigers from out of Columbia, South Carolina. That's Cavell Barnett. Out there in front, there's the bell for the final lap coming up.
So it looks like we're getting ready to get some additional awards.
And looks like at the medal stand, we will be giving out some additional awards for bronze, silver, and gold.
Troy Williams says that was Kaya Pittman that won the second heat of the 800. Now, Troy, I'm going to take your word for it, Troy. We're not going to argue with you, but we'll get those official results to you in a second once we get everything updated on our site.
Yeah, and also here's another thing too. At most track meets, we get a number for the runners, and we have not really got that. So we kind of been playing. I mean, yes, they do have the numbers on front, but we don't have them assigned in the sheets. So
we don't have the numbers.
Yeah, we don't have them assigned in the sheets that were presented to us.
And this young lady just blew out the crowd.
2:23 is her unofficial time. Followed by Cavell Benedict, who will cross the line at 2 minutes and 32 seconds. And Sly, I don't know about you, but I've been kind of keeping an eye out on the infield as well. They got some quick fellas out there.
I'm telling you, in the infield, they're practicing that relay race. They're practicing that 4x1 relay race, and those are handoffs. Everybody running down the field, practicing the handoff. The boys and the girls out there, the men and the women out there practicing those handoffs.
Always makes for exciting times when you have a relay to finish the entire day. And that's what we're going to have coming up.
You know what this reminds me of right here, kind of in the middle of the field. You can't really see it, but on the 30-yard line, you have them running in kind of in that slow trot, all four of them in a line, handing the baton off to each other. Do you know what's the first thing that comes to my mind when I see that?
What is that?
The Cosby Show. When Bill Cosby when Heathcliff Huxtable
I do remember when
was running in the senior games. That is the first thing that comes to my mind every time I see that.
I do remember that.
Combustible Huxtable. Yes, sir.
I tell you, those memories you have from the Cosby Show, they resonate years later.
Years later. All right, heat number 4.
In heat number 4, we've got Aaliyah Jackson from Clark, Atlanta in lane 1. Journey Hemsley from Central State in lane 2. Di Raphael Nelson from Edward Waters in lane 3. Megan Thompson from Benedict in lane 4. Alexia Turner in lane 5 from Miles. Shelby Noble from Spring Hill in lane 6. And Micaiah Sherman from Allen in lane 7. Let's definitely keep an eye out on Megan Thompson. She already blazed the trail in the 200. So let's see what she's going to do here in the 800.
You know, it's interesting. You know, you have a sprinter in the 200 and running this endurance race in the 800. You know, how does that transfer over? You know,
that's definitely a good question. I mean, I've seen a lot of people run the 4 and the 8, but not often have I ever seen 2 and the 8. But look, she qualified with a time of 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
So she knows what she's doing.
Absolutely.
But the young lady from Benedict is out front right now.
And that is Megan Thompson. We know that for sure because we've already seen her.
And she's comfortable right now. You can tell she's comfortable running right now.
Yes, sir. And here we go. Final lap coming around. There's the bell. I was about to say, bell person is not on their duty.
You got one job. Ring the bell.
Yep. That is it.
And the young lady from Benedict, yes, she is pulling away right now. Well, I don't know. Who's that coming up behind her?
I'm going to go ahead and say Aaliyah Jackson from Clark, Atlanta. And I'm only saying that because she has a black outfit. We'll be able to get better visuals once she comes around the turn.
She's trying to put a kick in, seeing if she can try to make up some of this distance.
But that will be to no avail. As Alexia Turner. Excuse me. Megan Thompson from Benedict.
Uh-oh, she shouldn't have looked back.
She should have not, but she will get it.
Oh. Well, here's the thing, though. You know you have to come in first or second. So the prelims, yeah, you can look back on the prelim. But your finals, just no looking back.
Nope. It's straight forward and ahead.
They say you got to have those blinders on.
There you go. There you go.
Hey, shout out to Venice Haskins, y'all are hilarious. Yeah, we try to keep it lighthearted. We try to keep it lighthearted and have a little bit of fun out here.
Hey, we're fun, but we're also professional as well.
There you go. But my Cash App is always open.
He said that, not me, folks. Not saying that I couldn't use the financial blessings.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Exactly. Because, I'll tell you, I just made a nice financial blessing to my pastor this past week for his 8th year anniversary. And hopefully I'll get blessed back with it at another time.
If he don't get mine out my tithes, he ain't getting it. I like you, Pastor, but you better get it out of tithes.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, man. We are here live at the Edwin C. Moses track at B.T. Harvey Stadium at Morehouse College.
The house.
In Atlanta. There's no T in that. It's Atlanta. Atlanta, Georgia. The AUC, man. I love, I've lived in Atlanta now for about 16, 17 years.
Okay.
I love coming down to the AUC, man, calling games down here at Morehouse and calling the football games and going over to Clark, calling some of those games at Clark. I just enjoy this area, man. I've been doing this for a long time, I like to say I call anything with a ball, Mo. Anything with a ball. I call it and love it, man.
All right, so coming up, we've got the men's 4x100 meter relay. We will have 2 heats for the men's, and looks like we will have, wait, I clicked the wrong button. 2 heats for the women.
Ooh, the 4x100 right here. This is it.
Yes, sir.
This is the one.
Yes, sir. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you a breakdown of the heats, and then we'll let them run the races, and then in between the changeover between the men's and the women's, we will give you the top 8 qualifiers for the women's 800-meter dash or 800-meter run. Some girls were running it like a dash, though, so. All right, so here we go, everybody. In lane number 2. In lane number 2, it'll be Benedict. They had a qualifying time of 41.79 seconds. In lane 3, it's the hometown team. It's Morehouse. 42.22 is their qualifying time. In lane number 4, Allen, 41.9 is their qualifying time. Savannah State in lane 5, their qualifying time, 41.40. And Albany State, lane 6, qualifying time of 41.03. And in lane 7, it'll be Tuskegee, qualifying time 42.82. So we definitely want to keep an eye out on lanes 4, 5, and 6 between Allen, Savannah State, and Albany State.
Again, your attention, ladies and gentlemen, please stay off the track.
0.3 and 0.5 seconds separates those 3 teams.
This announcer is getting his money's worth. The stadium announcer, he has said stay off the track at least 8 times in the past hour. Oh, man, these young kids are rooting on their friends. I guess young adults. I'm sorry, not young kids. Young adults. I'm old. I can call them kids. I'm old. I'm old enough to be their daddy.
Right. And we got some breaking news for the NFL draft.
Oh, yeah, NFL draft.
Bryce Young was drafted number 1 by the Carolina Panthers. First Alabama player taken as the top pick since Joe Namath.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
Absolutely. Here we go. So can we get the clean exchanges? And the answer is yes.
Nice clean exchanges, and they are moving, man.
Yes,
look at those legs kicking.
Correct. As we mentioned, keep an eye out on Benedict on lane number 2 and also Albany State in lane 6. Here comes the third and final exchange.
Here we
Who
go.
will it be? Benedict
look at Benedict out in front.
Benedict out in front. Look at the Tigers.
Oh, look at this, running them down.
And look at Albany State. Albany State running them down, and Albany State coming through. The Golden Rams picking up the victory in the First heat of the 4x1 in the men's.
Walk him down, young man.
Man, oh man. Kybron Moore. That boy could fly, as they would say back in the day.
He was moving.
Yes, he was moving.
If you look at this replay on this thing, man.
Because Rajon Ricketts appeared to have this thing won, and then all of a sudden Moore.
Look at the handoff. Look at the handoff right there.
It's a perfect handoff.
Benedict has about 10 yards.
Look at Ricketts. Ricketts is out in front, but it just was all about who wants it more, and it went to Albany State and Mr. Moore.
Ran him down.
Yes.
Albany State.
So Albany State and Benedict picking up the 1-2 finish in the prelims of the men's 4x100 meter relay.
These young men were moving from Albany State.
Yep. All right, coming up next, we've got Heat 2 of 2 with the prelims. In lane 1, it'll be Spring Hill College. In lane 2, it'll be Kentucky State. They qualify with a time of 42.11. In lane 3, Central State qualifying with a time of 41.78 from the Trojan Relays. In lane 4, it'll be Fort Valley State. The Wildcats qualifying with a time of 41.98 from the Running Eagles Open. In lane 5, Edward Waters qualifying with a time of 41.65 at their own track meet.
Let's check those clocks.
Yes, the Edward Waters Last Chance Meet was the name of the meet. In lane 6, it'll be the Dragons from out of lane. 43.20 is their qualifying time. And in lane 7, Lemoyne Owen, it says they are qualifying with 40.47. How about this? Prove it right here on the track.
You gotta show me.
And the only reason why, and not saying I don't believe it, is just the fact they don't have a track meet listed with the time to go with it.
If they ran that in practice, I don't know if we can count it. Young men out of Memphis.
Memphis, Tennessee. Home of 3-6 Mafia.
Make it easy money.
All right, so here we go. Gun is up, and the guys are off. First exchange is always important. And Spring Hill doesn't really get too much of a good first exchange on that inside.
Let's see. Well, look at him making it up in lane 1. He's making up the bad handoff. There it is. I'm sorry, lane 2.
All right, so here we go.
Oh, look at this young
coming
man.
down the stretch. Look at lane 3. It's Central State. Central State. Edward Waters. Central State with 1. Edward Waters coming through with 2.
I got to see that young man in the anchor leg for Edward Waters. I don't know his name, but I know the hat. He had the hat on earlier in the 200.
Running the anchor leg for Edward Waters, Cody Gibbs,
now we
sophomore.
We might have to question that time from Lemoyne.
Yes.
We might have to go and see a video on that time they got earlier in the year, that 44 seconds.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the replay right now, Sly. I mean, you had great exchanges. I mean, and you had a really good exchange with 200 meters to go with Edward Waters. And then really this was the one that put them out in front because Central State was just rolling. But you have to give it to Mr. Gibbs and Edward Waters for running it down and at least getting the second place finish in the heat.
I tell you, man, these guys out here looking like a younger version of myself. Before my 2 bad knees and about 50 extra pounds.
Improving, ladies and gentlemen, on to the women's
Generously saying 50 extra.
relay race in heat
Generous
1,
estimate.
Miles College.
All right, so we're going to move on to the women's 4x1 meter relay. They're literally about to start right now, so I'm going to have to hold off those qualifying times for the women's 800 meter run until after we run these 2 heats.
In lane number 4, Kentucky State.
Now I'm going to tell you the hardest thing about a track meet in the conference finals is about to come up. It's not necessarily the race. It's the night after the track meet when you get back to the hotel and how much discipline do you have. That's the hardest part.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to be a huge piece. That's going to be a huge piece.
Are you ready?
How much do you try not to sneak out that hotel room?
And if you look on the 40-yard line, there's our man, Mr. Gibbs from Edward Waters.
Zone 3, are
That
you
kid was moving.
ready?
Yes, sir, he was. All right, women's 100-meter relay in lane 1, Albany State. In lane 2, Lane. In lane 3, lane 3 was Lane. In lane 4, Kentucky State. Lane 5, Fort Valley State. In lane 6, Savannah State. And in lane 7, Lemoyne Owen.
You got somebody starting out of the standing up position again, man. I don't usually see that a lot.
No, you really don't. Not in this type of sprint.
But they're on the outside lane, starting up lane 7.
Team with the best qualifying time going into this heat, Fort Valley State in lane 5, 47.83. Savannah State right behind them along with it, 47.10. So let's keep an eye out on lanes 5 and lane 6.
Yeah, with that blue hair. I remember the young lady with the blue. Look how to pull out in front of everybody.
Yes, indeed. From Savannah State, that's Sistrunk. Clean handoff. 200 meters to go.
My goodness, they're out in front right there. Let's see if they can close that gap.
So here we go, final exchange coming down the final stretch. Right now, it is Savannah State. Savannah State running away from it, and the Tigers from the eastern portion of Georgia will get it. But look at Fort Valley running it through to get second place. So we go Savannah State 1, Fort Valley State 2.
My goodness, the young lady in lane 5 closed the gap. I think she closed that gap and beat 3 other people. She was in 5th place in the handoff, and she came back and maneuvered up to second place.
And that's Delia Austell from Fort Valley State. We talked about her not long ago. I know for sure we were calling her name in that 200.
I tell you, man, look at this replay right here. But you see that blue hair, man.
Oh, yeah, that's Sistrunk really got out in front of the pack.
She was moving.
It almost makes me wonder, should you not put her maybe in the third exchange? Because, I mean, she runs the back stretch. So imagine what if she does the final stretch.
And then now look. If you look closely at the young lady right there, she was in 5th place, and she worked her way all the way up to second on the handoff. She got that handoff in 5th place.
Correct, and it's just that second gear coming down in which you have that final straightaway, and then boom, got across the finish line, at least the second place to give them a shot on Sunday. Excuse me, on Saturday. So, yes. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself, everyone. We do have a championship on a Sunday, but that's baseball, and that's next week Sunday, which will be produced by the Black College Sports Network. Join us down in Albany.
Zone 2, are you ready?
No lane 1 and no lane 8.
So here we go. Final heat for the 4x1 women. In lane 2, it'll be Allen. In lane 3, Central State. In lane 4, Tuskegee, the Tigerettes. In lane 5, it'll be Benedict. In lane 6, Clark Atlanta. And in lane 7, Spring Hill. Best qualifying time coming into this heat will be Benedict. 47 even. So we'll keep an eye out on Benedict in lane 5, and also let's keep an eye on Allen in lane 2 with 48 even.
And look at her in lane 6 right there, pushing away in the pack. You always need that great opening jump. Oh, do you see lane 5 trying to close that gap out front?
Yes, sir, I do. And we did have a missed exchange over here. That could be huge. Excuse me. So here we go. The final exchange coming up.
And look at Benedict out front. Wait a minute. Slow.
Benedict is out in front, but right behind him is Central State. It'll be Benedict and Central State going 1 and 2 in this heat.
Or is that Kentucky State? Is that the thoroughbred? Was that green and white?
Yeah, is that Kentucky State?
Who missed the handoff?
Let's go back to the go back on the replay to see exactly who missed the handoff.
But let's take a look at that first
out the
one.
gate. Clark Atlanta was rolling.
She was out of the zone.
Yeah, we
was
got
out of
an
the zone. That's a tough one.
Yes, sir. We had an out of the zone, which is always tough.
She was out of the zone on the handoff, and that's going to cost you. That's a hard way to lose.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, fellas, go ahead and break them down.
All right, so in the meantime, we're going to wait for them to tally up the scores and let us know who are the best qualifiers going into the 4x1 championships over the weekend. But as I promised, I want to go ahead and let the good people know who were the best runners in the men's 800 meter and the women's 800 meter. All right, here are your top 8 times that'll qualify for this upcoming weekend. 8 Beth, Jonathan Kelly, 157.47. 7 best, Terrell Williams, Fort Valley State, 157.40. 6th best, Keaden Marks from Central State, 156.71. 5th best, John Dale Cumberbatch from Morehouse, 156.18. 4th best, Trevino Glover, Albany State, 155.76. Tyler Douglas, Albany State, 155.75. Gavin Weddington from Morehouse, 155.36. And your best time from the qualifying heats goes to Darius Ragland of Morehouse, 153.46. So those are your 8 best times that'll qualify for the finals this upcoming weekend in the men's. In the women's 800 meters, let's check out your final results. We'll start off from 8 and work our way up to 1. Aaliyah Jackson from Clark Atlanta, 2 minutes 30.83 seconds. Karan Warren from Clark Atlanta, 2:30.35 seconds. Megan Thompson from Benedict, 2:30.1 seconds. Akira Walker from Tuskegee, 2 minutes, 29.11 seconds. Zanae Rainey, who's got a huge fan club on YouTube.
A huge fan
from
club.
Albany State, 2 minutes, 27.81 seconds. Third best was Quenisha Marshall of Lane, 2 minutes, 27.32 seconds. And second best was Kaya Pittman of Albany State, 2 minutes, 24.78 seconds. And Kayla Chance from Savannah State was your best overall qualifier, 2 minutes, 24.01 seconds. So those top 8 will qualify for the finals over the weekend with a chance to either grab bronze, silver, or gold. And let's see. Hey, man, how about this? We got the results for the 4x1.
They're announcing some champions down here.
Yes, they are.
I'm not quite sure what event these young men are, but they long jump.
All right, men's long jump. Here we go. Men's long jump. The bronze medal winner was Jaden Molin of Morehouse. 22 feet, 10 inches. The runner-up, the silver medalist, Sean Taylor from Benedict, 23 feet even. And the gold medal winner in the men's long jump competition, Rajon Ricketts, 24 feet, 4.75 inches. Or if you're going in the metric system, 7.13 meters.
Hey, Benedict, awful impressive, man. We start to check up these tallies.
Absolutely.
Try to add up some of these numbers for Benedict. They're stacking up some points.
Yes, sir. All right, let me go back to men's 4x1 meter relay. So I'll be honest with everyone, I don't know exactly how they're going to parlay this into the weekend, so I'm just going to go with what I know. If they go ahead and take the top 8 teams, here are your 8 best times, starting with number 8 for the men's 4x100 meter relay. Morehouse checking in with a time of 42.45 seconds is your 8th best, followed by Allen 42.34. In 6th place, Kentucky State 42.22. 5th, Savannah State 42.15. 4th, Edward Waters 42.02. Central State in 3rd 41.71. Second best, Benedict, 41.56, and Albany State with the best qualifying time today out of the prelims, 41.22 seconds. And as Sly was saying earlier, those guys were moving.
Moving.
Correct. And as a matter of fact, you heard what I was talking about, and you can see it right there on your screen as well. And let's give you a tally on the women's 4x100 meter.
I'm going to be honest with you, Mo. I pulled the hamstring watching. Pulled the hamstring watching these kids run.
No doubt. All right, so here we go. Starting with the 8th best. Okay, before we even go with that, let's take a look at the right side of your screen. We've got the women's long jump medal winners. Bronze medal winner, Isis Lewis from Clark, Atlanta. She had a jump of 17 feet, 2.75 inches. The runner-up, silver medal winner, Amariana Lofton from Central State, 18 feet, 2.25 inches. And your winner, the gold medalist in the women's long jump for 2023 here in the SIAC, will go to Sadria Mabry from Savannah State, a winning jump of 18 feet, 6.5 inches. And for those keeping up with the metric system, that is 5.65 meters.
And wow, she's actually the shortest one, too. She jumped the farthest in the shortest one.
She definitely did. Big things come in small packages.
There you go.
I bet she's got a big heart for sure.
There you go. Or strong legs.
Yeah, definitely that too. Definitely that too. All right, so as they are being presented and being cheered upon by their friends, family, and loved ones, I will give you the results of the women's 4x100 meter relay. Here's the top 8 as far as what I think is going to qualify for Saturday. Top 8, Albany State, 49.42 seconds. Clark Atlanta, 49.33 seconds. In 6th, Kentucky State, 49.15 seconds. In 5th, Allen, 48.85. Fort Valley State checking in with the 4th best time, 48.59. Central State checking in at 48.13. Savannah State checking in at 48.07. And the best qualifying time from the prelims on the women's 4x100 meter relay goes to Benedict with a time of 47.44. Those teams will advance. They will advance to the finals with a chance to get a gold medal for their team, or silver medal, or bronze medal. But you know, you go for the gold.
You go for the gold. You always go for the gold. Sometimes you might come up short, but that's what you're going for.
Absolutely. So, Sly, anything stood out to you in particular today besides just seeing a lot of fast student athletes who are HBCU standouts?
Well, you know, you see the fast student